Without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I'm ringing on behalf of my son, who is living and working abroad at the moment. On one of his trips home in March, he ordered an electric scooter, not the type you sit on, the type you stand on and it drives along for you, basically. And he was going to use that to go backwards and forwards to work. He ordered it to be delivered to him in Germany, and that all happened fine. He ordered it online via a third-party retailer, and it was delivered to him in Germany. He used it fine for about 5 to 6 weeks, and then it stopped working. It stopped charging and basically wouldn't go anymore. So he contacted by email the manufacturer and asked them if they could either refund or replace it or have a look at it and repair it.
Why the manufacturer? Because your son, of course, doesn't have any contract with the manufacturer.
Yeah, I mean, I think because we had a look at the online retailer's website, and that suggested that using their services, you could return items for up to 14 days. But then you were outside their return period. So we just thought the best thing to do was to go straight to the manufacturer.
Okay. What was this? This is a British retailer, yeah?
Yes, it is.
A British company based in the UK?
Yes, it is. Yes, okay. That's right.
Well,
but they were happy to deliver to Germany, so that itself wasn't an issue.
Well, just to clarify, whether that company has put some kind of terms and conditions on its website to suggest after 14 days it doesn't have any liability or not, does not mean that the law does not apply to them. If they are a British company, then they operate under British law. And the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 states that when you sell any product in this country, it must be A, fit for purpose, B, of reasonable quality, and C, must last for a reasonable amount of time. I don't think very many of us would consider 14 days to be a reasonable amount of time for a product to last. So therefore, the retailer, the company that actually took your son's money, they are the ones that have responsibility for resolving the fact that they've sold him a product that has not lasted very long at all. So you went and spoke to the manufacturer. What did they say or do?
Well, it took quite a long time to get a reply from them. When we got a reply, they asked for a video of the scooter and the fault, which my son sent them. He then didn't receive any follow-up to that, so he chased again and then had another email saying, sorry, we don't know anything about this. Can you tell us what's going on? So he went back through the process again, etc. Finally, in July, I started chasing them and saying, look, what's going on? And they said, right, sorry, we'll send you a return label, and can you send it back to us and we'll have a look at it? I was going out to see my son anyway, driving over there. So I brought the item back with me and we posted it back by courier to them. We had confirmation from both themselves and the courier company that they'd received it. So on the 20th of August, we've got to now, the manufacturer emailed and said, we've had a look at it, we'll get it fixed and back to you by the end of next week. And basically, that's just been going on from then until now. It all goes quiet. We chase them after a week. They say, oh, yeah, really sorry. We're hoping to get it out to you by the end of next week. And that has continued. At one point, they said they were waiting for some parts, but we're still hoping to get it back to us at the end of next week. 2 weeks ago, we sent them an email basically saying, we're sick of this. We really don't want it back fixed anymore. Please, can you give us our money back? Or, you know, we've lost all faith in you, the item.
Well, you asked the manufacturer for your money back?
Yes.
Right, but the manufacturer hasn't taken any money from you.
Well, I would imagine the manufacturers had money via the third-party retailer.
Oh, yeah, but that's another matter. I mean, whatever relationship occurs and exists between the retailer and the manufacturer, that's up to them. The fact is, and I think what would have been a good idea would have been to involve the retailer long before now.
Yeah, I mean, we did contact them just in the last week, I have to say.
And what have they said?
They said they would email the manufacturer themselves and try and get them to sort it out and either get the item back to us or refund. And then they said that if that didn't happen, they would refund under They have some term for it, which I can look up for you if you would like to know. Some A to Z guarantee or something along those lines.
Never mind all that. I mean,
A to Z guarantee claim. Yeah.
Well, that's their own policy, but that's not the law. I mean, the simple fact is, if this product has failed in such a short amount of time, the law states that retailer must be given an opportunity to resolve the problem. Well, they've been given that opportunity, even though they weren't actually aware of it. The manufacturer has had that opportunity to try and fix it. If they can't do that, then the retailer needs to give you your money back. But my advice is always, just for other people listening, just always start on the basis of, okay, who did I pay the money to? Whoever I paid the money to for the product, that's the company that has the responsibility. They are the company that I have a contract with. And that company, their contract was to supply me with an electric scooter that was of reasonable quality and lasted for a reasonable amount of time. They've broken the terms of that contract by selling me a scooter that hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time, and therefore they need to get it sorted. And whether that's them getting the manufacturer to get things fixed, or whether they want to just take it back and give me another one, or take it back and give me a refund, whatever it may be, it's the retailer that has to take responsibility. I tell you what, in this case, what I think we're going to do, we will go and have a word with the retailer, but I think, Tara, we need to just be reasonable with them and make it clear we understand they've only recently been made aware of this. But where are they at with it? I think we need to go and have that conversation and say it does feel as if the manufacturer is just kind of mucking around and not really doing anything. So are they prepared to give a refund, or are they able to get that product back fixed?
Yeah, okay, we can do that. That's not a problem.
Fine. Fiona, have you had a go on this electric scooter, by the way?
No, it broke before I got a chance.
I went on one in Argentina at Christmas. And it was lots of fun. Lots of fun indeed. Although, thankfully, I was riding it on a very quiet residential road. I wouldn't want to ride it anywhere busy. Fiona, leave it with us. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word with the retailer.
Lovely.
When you buy something, you don't have any contract whatsoever with the manufacturer of that product. Your contract is with whoever you paid the money to.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
And in Paul's case, that was Tesla, because Paul was telling me he spent £40,000 on an approved used Tesla electric car from one of their dealers about 3 years ago. In the first year of having it, he had a number of problems with it, and at one point it broke down at the Luton and Dunstable Hospital of all places. Well, the dealer said, OK, what we're going to have to do, we're going to have to get it in and get to the bottom of what is going on with this car. Whilst we've got it in our care, we'll organise for you to have a hire car. That was all sorted out. The trouble is, the hire car was a petrol car rather than an electric car that Paul had originally purchased. So Paul said, well, OK, I'll have this hire car while you're getting my car fixed, but only on the basis that any petrol I use, you agree to reimburse me for.
They supply me with a vehicle, and then I questioned, OK, if you're going to supply me a vehicle from a hire company, it's probably going to be a petrol or diesel. Who's going to pay the fuel bills? Because I'm set up for electric now, and with my deal, I get free charging if I go to any of the charging bays. Or I've set up at home, and obviously it's cheaper. They'd say they cover all the costs. And since then, they said to me they would give me a free first service on the vehicle, which they have done, but it's the ongoing problems where they haven't paid my fuel bills.
Well, Paul's been waiting absolutely ages now for this refund of £231. He cannot understand why the dealer has not reimbursed him. And to be honest, neither can I. I went off to have a word with Tesla on Paul's behalf. He's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Paul.
Good morning.
Good morning. So you will recall the response that I received from Tesla. It was pretty brief. It just said, thank you for your email. We are talking to the customer directly to look into this issue. Well, that's fine. I mean, I'm not precious. As long as they are getting things resolved with you, that's the important thing. Now, last time we spoke, they had indeed been in touch, and there were suggestions that they would indeed be making a payment to you. What's the latest, Paul?
I checked my account. I have full repayment of all the fuel now. that I spent in the time that the car was off the road.
Brilliant. So that's the £231 back in your account?
Correct. Yes, correct.
Great. Thank goodness for that.
And thanks to you.
How long have you waited for it?
Well, it's 3 years. I've had the vehicle in December, and so it's near enough 2 years. 2
years you've been trying to get that money out of them.
To in and fro with emails and negotiation and changes of management in their side, but I'd say at least a year and a half.
Which is crazy.
Thanks to you, it's all sorted.
Good. Okay, well, I'm absolutely delighted that you've now got your money, and your car's now working fine ever since that repair, isn't it?
It's great. It's great now. I mean, I think it's the way forward, electric vehicles. Unfortunately, I had some issues on the way. I'm not going to knock the vehicle because I really love it. But, it's one of them circumstances that I needed another power to negotiate for me.
Okay, well, I'm very pleased to have been able to help you. I will thank Tesla. I will give them the horn. If you have any other problems, Paul. Now, Michael and his wife were putting in a new kitchen. On the 26th of August, they ordered a gas cooker to go in it. But after a month, the retailer said they just couldn't get hold of it. And it was going to be a further delay. Well, Michael said, look, we can't wait any longer for this. We'll cancel the order with you. We'll order one from somewhere else instead. We'll have our money back, please. Well, the new cooker arrived in 3 days, but he's still waiting for a refund from the first company.
Their customer service weren't very good, but they said you have to send an email. So we sent an email with the invoice number and the ID of the cooker we bought and everything, and they said that's fine. They've sent us emails since saying that we received them, but we haven't received the money.
Well, obviously, Michael is very, very unhappy with this indeed, and I promised him that I would get onto the company and try and find out what was going on. He's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Michael.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning to you. So, I did indeed go off and speak to this company. I'm not quite sure how you even came across them. I'd never heard of them before. Had you just gone on kind of Google and done a search for cheap cookers?
My wife just went on and found them online. I've never heard of them, but...
No. I mean, just
go ahead.
Just as an aside, really, and this is a bit of advice for you in future and for other people listening to the programme, the internet is absolutely awash with companies that are selling products. Many of those companies are very good companies, and some of those companies are not. And my advice is always to make sure that you buy products from good, reputable firms that have a good history in the UK, and you feel confident that if anything goes wrong, they're going to have a decent after-sales service where you can resolve things. Now, I'm not suggesting that the company you've purchased this cooker from is anything other than a decent company, but I had never heard of them before.
Okay.
When I went off to have a word with them, they came back and gave me this response. Hi, Jonathan. Apologies first that you had to get involved and take time out of your busy schedule. Oh, that's nice. Your email was forwarded to me and I have had a look. The ordered cooker was not available from the supplier. Michael cancelled the sale. The sale was reserved and a refund was done back on his credit card on the 7th of October. I have attached a copy of the cancelled sale. Would you please ask Michael to check his October statement to see his credit? Now, they have sent me here a reference detail for the refund that was put back on the card on the 7th of October. Have you checked the card that you made the payment to them on?
We didn't pay with a credit card.
How did you pay?
Debit card. Visa debit.
Have you checked the bank statement?
I've checked and nothing's come through.
So there was no statement, there was no reimbursement to you on the 7th of October, or it may well be showing up in your account a few days after that.
No, we haven't seen anything. I can go back and double check, but yes. I definitely haven't seen nothing. Yes,
please, because they have indeed they've sent me over a copy here of the reference number for that refund. I've got the amount of £241.65 was reimbursed to you on that day.
All right, I'll double check JVS, but we have been looking, nothing. And what's it now? It's nearly November now.
It is, yeah.
All right. How did you find him anyway when you spoke to him?
Well, As I say, I made contact with them, and I fairly promptly I had received that response from the director of the company. So I would hope that what he has told me is correct, and I hope that it's just a case of you haven't seen it in your bank statement.
Okay.
If, however, the money did not go into your account on that day, then I will obviously go back to him and we'll have another word. So can you please check that today and let me know later on if the money is in your account or not? And if not, I'll go and chase them up. Okay.
I will, JVS. Thank you for all your help.
Okay, well, hopefully at least we have a line of communication open with them, and fingers crossed, if the money isn't already in your account, it will be soon. Michael, I'll talk to you soon. If you have morning, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right, okay. Earlier on this month, on the 1st of October, I booked with a travel broker to have a car hire from Los Angeles Airport for 3 weeks. We did a similar thing last year, myself and my partner, had a really good deal with the actual car hire company, and so I thought I'd use them again. And the agent gave me a fantastic deal for the 3 weeks, which I thought at the time, which was around about £550 for the 3 weeks. And I asked her if that price was going to include cover to go to cross the Mexican border. And she went away and checked and said, yes, it does.
You were driving across the Mexican border. Has Donald Trump not put his wall there yet?
Well, you can go through Tijuana. You can go into Mexico.
Right. You just can't come back in.
Yeah, I think you have a bit of a wait to come back in. But we're sort of just going with it and not going to get too filled with fear about it or anything. Because we wanted to go into the Baja Peninsula, which is, my partner's sort of really into the surf and everything. Sorry, my dog's barking in the background.
I can hear him or her.
Yeah, okay, I'll move.
That's all right. So £550, and that was going to cover everything, and it was also going to give you ability to drive this car over the border into Mexico.
Yes, that's what I believed at the time.
In writing?
Well, this is where I think you'll sort of disagree with my problem, because I was sent an email and I didn't sort of really look into it. But, well, the first line of it was, you're all confirmed, no need to contact us again. And I sort of just thought, well, everything's fine, don't need to do anything. And then when I looked again at it a couple of weeks ago, I realised that she'd actually booked the wrong return date.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So hang on the paperwork that you were sent, that you hadn't checked, it had the wrong return date.
It did, yeah. So, so I realised that if I'd have checked that earlier, then, but I don't think there would have been a different outcome. I basically have been back in touch with them and said, this is incorrect, and I've been quoted this price. Basically, Jonathan, I feel that I know for certain that I said the correct dates, and I feel that they should honour that, even though I've not actually paid anything yet. But because now, when I come to check into it all, it's going to be sort of double the price for the correct date, including the insurance.
Okay, right. Hang on. Let's just break this down to see if you've got a case and if there's any point in kind of fighting it, or whether you need to kind of draw a line under it and
that's
move
what
on.
I'm needing advice on, really. Because
how wrong is the date?
It's 4 days. 4 days.
They've got you coming back 4 days earlier than you are.
Yes.
Okay. So when you've contacted them, when are you due to go?
On a week today, 4th of November.
Okay. Well, thank goodness you did read the paperwork eventually. Otherwise, you might have got there and find yourself, in major trouble, having been told you should have returned the car 4 days before you did.
Yeah.
Okay, so the date is 4 days wrong.
Yeah.
And you've called them up and they've said in order to change that return date for the car, the cost is going to be double what they'd initially told you it was going to be.
Yeah, well, it's not just the extra 4 days that are doubling the price. It's the fact that the price has gone up because we're closer to the travel date, and the main thing for the difference is the cover, which it's just collision damage waiver cover that they have in America. And
you've got to be very careful with insurance with hire cars in America.
Yeah.
You've got to make sure that you are properly adequately covered. Because sometimes the hire cars only come with a very basic kind of insurance.
Yeah.
And it's certainly not a good comprehensive insurance that will cover you, for all of your losses if you're involved in an accident. So you must make sure that you're properly adequately covered. So they're now saying that actually the insurance that comes with that car is not going to be fully comprehensive.
There's actually no insurance with it at all, which last year I booked directly with the car hire company based in England, and it's all included in the price, and it was a similar price to this last year. That's why I sort of led myself to believe that everything was okay. I had a sort of false sense of security about it. But unfortunately, I booked through this third-party company.
Why did you go through a third-party company?
Because to be perfectly honest, Jonathan, I got confused, and I thought that last year I'd booked through them, but in fact I'd used them to book the flight last year instead of the car hire. And
will they? You said to me that you haven't paid them any money yet. Will they allow you to cancel this booking?
Yes, they will do.
Why don't you just cancel it and walk away and get a decent hire car through a decent company with decent insurance where you're not going to have any problems?
Yeah, I probably will end up doing that. I suppose the only reason I'm miffed is because I booked it sort of in good faith. It is a large company that a lot of people use, and I feel that I was sort of conned, basically, and I have since spoken to
yes, but if
from the car hire. Yeah.
Okay, but look, sometimes in telephone conversations there can be a miscommunication and misunderstanding of what's actually being offered. What obviously is then incumbent on you as the customer, when the paperwork comes through confirming everything, it's actually incumbent on you to read through it and to make sure you're actually getting what your understanding of the conversations was that you were going to get. So, when you go through it, if you then find, actually, hang on a minute, this car, they've got the date wrong and the insurance that comes with it is not good, fully comprehensive insurance, that's not what I want at all, then you're in a position to be able to go back to them and say, sorry, this is not what we agreed on the phone at all. This confirmation is not... That. And then they can either say, well, sorry, you've misunderstood what we were going to offer you. That is the price for what we're going to offer you. And if you want something different that's going to be more expensive, or they can say, terribly sorry, we've made a mistake, we'll amend it. I mean, I think my advice to you will be to, if they're not going to hold you to the contract, and if they're not going to, force you to go ahead with it, and how do you know they're not going to?
How do I know they're not going to what, sorry?
Force you to go ahead and to proceed with this booking.
No, I know for certain that they don't. It's just a sort of reservation. They haven't had any credit card from me or anything like that, and I'm pretty sort of 99.9% sure that that's... I could just phone and cancel it today. In fact, I've spoken to the car hire company about this as well, and they've said, do you want us to cancel that broker's booking? And I haven't done up until now, because I just wanted to sort of see if there was any way of getting back the original. I think I'm probably, to be honest, just annoyed with myself that I thought I'd got this good deal, and because of not checking it in time, then now it's gone up and they're not prepared to move at all, But
we've all done it.
Yeah.
I mean, there are times when we all, we get a confirmation through and we're busy at the time it comes through, and then we think, I better read that. and then you forget to do it for a few days, and then when you finally read it, you think, oh no, that's not what I thought we were getting. We've all done it. So I mean, don't beat yourself up about it. But
No.
But I think in terms of how best to proceed, I just don't think there's much point in continuing to fight them. It's clearly a breakdown in communication. You obviously, by not having read the confirmation email, you've not managed to spot it soon enough. So I think just write it off to a bad experience. And the most important thing is you need to make sure you are hiring a car with a good quality hire car company, a reputable firm that is going to look after you when you're in America, because you're going to another country. You're not in your own country. You're going to another country. And it sounds to me as if you're going to be doing a lot of driving while you're there.
Yeah, we're just on a road trip, really. Yeah.
Okay. So the car is a very fundamental part of that holiday. And you need to make sure that you're going with a good company, whereby if you have any problems in America with that car, they'll get it sorted, they'll resolve it, they'll come and rescue you, whatever you need, they'll get it all sorted out. Yeah. There are certain things in life that going for the cheapest option, trying to get a deal... are not necessarily the right things to do. And I would say, if it's going to cost you a bit more now to get the car, swallow it, go and enjoy your holiday, and write off the rest of it to an experience, and you'll learn from it next time.
Yeah, well, I do appreciate your advice, Jonathan. I've probably realised in the last few days that that's what you would say, but I suppose you just need to hear it from somebody else rather than trying to flog a dead horse.
Well, I'm really pleased that you came to the programme, because it is always just a reminder for all of us that when we're booking stuff, important stuff, and we then have a confirmation come through, whether it says you do not need to call us again, doesn't matter. Read it, make sure it's your understanding of what you've actually ordered and booked. Check the dates, check all the details, and if there is any problem, you can then take it up with the company immediately. So I'm pleased you came to it. Have a lovely consumer problems until 12. Speaking of which, do you remember Carol? Carol came to me with an interesting one. She was telling me, in the middle of September, she ordered a helium canister costing £20. It was going to be used to blow up some balloons for her dad's 70th birthday. Well, the helium was due to arrive on the 18th of September. And as Carol was away from home that day, she arranged to make sure someone would be in her house to sign for it. But it didn't turn up. So the following day, she called the company.
I emailed the company, and they told me that I had signed for it at 2:38 the previous day, to which my response was, well, I'm 100 miles away, so there's absolutely no way I could have done that. So they said I needed to open a case to investigate it. I did that. The next steps was, well, actually, now you need to go to the delivery company because they've got proof that you've signed for it. So open a case with the delivery company. So went through to the delivery company. Their response was, we will interview the driver and see what he says. They then came back to me and said, yep, we've interviewed the driver. He said he delivered it to the right address and you've signed for it.
Well, Carol's very unhappy with all of this. She said that when she was finally sent a copy of her signature that apparently had been received by the courier company, she said it was not her signature, but it was a very good attempt at being her signature. She was really unhappy. I've been off to have a word with the courier company. Carol's back on the JVS show. Good morning to you, Carol.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now, Carol, I should just brace you for something. You're not going to like the response.
Okay.
The company concerned is Hermes, My Hermes. And they've come back with this response. Our dedicated network of couriers successfully deliver over 390 million parcels annually. Our process is to investigate all complaints, and this has been done and communicated to Carol. We would like to highlight that our couriers are hard-working and professional, and so we are disappointed and surprised to receive unsubstantiated allegations about their honesty. We are also extremely concerned that a helium gas cylinder was sent through our network when this is clearly stated as prohibited at the point of order and could have endangered our people. We have referred Carol back to the seller.
Okay.
I did warn you. So let's just go through this. So to start with, they seem to be... I mean, they haven't given any information as to why your allegations that someone had forged your signature were wrong, but that's what you believe happened, because you say that the signature on their system, it looks like your signature, but you know it's not your signature because you didn't sign it.
Well, yeah, it looks like someone's tried to sign my name. It doesn't look like someone's just done a squiggle. It looks like they've tried to make it look a little bit like my name.
Right. But you did not do it, and whoever was in your house on that day did not do it.
No.
Right. Well, they say that, they don't accept the allegation that the courier tried to sign for this helium canister his or herself. Let's move on then. They also go on to give you a ticking off. I mean, it's not your fault, is it? But they've given you a ticking off that the helium gas cylinder was sent through their network in the first place, as it's not allowed to be sent. And they say it could have endangered their people. I guess sending a canister, a pressurised canister with gas in it, I guess if you don't really know what you're transporting, could potentially be dangerous. I mean, if you throw it into the back of a van, is there a chance it could explode or something like that? I mean, but really that, I presume, My Hermes was organised by whoever it was you bought the helium from.
Yeah.
It was not a courier that you'd organised.
No, all I did was went on to the company's website and order it. The rest of it was done without any interaction of myself.
Okay. What is the company that you purchased the helium from, when you've gone back to them to complain about this, what have they had to say? Are they simply saying, oh, it's nothing to do with us, it's down to the courier?
Yes.
Well, I think that's just changed with that response, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'd say that was definitely putting it back in their court.
Quite. Would you like me to go and have a word with the retailer that you purchased the helium from? And I think I don't think I'm going to mess around too much with what's happened in terms of the guy not having actually delivered it to you, you say. I think I will simply say, whatever has gone on, Carol hasn't got it, but you as a retailer have used a courier company to send a product, and you are not entitled, you are not allowed to do it. You should not have used them to send this helium. So what are you going to do about it? I think that's what we'll try. Can you, what I'll do is I'll just pass you back to my team. We'll make sure we've got the details for the retailer, and I will go and have a word with them this afternoon.
Lovely. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you very much indeed. And quite whatever did happen to the other canister of helium, well, we'll never know. But as far as My Hermes are concerned, it should never have been sent using their system in the first place. Now, before we go for today, let me quickly catch up with Roy. This also regards a courier company. Roy was telling me he builds high-end gaming computers. He had a client that came to him that wanted a computer that required a graphics card, costing £500. Well, he ordered one via an online payment system linked to his bank, thinking everything would be absolutely fine. The graphics card didn't arrive when it was scheduled to, so Roy got in touch with the company to advise them he was going on holiday, and it should be delivered on his return. He was very surprised then to hear that the graphics card had been delivered whilst he was away.
Friday, going off quite happily away on holiday, I was emailing them and chasing them, only to get a message when I was on holiday to say, oh, it's arrived, it's been signed for, which I thought, okay, there's no one at home. So ended up, when I got home, there was a card through the door saying it's by the bin, and of course there was nothing by my bin. It turns out, and I've got email records of this from the courier company as well, that basically the courier had forged a name on the because it's a GPS signature thing.
Well, the retailer says if the courier gives them a letter accepting that it has been misdelivered, then Roy can have his money back. The courier has admitted in an email to Roy that the signature was indeed forged, but neither company would refund Roy. Well, the courier company, yet again, you guessed it, My Hermes, and I went off to have a word with them. Roy's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Roy.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. My Hermes said regarding your case, we have today left messages and sent an email to Roy to apologise for the inconvenience and provide him with the documentation he needs to claim a refund from the seller. We have also spoken to the courier involved to ensure this does not happen again. Well, I then went off to have a word with the company. You'd purchased this through eBay, and I went off to have a word with eBay. They came back and said, right, well, as soon as the seller has got that information from Hermes, then hopefully they will be able to process the refund to Roy, because there will be an acceptance that the product was not delivered, and they'll then be able to claim it back from the courier company. So, Roy, last time we spoke, things were looking up, but has anything happened since then?
No, it's gone backwards since then.
What?
What's happened? What's happened is I keep getting messages from eBay saying, 24 to 48 hours, you'll get your money back. And I thought, brilliant. I've chased them again today because nothing's happened. To be told that further up the chain, eBay have basically declined the refund.
Why?
And they haven't given me a reason. They said it's a large value amount and it can sometimes be declined. So this morning I said, well, you need to reopen the case. You said that if I could get a letter from my Hermes saying that it was misdelivered, then I'll get my money back. So they've now said 2 to 3 working days, and they'll get back to me.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just get back in touch with my contact at eBay who's been looking into this, and I will say, look, come on. Roy's done everything you asked of him. My Hermes have done everything that has been asked of them. Why is this now not being processed instantly? Let me see if I can just apply a little light pressure. Roy, leave it with me. I'll go make that phone call as soon as I come off air today, and hopefully we'll have some good news. Tell me everything without naming it. Hang on, without naming any company names, please. Very important.
No, I shan't do that. My other half booked a holiday for her and her daughter. Her daughter's got MS, by the way. Not that it really matters, but she has got MS. But she booked it for the 13th of August. And I got her to the airport at Luton. They were going to Zante, and got her to the airport about 2.5 hours before she should have been there. So I thought all was well. And then I got a text saying that her flight is going to be cancelled until midnight. And I got her there about the flight should have departed at 14:20. But when she got there, they said, no, it's going to be delayed. So they did send her off to a local hotel. There was a bit of a problem in the hotel. Some of the youngsters that were going on the flight had never been on a flight before. They're only about 18. They all stripped off and jumped into the fountain.
What?
So then the police were...
Well, hang on. British holiday makers, youngsters, stripped off and got into the fountain of the hotel at Luton Airport?
In Luton, yeah. It wasn't at the airport, but it was a hotel nearby which had a fountain.
Had they been using the time they had to imbibe one or two beverages?
They were drunk, apparently.
Yes.
They were drunk. But they were very nice. They didn't... the police came along. They were outside with them for a couple of hours, apparently. Then they took them back to the airport. And when the other half got on the flight at midnight... they were on the plane, but they didn't cause any problems because they fell fast asleep. So they slept all the way there, apparently.
Well, it's probably best, really.
Yeah. But,
and then they woke up in Zante with a cracking hangover. What a way to start a holiday. We've all been there.
So that was it, yeah. Basically, all it was, the flight was, it was 9 hours, 23 minutes delayed, I think. That's what they got.
Oh, horrible.
But of course, when she got there, they missed really a day of their holiday. By the time they got there, I mean, they were very tired, and the daughter was having MS. She does get tired, and she does need sleeps every now and then. She does a bit of falling over. But I mean, they enjoyed the holiday. The hotel was absolutely fantastic. They had to feed all the local cats for a week. They really thoroughly enjoyed the hotel. The surrounding area, not so good. That's another story. But the hotel itself, they were very pleased with.
Good. Okay, so what's the problem?
Well, we went to the travel agent and said, look, can we, surely it should be a little bit of compensation because the flight was 9 hours, 23...
Do we know why the flight was delayed?
All they said was it was operational reasons.
Okay.
That was it.
Right. But, I mean, was it weather-related, or...?
No, I didn't know, because it was August the 13th, the weather was fine. Somebody said that there was turtles crossing the runway in Zante, but then somebody else... I said, "Oh no, that can't be true." We never really got to the bottom of it. We've been back to the travel agent several times, but they've finally come up with no, because it's operational reasons. You don't get any. But she took insurance out with the company that they booked the holiday with. Took insurance out with them for Heidi as well, and she had to pay a little bit extra because of her MS. But nothing was done. No, they said they sort of put it from one place to the other, if you know what I mean. They said, no, you try your insurance, and the insurance said, no, you try the holiday firm, and that's it. That's how it's been.
Okay, well, a couple of things. I mean, firstly, while we are members of the European Union, we are entitled to compensation under the EU flight delay scheme.
Oh, right.
And the flight delay scheme means that if your flight is delayed by a certain number of hours, it has to be over, I believe it's 3 hours.
Oh, right, yeah.
You are then entitled to a level of compensation per passenger from the airline.
Oh, I see, yeah.
So, your wife, is it your wife or just your partner?
It's my partner, yeah.
Okay. Your partner and her daughter would need to put in claims for EU flight delay compensation.
Ah, right.
With the airline, not with the tour operator, with the airline.
With the airline, right. Okay.
So you put in that, and if you have any problems with that, you need to come back to me and let me know.
Right.
Because I can then go and have a word with them. Now, regarding the insurance, it all depends on what the kind of policy you have, and if the insurance policy has any kind of clause in it that gives you protection for delayed flights. Have you looked at the policy?
Well, Sally had a look at it, and something about it's got to be over a certain amount of hours, and I think it was over 12 hours.
Over 12 hours?
Yeah, something on there. I mean, to be quite honest, it goes right at the top of my head. I'm not very good on these things.
Okay. I mean, if an insurance policy that gives you cover after 12 hours, I mean, it's not really going to help you.
No.
So I would just check to see if that is the case. If the insurance policy only gives you protection for delays over 12 hours, forget it, because this delay was only 9 hours 23. He says only. Right. I mean, it still sounds like hell, having to wait for a flight by that amount of hours.
Well, I was worried. You know, I always track the journeys that they make to make sure they get there all right. And, you know, it's... and I did track it. I stayed up all night and watched it land, and everything was okay. Apparently, it was a nice lady pilot there and back. And everything went fine, you know, the flight itself. But it just left a bit later.
You sound a bit surprised.
Well, there was a lady driver. No, not really. We have lady drivers where I work. They're very good.
I was going to say I've been flown by female pilots many times.
Yeah, they're all right. They're good.
Who'd have thought it, eh? Women can fly planes. Honestly.
Passed the test that morning, but they were all right.
Oh gosh!
Now, Jonathan, if we don't get any good, the only thing that we can hope for is perhaps you could sing one of your songs to her, because she listens to Treasure Quest every Saturday morning.
Well, I may well sing her a song on Saturday, not this morning though. No. I think just to conclude this conversation, the EU flight delay compensation scheme is the best way of proceeding.
Yeah. I'll write that down.
Write a letter to the airline. Put the details on the letter in terms of the flight number, etc., and say we would like to put in a claim for EU compensation for the delay to that particular flight.
What could you get for that, do you think, for two people?
I knew you were going to ask me this. Hang on a minute.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's whatever.
It's all you'll find it all online. Right, hang on a second.
It's a cat's protection anyway, so...
It all depends on various... so you are flying from a European Union country to another European Union country. Yeah. And do we know what distance it is from the UK to Zante?
It's over 2.5 hours, I think. I don't think it was long. Zante. I don't know. I mean, it's Greek, isn't it, I think?
Yes, but what I want to know is, so if we put Luton to Zante distance, because the distance that your flight, goes, it makes a difference.
Oh, right.
Sorry, hang on a second. My team are looking this up. How many kilometres?
I'm doing it in miles. No, it needs 2,000 miles. Do you want me to convert it?
Can you convert it? Because it's quite important, because if the delay to your arrival is at least 4 hours, and the distance that you would be travelling is more than 3,500 kilometres.
Okay, so I've got 3,320 kilometres, roughly.
Okay, right, okay. So it would be €400 each.
Oh, that's not bad, is it? No.
€400 in pounds. How much is that today? Oh, hang on a minute. 400. That would work out at about £344.61 each.
We must be using the same conversion table.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very good.
So I would suggest put in that claim. Now, there is a chance that the airline might come back with a technical reason as to why they don't feel that is that your partner is eligible for that. At that point, come back to me, please, and we'll take it from there.
So it'll be down to the singing then?
Then we'll be down to me singing to them until they finally pay you.
Does she have a particular favourite, Nick?
No, I'm not singing anything today, Tara. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much indeed. I listen to the show when I can, when I'm not driving, and we thoroughly enjoy it.
Good.
I listen to it as well, Nick, when I'm not flying.
When you're not flying, no.
Yeah.
I'm normally driving a bus. Actually, I had a picture of Jonathan on the back of my bus for about 2 years.
Sorry, Jonathan looked like the back of a bus.
No, that was when my face was all over buses.
Yeah, it was all over buses.
It's nice.
So, he's been behind my bus.
Right, well, I'm proud to have been on the back of your bus, Nick. Listen, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, and we'll just keep that file pending until we hear back from you regarding your claim for compensation. Now, Mary lives in one of 36 flats, which are divided into 5 blocks. They have a shared parking area for all of the flats, but no one has an individual allocated space. It's kind of first come, first served. Well, since March of last year, Mary was telling me there's been an abandoned car in one of the spaces of the car park, and Mary's so fed up of it taking up a space that someone else could be using.
It's got flat and perished tyres, it's got bodywork scratched, it's got the mirror is falling off. It looks very abandoned. If you look it up, if you Google it, it tells you that the MOT expired in 2018, and it's got a SORN notification on it. It's very, very abandoned.
Right.
I have periodically phoned up the management company. The last update I had an email saying it's not abandoned, there is nothing we can do. And they just do not do anything. Now, the irritating part is that it belongs to a resident, and that resident has bought another car and he's just left this one, and it's abandoned. This is a communal parking area. Everybody, it's communal. Nobody has an allocated parking space at all. And that car being left where it is, obstructing and preventing anybody else using that parking space.
Well, it's simply unacceptable. And I'm disappointed that it has taken all this time for hopefully something to be done about it, because I've now got involved and I've been speaking to the management company for this block of flats. Mary's back on the JVS show now. Let's find out what the latest is. Good morning to you, Mary.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So I did go and have a word with the management company, as you know.
Uh-huh.
They kind of came back and suggested, well, there's not really very much we can do because, the car is it's SORN, statutory off-road notice, and therefore it is owned by someone who lives there, so it's not abandoned. It is, legitimately in one of the spaces. I said, hang on a minute. Surely this car park is there for residents to put their cars that they use. It's not for people to, bring some old banger and leave it in a space. I mean, that goes against the whole idea of having a car park serving the residents of a block of flats.
Exactly.
And I said to them, look, come on, there will be a lease that every single leaseholder in this block of flats has, and I'm sure there will be a clause in that lease that you can use to instruct the owner of that individual flat, who then rents their property out to the individual who thinks it's appropriate to dump an old car in one of the spaces, that they must enforce the removal of that vehicle.
Well, you expect that, wouldn't you?
Yes. And last time you and I spoke, I said to you, can you send me a copy of the lease? Which you have done.
Yeah.
And call me sad, but I do love a lease. I do love a lease. And I loved going through your lease because your lease reminded me of the lease that I used to have for my old flat as well. I love the rules and regulations that are there governing people who live in flats. And I love in particular, and this is something that I can identify, this is from the first schedule. And it's point number 5. I love this. So this is part of the lease. When you buy a flat in this block, these are the rules and regulations regarding the behaviour of you as a leaseholder in that flat. And point number 5: no piano, gramophone, wireless or television or other electronic devices capable of reproducing sound or other musical instrument of any kind shall be played or used, nor shall any singing be practised in the demised premises, the common parts or the communal grounds, so as to cause annoyance to the lessees, owners and occupiers of any part of the property, or so as to be audible outside the demised premises between the hours of 11 p.m. and 8 a.m. I love it. I hope you're not into your singing. Because if you sing and it annoys other people, you are in breach of the lease. I love it.
I was a bit concerned when I started playing the mandolin.
You play a mandolin?
No, not anymore.
Oh, I was going to say, I'd stop that if I were you. You'll be in breach of your lease. Now, look, the important point and the part of the lease that I was able to go to quite quickly, again, in the first schedule, it's point 2. It says not to use the demised premises, the common parts, the communal grounds, or the refuse stores, nor permit the same to be used for any illegal or immoral purpose, or for any purpose from which a nuisance can arrive to the lessees, owners and occupiers of any other part of the property or to the neighbourhood. So, in effect, that means you cannot use any part of the common grounds in a way that will cause a nuisance or an annoyance to other people who live there. Now, that is the part of the lease that the management company should be going to the individual owner of that flat, and they should be saying, you are in contravention of point 2 of the first schedule of your lease because your tenant has left a car in the car park. It is causing a nuisance to other owners. You need to move it because you're in breach of the lease, and unless you actually uphold the lease as you should be, then in effect the lease could be rescinded from you.
Well, I hope that works. It's a pretty strong point to make, isn't it?
Well, it is a strong point to make, but it should be made. I went off to speak to the management company and I pointed that out. Now, it appeared the management company had also, since our conversation, obtained and gone through the part of the lease that may well be useful. What they'd also done is they had been off to have a word with the lessee who owns that flat.
Oh, okay.
And they have made the lessee aware of the fact that this car is now the subject for discussion on BBC Three Counties Radio.
Yeah.
And that I am on my high horse about it, and I don't want that car to be left in that space. Apparently, the owner of the flat has promised the management company that they are now speaking to their tenant and are telling their tenant that car must be moved.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been told this previously, but nothing ever happened. But now you've got involved and pointed out the lease, maybe something will be done.
What I have said to the management company is, OK, that's good. How long is it going to take? So at that point they said, well, we are going to send someone out to go and have a look at the car park within the next few weeks. And I said, OK, well, that's fine. Can you just be aware of the fact that I'm going to keep this file open and I'm going to stay in communication with Mary until that car has been moved? So I would say,
Christmas present,
wouldn't it be a nice Christmas present? So the sooner that car is moved, the better. It's simply unacceptable. It is rude, it's discourteous, and it is not the behaviour of someone who lives in a block of flats to have an old disused car that you abandon in a communal car park. It's not acceptable. There are. I've had a look on a map, and I can see that there are a limited number of spaces in that car park. I bet there are many more cars than spaces.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
So it is completely unacceptable for a tenant who lives in that flat to have used one of the spaces for their old abandoned car, and also to have the cheek of going and getting a car that they do use and using the car park for that.
Yeah,
I can't believe it.
There is absolutely no reason at all for him to leave it. It's not being used. It's not as though he's a vintage car enthusiast and restoring it or anything. He's just been pig-headed and leaving it there, I'm sure he is.
It's just, I'm afraid it's just rude, and it shows absolutely no courtesy whatsoever for anyone else in that block of flats. If he, for some reason, has a sentimental attachment to that old car that he no longer uses, then go and find a friend who's got a piece of land and go and store the car on their piece of land. Or rent a garage.
He won't be able to move it now, because...
Well, get someone to tow it for you. But take it somewhere and store it properly. You can't just leave an old car in a space that could be used by other people. And I think it is absolutely ridiculous that the management company have failed to deal with this problem for this amount of time. Because unfortunately what this does is, if you start allowing this kind of behaviour to go unnoticed, seemingly unnoticed, what it does is it starts to plant the seeds in people's minds that they don't have to follow the rules. And when you live in a block of flats, you need people following the rules, because once you start allowing people to break the rules, that's when people start doing all manner of things that become very annoying to other residents, and it's unacceptable.
Most definitely.
Mary, I'm going to stay across this. They promised me that car will be moved, hopefully within the next few weeks. As soon as it has gone, can you please let me know?
Oh, you'll know straight away.
Good. If obviously, hang on a second, where are we now? So one...
The thing is, if it would help, I have got a little notice that's put through the door, what do you call it, little leaflet, advertising a scrappy, and they'll take it away free of charge. I'm quite happy to give that information to the owner of the car.
Well, I think at this stage, don't, because that might be considered antagonistic. They've been told, apparently, by their landlord that they've got to move that car. How they move that car is up to them. Let's wait and see if they do it. I'm going to give this until the middle of November. And if we still haven't got that car moved, then I will go back and be speaking to the management company again. But hopefully they will now pull their finger out and get it sorted with you very shortly. Until then, I'm dealing with all of your consumer problems here on the JVS show, including Keith's. Keith was telling me he took his 4-year-old caravan in for a service back on the 5th of August. A couple of days later, he had a call from the company to say there's a very big problem with this. And Keith says the problem is not his fault.
On the 7th, they phoned me back and said the whole axle had collapsed at the back, and it had probably destroyed all the brake assembly inside. So we left it at that for a while, and I then went online and onto social media and found out if there were any more problems with this. And there were quite a few number of fails of this particular caravan make and particular type and particular series, all with the same problem.
Oh, really?
Different, yeah.
Okay.
And both the manufacturer was saying that, you must have misused them and overloaded them, but evidence exists on all these reports that that's not the case.
Well, Keith was very frustrated when he first came to me, and what I quickly became a little bit frustrated about as well here was that the retailer, the company who'd been very happy to take many, many thousands of pounds from Keith just a few years previously for this caravan, now seem to be doing that old trick of saying, we're trying everything we can with the manufacturer, but they just won't budge, they won't get it sorted. I'm sorry, but the retailer has a huge amount of responsibility for getting things sorted. And whether the manufacturer wants to play ball or not, sorry, that doesn't mean as a retailer your responsibility goes out the window. And that was exactly the conversation I went off to have with them on Keith's behalf. He's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Keith.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning to you. Now, they started with the same kind of stuff to me. When they first came back to me, they said Keith brought his caravan in for its annual service on the 5th of August. We noticed when we came to move the caravan into the workshop area that the brakes were not holding, and on further inspection we found that the axle rubbers had distorted in the axle shaft. This results in the swing arm sitting higher, and this will cause the wheel having a narrower tolerance of travel. This is normally found when a caravan is either overloaded or has had an airborne impact. But without having the axle and caravan inspected by the manufacturer, we are unable to determine the possible cause of failure. We've issued a warranty claim to the manufacturer, which was rejected. We appealed that decision on behalf of the customer, but that too was declined. I've contacted the manufacturer again and spoken to their customer service advisor, and a copy of their response is attached, and the response from the manufacturer was again saying, sorry, this is out of warranty, we're not going to do anything. So the suggestion seemed to be, look, we are doing everything we can, but the manufacturer won't play ball. So at that point, Keith, and I hope you'll forgive me for this, but I had to go in a bit firmer, and I had to make it quite clear to the caravan retailer that whether the manufacturer wants to play ball or not, it's down to them. They, as the retailer, you have the evidence to suggest that this caravan has a known manufacturing problem, and whether they want to accept that or not, that's the position that you are maintaining, and they are the ones liable, not the manufacturer, they, the retailer. Well, they then started to have a bit of a change of heart and didn't really seem very keen on talking to me any further. What they just said was that they wanted to resolve matters with you directly. Well, that's fine as long as they have done that. Last time we spoke, you were feeling much happier because they'd said to you, yeah, don't worry, we're going to get this all sorted, no cost to you whatsoever, we're just waiting for a part and we're going to get it done and it won't cost you any money at all. Great. That's what they should have said in the first place. What's the latest since we last spoke, Keith?
Well, I phoned my retailer last Friday, and the axle should have arrived, the new axle, by then, but it hadn't. So I phoned again yesterday morning early, and apparently it had. They were just arriving.
Oh.
So they're going to check it over, that it's the right axle for the van, and then hopefully I should, and then they've got to service the van. So I'm hoping that by Thursday I shall be going to collect one serviceable caravan.
Good. Well, let's hope that is the case. We seem to be edging ever nearer to the resolution, but not there quite yet, are we?
Yes, we are.
And when's your next booking in the caravan? When are you due to? I was going to say jet off with it, but you don't really do that, do you?
When I took the caravan for the service and repair. But now we were thinking of Christmas, but it'll have to be probably February, March time now.
Right, okay. Well, that takes away the immediate need for it. Where do you normally keep the caravan? On your drive?
Yes, at home at the side of the house. Yeah.
Right, okay. Well, let's hope that you will have it there, back at the side of your house, sitting nicely and ready for you to go off on a nice holiday in it very soon. I don't know whether... Do you want me to give the company any more of the horn?
I'd like to hear from them that the caravan is actually ready for collection.
Yeah, okay. All right, fine. Well, I won't even give them a slight bit of honkage then. I'll retain all of that honkage until you come back to me and say, yeah, it's all sorted out. Keep me in the loop, please, Keith.
Certainly will, Jonathan. Thank you very much indeed.
Morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Good morning. Yes, I do. Right. Well, on the 5th of September, I dropped my husband off at 6:30 in the morning at our local railway station, turned around in their car park, came home, carried on with my day, and then at about 10 to 9 in the evening, I returned to pick him up from our local station, turned around in the car park, came home. And
why do I know where this is going already?
Have you had a few of these?
Loads. Yes, this I know. I bet. Let me indulge me and my Mystic Meg tendencies for 1 second. Are you going to tell me that they assume that you've been in that car park the whole day?
I certainly am.
Yeah, I thought so. So what did they say then when they contacted you?
So, well, basically, I got the fine for failing to obtain a valid ticket, saying that I'd been there from 6:30 in the morning until 9 o'clock at night. So I rang them, and I was informed, no, you had to do an appeal online. So I emailed them, a bit naively, I now know. Unfortunately, I haven't no evidence of where my car was, but I was somewhere else. I have witness statements. I had a photo on my phone that I'd taken elsewhere that day. So I informed them of this, thought nothing of it, explained what had happened, asked them to check their cameras a few minutes either side of the photos they had. I was a bit surprised when my appeal was rejected. So I rang them back again to say, well, you know, the evidence is there. If you just check your cameras a few minutes either side, you'll see me enter and leave, and then enter and leave again. And I was informed that their camera is not on real time, so they couldn't do that, and all they could do was access the 2 photos they had, and that I needed to produce evidence that my car was elsewhere. So I have tried everything.
So where were you on that day?
I was actually with my mum visiting a friend in our local hospital.
Right. So you were at the and you left your car in the hospital car park?
I did. And
have you tried? I mean, hospitals obviously have got a lot of things on their plate at the moment, but I don't know. I mean, could the hospital car park provide any kind of evidence for you in the form of a CCTV picture or anything?
No, I've contacted them and they don't have that facility, and they don't have number plate recognition either. It's just one of these paper tickets, which typically I didn't keep, so I've thrown away. So I don't have that. I don't have any tracking system on my car. I wasn't at work that day, so there's no evidence there.
Have you got that thing on your mobile phone?
No, I've since learned I had that turned off. I have got a photo on my phone that I took elsewhere on that day, coincidentally, but I don't have the tracker on my phone. I now do, but I didn't at the time.
Yes, the young people on my team had to show me how this all works, but apparently many mobile phones have some kind of thing that track where you go day in and day out. It just depends whether you've got it turned on or off.
At the time I had it turned on, so, turned off.
Right.
So I don't have that, no.
But you've got a statement from someone saying that you were at this hospital on that given day with your mother.
Well, I have a statement from the patient that we visited in hospital, and her daughter, who was also there. But what they told me verbally was that that didn't count. It had to be evidence of my car being somewhere else, not of me.
How very frustrating. Honestly, this is so frustrating. We've dealt with several of these cases now where it would appear that many of the train stations have got a private company that manage those train station car parks, and they have an ANPR camera on... ANPR stands for Automatic Number Plate Recognition System.
Yes.
And the camera takes a photo of your car when you come in with the number plate, and then it takes a photo of your car when you leave... And it calculates how long your car's been in the car park. And I understand the time that you're allowed in the car park without paying for a ticket is 20 minutes.
Yes.
So if according to their computer system, the ANPR camera takes a photo of your car entering, but the exit photo is taken, in this case, hours later, then that then pings up on their system as a violation of the terms of the car park. And you've left your car in there without buying a ticket.
I presume it must work on the initial entry and the last exit or something. I can't quite understand why they couldn't access the photos of me leaving and entering at the other time.
Well, it does seem spooky that we get so many of these kinds of very similar cases. And one wonders whether there is just a flaw in their system. Because
absolutely, because we did deal with one just over a week ago, didn't we?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's always the same. There was the chap who came to the programme recently regarding his love of the Metro newspaper.
Yes, 5 copies a day he picks up.
He goes every morning because he loves the Metro newspaper, so he drives to the local train station, jumps out the car, grabs I think he has to get 5 copies for his neighbours who also like the Metro newspaper, and then he gets in the car and then drives home again. And on this particular day, the private parking company reckoned that he'd left his car in there, I think, until the following morning.
24 hours, pretty much.
So he was fined as well. So it does appear that there is a bit of a flaw in this ANPR system where it doesn't always clock you leaving.
The other thing that's been really frustrating is I've been everywhere because I just feel I don't really want to pay something I'm innocent for, and the station car park has CCTV, and in fact the lovely local taxi company also has CCTV, but they all keep their evidence for 30 days. And of course, by the time you get your notice and then you appeal and then you hear back from the appeal, the 30 days are up. And I even spoke back to the company that have fined me via citizens' advice. I had evidence that I'm entitled to check their cameras, and they informed me that they only kept any other evidence for 30 days. So that time had gone by the time I was able to know that I had to chase this.
The whole thing is just infuriating. Can we, obviously we have our contact at the company. Tara, can I pass Lisa back to you? Can we get some detail and just go and have a word with him and say, look, here's another one. What's going on?
Yeah, can I just ask something as well? Because when we dealt with the last case, I mean, obviously in that instance that was all resolved, but I was quite interested in the gentleman who came to us with the images that he received, which is something I didn't have to pursue at the time.
Yes.
But the images were just of his car. They weren't date or time stamped. Now, surely I would have thought that was essential, and I'm going to ask if yours are date and time stamped.
Quite. Absolutely. Have they sent you any copies of the photos, Lisa?
No, I just have the original piece of paper, and the photos are not date and time stamped, but obviously alongside them in print, but not actually on the photo, is the date and time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting because I did ask around with this, and I did have people coming back saying things like they'd had a photo sent of them entering one car park and leaving a completely different car park on the similar fines.
Well, it's a big system. It's a big, I would imagine, database of information that's coming in every single day, because this company are managing most of the train stations in this area and their car parks. There's a lot of cars coming in and out, and I would imagine there are times when the system goes wrong. But it just appears to me that when the system goes wrong and the individual who's been fined appeals it and explains the situation, the assumption is that they are lying and they've got to prove their innocence, which doesn't seem terribly fair. So let's get some detail. We're going to have a word with them, and we'll see what we can do for you, Lisa, OK?
Thank you very much.
Ross's wife went out to buy some paint to redecorate their living room. Very nice off-white colour with just a hint of green. Apparently it's called sheepskin rug. How luxury. Well, it had to be mixed in the shop. However, there was a major problem when it came to transporting this paint home.
On the way home, she's gone out, put the tin of paint in the near side footwell, the passenger footwell.
Oh, no.
On the way home, she's gone round the corner, the tin's fallen over, the lid popped off, and paint's gone all over the inside of the car. When I got home from work, the car's on the front drive, wife's got all of the carpet, the carpet out of it. She's trying to clean up the paint, and I'm like, you're wasting your time. It's gone all in the speakers, it's gone all under the dashboard.
Oh, no.
So I've gone back to the shop and said to the guy, I don't really think this paint tin is fit for purpose, really. I said, because the lid shouldn't come off that easy. And his attitude was, once you leave the premises, it's your responsibility to transport it home in a safe manner.
Well, obviously Ross was very unhappy with this. The damage it's caused is immense, and the cost to repair it all, I think, is over £1,000. Ross is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Ross.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Yeah, I'm well, thank you, Ross. Thank you very much indeed for asking. Now, I know Tara has been speaking to the company, and things were looking up a little bit last time we spoke. They were suggesting that they wanted to have some kind of communication with Ross. They wanted to talk to him again about this situation. What's the latest?
Yeah, they confirmed that they were in contact with Ross and that they were working with him towards a resolution. But there were two issues that were raised on the programme. One, how long it was going to take the insurers to make a decision on Ross's case.
Yeah.
They come back to me on this. This is a spokesperson for B&Q. The length of time for a decision for our claim handlers varies on a case-by-case basis. We would expect that, of course. Until they have completed reviewing the case, we, B&Q, are unable to comment further. Also, we wanted to know this question about the Valspar containers, if they were actually fit for purpose.
Now,
this is an issue that Ross has raised.
Yeah, and just to kind of reiterate, because we were talking about tins of paint. This wasn't actually a tin, was it, Ross? It's a plastic tub of paint that has a lid that has a lip that flaps down over the rest of the tub.
That's a better description than what I gave it as a tin.
And the argument is that tub sufficiently secure enough to allow that paint to be transported home in a car, because if it does tip over, it would appear it just kind of flips off. The weight of the paint inside just forces the lid open and the paint will go everywhere. What's the latest on that, Tara?
OK, so they responded to that question as well, and a B&Q spokesperson said, on the very rare occasion that a customer experiences problems, as we know they take it seriously, assess the complaint to understand what happened and whether anything could have been done differently. In relation to the Valspar container itself, all Valspar paint containers meet industry standards accredited by ISO. So they're happy with their containers. In the meantime, your car is going into the garage this week, isn't it, Ross?
Yeah, it goes in tomorrow to have the repairs done, and then once the repairs have been done, I'll be able to get the invoice for the work that's done and then forward it on to the B&Q insurance people with the rest of the information that they're after.
And do we know what they've actually got to do with the car? I mean, is it a full-on kind of replacement of all the carpets and replacement of the dashboard and stuff like that?
As far as I know, it's the side panel on the near side door, speaker cover, might be the speaker as well if the paint's actually got into the speaker, parts of the dashboard, parts of the centre console, and I think it's the seat cover on the near side has got to be changed as well, and also the car mats they're totally destroyed.
What a nightmare. What a nightmare. I mean, I'm so grateful, apart from anything else, Ross, and obviously at this stage, with it being in the hands of the liability insurers for B&Q, no one can say with any certainty which way this is going to go and whether they are going to agree to cover that cost. But I'm so grateful to you for coming to the programme, because apart from anything else, it's just such an important reminder for people when you go down to a DIY shop and go and buy that, tin of paint to redecorate a bedroom. When the way you store it in the car on the way to come home is so important. Don't just put it loose in a boot. Don't just put it loose on the footwell of the seat, because if you go round a roundabout or a corner and it tips over, well, I mean, the rest is history. It's caused absolute carnage in your car, hasn't it?
It certainly has, but as I said to you when I first spoke to you, Jonathan, there's another brand of paint that literally, to get the lid off of it, you need a screwdriver in it to literally prise the lid off, whereas this Valspar paint, you've only got to put your fingernail underneath it and it pops the lid. It comes off so easy, it's unbelievable. That's why I don't think it's fit for purpose.
Well, I also have been to a different shop and have had paint mixed in the past. When they'd finished mixing it, they then got some of that brown kind of parcel tape, and they taped all the way around the top of the tin, and then taped across the tin as well, and also gave me a bit of a verbal warning and said, be very careful how you're going to transport this home. So, none of that was done with your wife, was it? The tub was not taped up, and they didn't give her any kind of advice as to how she should put that tub of paint in the car.
I'm thinking about it now, Jonathan. I don't know if it's possible, but when the paint's absolutely mixed up in their shaking machine, I'm wondering if it builds a pressure up inside the tin so that the lid can't be secured properly after they show you.
I don't know.
If the seal's broken, I don't know.
Right, well, look, that's it from us for today. So what we'll do, we'll obviously keep in touch with you. Let us know when you've got the car back. And if we haven't heard anything from the insurers for B&Q in the next week or so, we'll go and give them a nudge as well and hopefully get an answer. And let's just hope that it will be an answer in your favour very soon.
Hello, Jonathan.
Morning, Marion. I gather you have a consumer problem for me. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
OK. In 2014, I bought a new front door. The top half of the door has a glass panel, and I began to notice dark circles appearing on the glass. This is when the sun had really shone on the glass and that. I believe you've got a picture of the dark circles.
Yeah, my team have just forwarded me a photo of your door. Right.
Anyway, I phoned the company, an engineer came out, and he said he could find no fault. But it wasn't sunny, that's why he could find no fault, and it looks all right. I sent them the photo as requested, and then they come up with something I didn't realise. Only the glass has a 5-year guarantee, but the door has a 10-year guarantee. A guarantee against what? I don't know. Surely a piece of glass in a front door should go on for years.
Okay.
Unless you break it.
Couple of things. Firstly, how much did you pay for this front door?
£865. It wasn't cheap.
No,
not in my book. It wasn't.
No, not a cheap front door at all. And the other important thing with this front door, this looks to me like a composite front door.
It is, yes.
Do you know what the inside of the door is made of?
No.
Always worth asking that question. Let me just explain why. The composite front doors can look fantastic, but very often the cheaper composite front doors in particular, they simply have foam on the inside of them. So you've got a thin layer of plastic, foam, and then another thin layer of plastic. Well, that's very easy to kick through. And it's horrifying when you see a test done of cheap composite front doors. It is amazing. One kick and your foot goes straight through the door. You put your hand through and unlock it from inside. So it's very important when you're having a new front door fitted, and obviously many of us are going for composite front doors now, always ask what the structure of the inside of the door is made of. You can get composite front doors that have solid timber on the inside. You can also get composite front doors that have metal on the inside and act as a proper strong barrier between somebody being able to get in and not. And there's absolutely no point in having a nice new front door that's ever so easy to get through. So just be very aware of that. It's a bit of advice for other people listening to the programme who are thinking of getting a new front door.
It seems like a good quality, but...
Yeah, but you can't really...
I can't tell
unless you know what the inside of that door is, they can... This is the point. They can look very smart, and they can look very solid. But if ultimately the inside is just foam, and you've got a bit of plastic on the outside that looks like wood and a bit of plastic on the inside that looks like wood, you know, it's easy to kick through it. So always make sure that the door is... structurally very solid. Now, regarding the glass I'm looking at here, I am looking at a glass pane in a door that looks as if the glass has blown and has allowed in between the two panes of glass, I presume this is double glazed glass unit.
Yes.
In between the two panes, what you've got is condensation that's given a kind of misty appearance to it. Would that be right?
Yes.
That's what it looks like. And the company has said that double glazed unit is only covered for 5 years.
Yes. Why would the glass be 5 years and the door 10 years? Anyway, I find that rather odd.
I don't...
I have to say, Jonathan, I never thought about guarantees. When I purchased it, maybe that's naive of me.
Well, you don't really need...
I thought if the door went wrong, I would just phone them up.
The reality is you don't really need a guarantee because you've got the law. Now, you purchased this door in 2014,
yes.
Which means the legislation that will have covered you at that particular point of purchase would have been the Sale of Goods Act 1979. It was replaced in 2015 by the Consumer Rights Act. But the two pieces of legislation, to be honest, regarding this particular issue are very similar. The legislation states that this front door that you purchased in good faith from this retailer must be A, fit for purpose. Well, you could argue, yes, it is fit for purpose and has been fit for purpose as a front door. It opens and closes and keeps the elements out. B, it must be of reasonable quality. Well, I think we can certainly put a bit of a question mark over that. And C, it must last for a reasonable amount of time. Well, again, this is where we put a question mark. Is 5 years a reasonable amount of time for a front door to last before the glazing panel in it starts to look awful? And I don't mean to be rude, but I'm looking at a photo of this glazing panel. It does look awful, Marion.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. So have you made an argument to the to the company that supplied you and fitted this front door that under the Sale of Goods Act 1979, you wish to complain that this product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time?
No, I don't really know about those things. And it's been on my mind ever since, and that's why I listened to you, and that's why I thought, well, I'll give it a go and give you a ring.
Yeah, OK. Well, I mean, what I think that the best course of action here to take, and you've got to understand, I don't think there's very, very much chance of them replacing the glazing panel in this door for free. I don't think there's much chance of it. And I think also it could be argued that that wouldn't necessarily be very reasonable for you to expect that. Because when did you notice the glass was starting to go funny like this?
It's hard to actually put a date on it. Say approximately a year ago.
A year ago. So let's say after 4 years.
Right around the 5 year, although I wasn't aware of the 5 year guarantee about that time.
Okay.
And when I contacted them...
I was going to say, that's the important thing. You purchased it in 2014.
Yes.
When did you first notify them of the problem?
Oh, dear. Well, I had a letter from them from the 20th of May, 2019. So that was over the guarantee, over the 5 years.
Had you had the door fitted at the beginning of 2014 then?
Yes, January.
Right. Okay.
Well, that's when I paid the cheque. I think that's when it was.
Well, look, I think probably a sensible way of proceeding with this. The door they've guaranteed for 10 years.
Mm.
Now, I think 10 years is probably a reasonable time frame to expect a front door to last. I mean, ideally, I'd like much longer than 10 years out of my front door.
I don't.
Yeah. But
I expected this door to see me out. Carry on.
Yes and no. I think we can certainly make a reasonable argument that this door should have lasted for at least 10 years.
Okay.
Okay? So let's work on this. The door should have lasted for 10 years. The glass has only lasted for 5.
Mm.
The glass needs to be replaced, and that's going to come at a cost. I think probably the most reasonable thing for us to present to this company is that they should be going halves with you on the cost of replacing the glass.
Okay.
You've had 5 years use out of the glass. It now needs replacing. You had expected the door to last for at least 10 years. You've not had 5 years use out of that glass that you'd expected reasonably, and therefore they should go halves with you on replacing that glass. Does that sound reasonable to you?
Just. Thank you. Well, it's better than doing nothing.
Yeah, I understand your frustration, but I think if we go in with them along the lines of your statutory rights as a consumer as per the law, and we go in from a perfectly reasonable perspective that you recognise you have had use from that door and that glass, but you haven't had sufficient use, I think that will bring them... I hope that will bring them to a point where they'll also be more reasonable with you. One final question to you, Marion. The company that you purchased the front door from, I presume they are still in existence? They haven't gone out of business or anything like that? Okay.
Yes.
Good. Because that's the other problem that often happens.
The glass is produced by a different company.
Yeah, well, that's fairly straightforward.
Okay. Right.
What I really hope, though, and this is the other side... I'm trying to have a look on the photo, I can't see... I'm just hoping that glazed panel can pop out from the inside.
Oh, well, yes, I looked at that this morning.
Because if the glazing panel, some composite front doors have the glazing panel actually manufactured into the door itself, and you can't get it out. If that's the case, then obviously it's going to involve a whole new front door, which would be very frustrating. But hopefully if it's a glazing panel... You know, you're probably talking 200, 250 quid?
Well, there's a lot more on top of the door. And it must have been faulty when they put it in. Okay.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. A glazing panel obviously a glazing panel is manufactured with an airtight seal all the way around the outside of it. Sometimes that can perish. If, for example, the door was banged very, very heavily, for example, it could have caused a slight disturbance to the seal around the glazing panel, and that may well have caused some air to get in, and that's why you've now got this kind of steaming up the condensation in the middle. So
it's more the black marks. Are the black marks going to become more? They've never really sort of addressed that.
Well, the black marks to me look like marks inside the steaming up.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's probably during the manufacturing process how the machine was holding the bits of glass before it then puts the two bits together with the airtight gap in between the two. Look, let's go and have a word with the company. We will do whatever we possibly can to help you. I'm going to pass you back to Tara.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Marion.
Tara, can we get some detail and go and have a word with this company? And it's the Sale of Goods Act, not the Consumer Rights Act here, because Consumer Friday. Jean needed to have some renovation work carried out on her property. The work involved removing a central wall and another large wall, putting some bifold doors in, and fitting a kitchen. All of this work was going to cost about £11,000. She had to pay half the money up front to the builder, then several days later, he asked her for an additional £2,000. However, when some of the brickwork was done, one of the pipes was broken, and Jean was telling me she got carbon monoxide poisoning. And 10 weeks on, the builder still hadn't finished the work.
The carpenter was doing the brickies work, and unfortunately, and easily done, the pipe broke. And I asked, is it safe for me to go into the house? And they said yes, because it'd been turned off. But unfortunately, it wasn't. I went in and I woke up the next morning and really unwell. My eyes were wobbling and it's horrid. And it seems I had carbon monoxide poisoning, so the emergency gas services said. The builder said he promised he'd come that day. He always promises he's going to come, but as I say, it's like 10 weeks in now, 4-week job, and I'm still on phase 1 with nothing in the house, just water from the bath that I can use to bring downstairs.
Well, obviously Jean was really unhappy about all of this, and I'm not surprised. She's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to Jean.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So I've been off to have a word with the company, as you know. Let me just quickly go through the response that I did receive from him. Unfortunately, his communication seems to have dried up recently, but I'll tell you more in just a second. So when he initially came to me, he said, Jean approached us just over 2 years ago. Sorry, I have got to go over it. To be fair to him, Jean approached us just over 2 years ago after seeing us working locally with her initial plans to convert her kitchen diner area to accommodate more space and light, with some minor adjustments to previous work undertaken by another builder which remains unfinished. A quote was developed and we had no response. Jean contacted us again to request our services in recent months. An adjusted cost was approved and paperwork was signed with an estimated time frame. Work began as normal. A gas pipe was damaged upon removing the kitchen dining room wall. Operatives on site alerted us to the problem. The mains gas into the property was turned off. Jean informed us that during the build she would not be staying at the home, so an emergency engineer was not called. To offer our condolences, the entire second payment was removed from contracted paperwork. That was almost 50% off the total build cost. Jean is a very difficult client to speak with and deal with. Within 1 week of work commencement, our staff received low-level threats of radioactivity and court action, which made the property an uncomfortable environment for staff, especially within such a short time frame. We do not deny having staff issues in 2019, which has caused delays, and all affected have been compensated and dealt with accordingly. With delays increasing and staff refusing to work on site, we had no option but to withdraw our services. Despite over 75% of the total contract being completed, a full refund has already been issued to Jean. I can only imagine the previous builder may have received similar treatment to explain non-completion. Now, that response I received at the beginning of this month. Mm-hmm. And when I spoke to you, you said, no, I haven't had a refund of the money. that he's promised you he will refund hasn't come through.
Yes.
So I went back to him again and said, well, obviously Jean hasn't had the money, so how are you planning on paying it? Now, he copied me in on some information that he'd sent to you, and it seems to suggest that he was going to be making a payment to you and you would receive the money within, I believe it was 3 days.
Yes, the backs. Yeah.
That's right. Now, when I last spoke to you, you had not received the money and you had not had any communication from him.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that still the case?
Yes, exactly. There's nothing at all. They've done the recorded delivery of the letter that you have to send to say, if you don't pay, we're considering going to small claims, as I was told to do. I sent it to his home address and his works address. The tracking said he had refused it personally himself at the home address. And I got a letter from the company, which I thought was his company, and they sent me a letter saying, I'll just read a small part of it. It was provided a registered office address. We terminated our engagement several months ago, and as such, FP Group is no longer associated in any way with of that address.
Okay.
Although he sent paperwork to me saying, with that address for invoices and things like that, he actually wasn't even at that address.
Okay. Now, it is very unfortunate. Hang on a second, Jean. Jean, hang on a second. It is now very unfortunate that I am left in a position that I really had hoped I would not be left in, where I am going to have to identify the individual who's been running this company, and indeed his company, that you have just named again. The company is FP Group Limited. That's F for Foxtrot, P for Papa Group Limited. Their registered address is in Sundon in Luton, and the company is run by a Mr. Antonio Franco Berlin. Antonio Franco Berlin of FP Group Limited, based in Luton. Now, I have obviously tried to contact Mr. Franco Berlin, as I have done several times previously. I have made him aware that he has an opportunity to respond to this complaint and to explain why he hasn't paid you the money back that he told you and me he would be paying you. He has not responded to any of my recent emails. On Tuesday, when I contacted him, Jean, I made it quite clear to him that I considered it rude that he was now ignoring my emails. I have still not received any response from him.
No, you're not going to, no. He's not Frank. That's not his actual name. He's not known by that.
Well, that is his official name on Company's House for his company, which is the name that, of course, I must give out, because that is the proper registered name for FP Group Limited. Antonio Franco Berlin.
Antonio. Yeah, that's how we all know him, and how he's. I don't know about.
He seems to go on some of the email correspondence I have seen. He seems to sign himself off as Antonio Franco.
That's it. Yeah, that's how I know him.
His full name is hyphenated. It is Antonio Franco Berlin.
Oh, okay.
And he's from FP Group Limited. Now, obviously, he's made promises of paying you the money, and you haven't received the money, which is very frustrating.
Yeah. And the work that he's done has all failed. Everything. I showed you a photograph of some of the wiring, didn't I? Everything that he's done has failed.
Okay.
So I've now got to pay for all of that.
Now, of course, your options are that you can take him to the Small Claims Court for reimbursement of the cost that you incur in terms of putting this work right, and for reimbursement of the money that you've already paid him. Now, you did suggest to me that, having spoken to one or two other people, you are a little concerned as to whether or not you stand any chance of getting that money back. What I would like to do today, and Jean, I don't want to say any more for now, but I would like to just put out a plea that if anybody has any information for James. Now, James was telling me in 2016 he was given a gift card with £1,000 on it. It could be used for holidays and short breaks, and it was given to him as a gift for long service by his employer. He was under the impression he had 18 months to use it. In 2017, James called the company to make an inquiry about a holiday, but for whatever reason he decided not to go ahead with the booking. He was, however, reassured on the phone at that point that the balance was still on the card and he didn't need to hurry and rush to use it. It would be valid until he made a transaction on it. Well, fast forward to August 2019. James tried to book a holiday and he's been told, no, it's too long. All of the money has vanished from that card.
I tried online, but I had a bit of difficulty remembering how to log in, so I decided to try and do it over the phone. And I rang up and spoke to one of their team who informed me that the £1,000 balance had been lost and the card had been deactivated and I had lost my balance. The reason being that the expiry date was actually 18 months from the date of issue. I explained to her that this was incorrect, as the T's and C's quite clearly on the back of the card said it was from the date of first transaction. And as I had never made a transaction, the expiry period could not have yet started. And also I said that in 2017 I'd spoken to one of their team who'd also confirmed this. She then emailed me a link to their new terms and conditions, which are on their website. And yes, it does have completely different terms and conditions now. The terms and conditions now say that gift cards and e-cards are only valid for a period of 18 months from the date of issuance.
Well, James certainly felt that he'd been given misleading information. Just as an aside and as a bit of advice, and I speak as someone who has made this mistake myself, if ever you are given a gift card or voucher, make sure you look up and find out how long you've got to use that voucher or that card, and make sure you've got something in writing that confirms your belief as to how long you've got to use the card. We've all done it. You get given a card, you put it in a drawer, you think, oh, that would be nice. Next time I go to that shop, I'll use that card. And then you forget about it. And when you find it, you think, oh, good, I've still got some money on that. You go to the shop and you've left it too long. It's expired. So always make sure that you check to see the date that you must use a voucher or card by. Now, regarding James's case, obviously he felt that it was just he'd been given conflicting information, and that was very unfair and left him in a position where his employer, in good faith, had put £1,000 on that card, and the money had never been used, but the company seemed to have just swallowed it up in their profits. Well, that's exactly the argument I went to put to them on James's behalf. He's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, James.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you? I'm
very well indeed, thank you, James. I went off to speak to the company, explained the situation, and they came back with this response. Mr. Vernon Smith, thank you for contacting us. I've taken time to read through the complaint and the details of James's card. I have discussed this with our managing director, who was very unhappy with as far as this has got, as it should never have got to this stage. He has advised that James's card should have immediately been reinstated, no questions asked. We are not a travel company that wants to allow customers not to be able to use their travel cards, and on this occasion there has been a communication breakdown as to how we deal with expired cards. I have called James this afternoon and offered him my sincere apologies. His card will be reinstated in full on Monday morning, and I will call him on Monday when this has been done. I would like to thank you for bringing this to my attention and assure you the way we process expiring cards will be communicated across the company on Monday. So that was the end of last week that I received that response. I'm very much hoping, James, you did indeed hear from them and you're now a much happier man.
Yes, absolutely. On Friday, the customer relationship manager called me, expressing her apologies, and said that the issue had gone all the way to the director level and they were extremely embarrassed and sorry that it got to that stage. And she then reassured me that on Monday morning my card would be reactivated, and she called me in person to let me know that this had been done. And sure enough, bright and early Monday morning, she called me immediately, and my card has been reinstated and my balance is on it. I went onto the balance checker and it's there online, and I also have in writing that I now have 18 months from Monday to use the balance.
So you've still got another 18... I can't believe it. So they're giving you another 18 months?
Yeah, absolutely. When they rang me up to say that the balance was going back on it, I did ask how long would I have. They hadn't actually considered how long I would have the balance for. So I suggested 18 months since I'd already booked my holiday for next year. And yeah, luckily they agreed. And so I've got 18 months from this week. So yeah, all round very, very happy with the result. I did slightly laugh in that the lady did say that it shouldn't have got this stage, and I needn't have contacted the BBC because I would have been reimbursed anyway. But I did then ask how that would have happened, as I had exhausted all possibilities. But yeah, in no doubt, this is all down to your show that I've got my money back, and I'm extremely happy.
Good. Okay. Well, I'm very pleased that you've got it back as well. For goodness sake. Don't leave it till the last minute, will you? You know, as soon as you can next year or whatever, and as soon as you're in a position to book another holiday, get it booked and get that money taken off the card, because the last thing you want is to accidentally forget to book another one in the next 18 months.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually looking online this morning just to see what was going to tempt me. So, and then my wife and I are going to book as soon as possible, just so we've got it all secure and we're happy. But the relationship manager she has given me a personal number, and if I've ever got any issues, I can call her direct. But overall, I'm very, very pleased.
Brilliant.
So, thank you to your show for doing this.
It's an absolute pleasure.
And also a big thank you to my mother-in-law, Mandy, who was she's a big fan of yours. And when I said that this happened, she immediately said the only person that can sort this out would be the JVS.
Hello, Karen.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
My daughter and I arranged to meet locally to go shopping on Saturday. We arrived in separate cars, and I managed to get a parking space in a parking bay for 2 hours. But Charlie, my daughter, didn't manage to get a space, so she went to a private car park. It was a pay by phone, and it had got the location code there. So she wanted an hour and a half, and it would only give her 2 hours. So she paid £1.50 for 2 hours, and we went shopping. We came back just after about an hour later, and she'd got a parking notice on her car saying that she hadn't got any permit to park there. Obviously,
I was going to say, I mean, when you mentioned she'd gone off to use a private car park, I mean, was it open to the public as well?
Yes, it was open to public, so I'd just chose a council car parking space, which gave me 2 hours, but there was no spaces, so she just found another car park, and it said pay online or over the phone, and so she'd paid for 2 hours parking in the car park.
Right, okay.
She got back, and there was a ticket saying that she had a £90 fine, which would be reduced to £45 if she paid within 14 days. But she was still covered by the parking ticket because she'd paid for it online. She checked online, she phoned it up, and it said, yes, it confirmed that she'd still got over an hour left, and it wasn't due to run out until 14:06. And
had she had to put her number plate in?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I think she possibly did. Yes.
Yeah, I would imagine she would have done if it was a pay over the phone method of parking. And are you sure she put the correct number plate in?
Yes, the correct number plate was in, and the only thing that was different when she actually went onto the parking charge website to look at her fine, it was the location code. The location code stated a different code to what the signage did in the car park. So she entered the location code on the signage because she was parked right in front of the sign. So she entered that location code. But on the parking charge notice, it's a different location code. She tried to ring them, and it was just unobtainable. She tried to email an appeal, and it bounced back saying that this is not available permanently. But she still had time on it. So she took lots of photos, and they all tally with the parking charge notice photos, like the surroundings and the car next to her. But the only thing that's different is the location code on the signage in the car park.
So has she... Sorry, just so I make sure that you've definitely got enough evidence to support your claim. Have you got a photograph showing the location code on the sign near where your daughter parked her car?
Yes.
Is the one that she had entered when she tried to pay?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
And you've got that.
Okay, fine. Well, it sounds to me as if everything you've told me is correct, it sounds to me as if the private parking company have not got a very strong case for pursuing your daughter.
Well, that's what I'm hoping. But, I mean, I left her in the car park and I came back and emailed you. She was still sitting in the car park taking photos when I emailed you.
And what has she got to show that she did indeed pay for the parking? Has she got a text message or an email? Or
She's got a text message.
She's got text, okay,
Yeah.
fine. Okay, well, let me be frank with you. We have a nightmare dealing with private parking companies very often. It depends which one, but many of the private parking companies, they couldn't give a tuppenny, to be honest with you. And when we try and speak to them, they don't respond because they don't really care. They don't really care if they get named. Some are better than others, and it will all depend on which private parking company this was that has punished you. I mean, if we get to a stage where they're just not responding, then of course you'll need to make a judgment call as to whether or not your daughter says, well, okay, take me to court then. The only way a private parking companies don't have any enforcement power. The only way they can pursue your daughter would be through the small claims court.
Right, okay.
And they would, if it goes to the small claims court, obviously your daughter then has an opportunity to put up a defence. And if you've got the evidence that you've told me you've got, then that puts your daughter in a strong position to be able to argue that she legitimately did pay on that day for her car to be in that car park, and that the reason the company is pursuing her is because they have made a mistake with the location code of the car park where they believe her car had been left, at which point their case falls apart and your daughter wins. So let's see whether we get to that stage or whether we can try and resolve it before it goes to court. Tara, can I please pass Karen back to you, and can we get some detail and try and have a word with them?
Yeah, absolutely. I shall get on this as soon as the programme's finished.
Tara has only been working on the consumer part of this programme for a little while, but I even in you then, an optimistic, positive person, I noticed a level of weariness.
I am never weary.
Well, I am when it comes to private
weary.
Parking companies, because they can be an absolute blooming nightmare. Let's see what we can do. Karen, I'm going to pass you back to Tara now.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Hang on there, please. It's the JVS show. Before I go for today, and I've been doing a lot of work on this case towards the end of last week, just before I went for the weekend. It was all to do with Michael. I'm sure you'll remember his call. He was telling me that he'd moved into a 3-bedroom rented house in January of 2018. He was paying £1,500 a month in rent. He signed up to a 12-month tenancy agreement, but is now on a month-by-month rolling contract. But he said, I've had loads of problems with this property since moving in, but we live hand-to-mouth and we just can't afford to move. The biggest problem that Michael and his family were facing at the end of last week was that there had been a gas leak in the property, and it would appear this gas had been leaking for months. The National Grid had been out to assess what was going on. They confirmed there was a gas leak, and as a result, they cut the gas supply off to Michael's property. So Michael was, of course, expecting the landlord and the managing agents for this property to get things sorted, but they hadn't.
My wife, in this time, since August, she went to the doctor because she's had this migraine, a headache, non-stop for over a month, and we thought it was down to her anxiety. But as soon as they turned the gas off, she suddenly started taking up and felt better.
So what was that, carbon monoxide poisoning?
This is what the doctor's suggesting it could have been down to. However, me and my wife and the 2 children have been here in this house for a week with no hot water, no cooking facilities, and no heating for a whole week now. I used to talk to the landlord directly, but he's just not replying to my messages or calls. So I've been going through to the agency, which originally told me it's not the smell of a gas leak, it's the smell of a dirty house. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'm ex-Grenadier Guards. My wife's ex-military as well. We're very clean people.
Well, I was absolutely appalled that Michael and his family have been left in this position, so I did spend a great deal of time on Friday trying to get things tied up for him nicely before I went for the weekend. Michael's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Michael.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, first off, I had a conversation with your landlord. I'll be honest with you, Michael, he and I didn't get on very well.
He has that effect on a lot of people.
Yeah. We didn't get on very well at all. Rather than being hugely apologetic for the fact that his tenant, that he takes a great deal of money in rent from every month, is living in a property with a gas leak, he immediately went on the attack and suggested that it was outrageous that I had made contact with him. I had no right to have his telephone number. He started talking about GDPR, etc. I said, look, never mind GDPR. You've got a tenant in your property with a gas leak. What are you doing to sort it out? He said, well, I rent my property out through a managing agent. They're the ones that should get this sorted, not me. So the conversation didn't go brilliantly. I'll level with you. I went off to have a word with the managing agents. They are Brown and Merry.
That's
and
right.
I've got a response. A spokesperson for Brown and Merry has said, firstly, we would like to apologise for the difficulties that Michael has faced in relation to his property and the inconvenience this has caused. We act on behalf of the landlord and immediately liaised with them when the issue was first reported to us on the 18th of October to resolve this. Our contractor attended the property on the 21st of October. Parts were ordered and a revisit is booked for tomorrow morning, that was the 26th at the time of this email coming in, to proceed with the fix needed now that the new pipework required has been received. We agree that this is very unfortunate that the tenant has been without adequate heating, hot water and cooking facilities this week, but we trust this matter will be resolved to their satisfaction soon. Well, I was pleased to receive that email before the weekend, and I went off hoping very much that indeed everything would be done to get things resolved. When I came in on Monday, I was very pleased to see a further response from Brown and Merry. They said, further to the below, and in the case you're planning to run a story on, we thought you would appreciate knowing the gasworks were completed successfully on Saturday. The tenant has had his gas supply switched back on, and all is working satisfactorily. So I presume, Michael, you're a much happier bunny, are you?
Yeah, definitely. They basically, as soon as I spoke to you, they sent their engineer out the very next day. I had a knock on the door at 9 o'clock in the morning with 2 engineers with gas safety certificates, and they were in and out within 4 hours. And we've got heating now. I've never seen them react so quick.
Well, I'm very pleased. I went to the managing director of Brown and Merry on Friday afternoon, and I copied him in on all the correspondence. And to their credit, they were very quick to respond on Friday. So, I'm pleased that they've got things sorted. Regarding your landlord, well,
we have ongoing issues with other faults still ongoing with that. It's just hopefully they've been given a boost now to get the other jobs done.
Well, I would absolutely urge you, if you still have issues with the property, what I would advise you to do, are you good at writing emails?
I am, yeah.
Okay. So if you write to whichever contact you have at Brown and Merry,
yeah,
itemise the issues that you have with the property and give some kind of time frame in the email as to how long you've been waiting for all of those things to be resolved. Copy me in on the email as well. If you copy jvsshow@bbc.co.uk in,
okay,
and ask them to resolve those issues as well, and hopefully that will apply the pressure that is necessary for them to get things sorted. And if they don't, I think, Michael, you do need to start looking around. There are loads of really great landlords and landladies who take their responsibility really seriously, and unfortunately there are some that don't. I'm not going to comment on your particular landlord other than to say he and I did not really take to one another. I'm going to thank Brown and Mary for getting things sorted. I will give them the horn. If you have any other problems, well, please let earlier than I'd be speaking to someone called Corbyn on the programme. Not Jeremy Corbyn, a different Corbyn. I gather Corbyn's actually a man, not a woman. Good morning to you, Corbyn.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I'm so sorry for getting your gender wrong this morning. So you're a Corbyn, but you're not Jeremy Corbyn.
No, I'm not, no.
But I gather you've got a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right, my girlfriend's mum bought me a coat for my birthday, and she originally ordered it in black, but then they said it was out of stock. So after she paid for it, she went and got to collect the coat, but obviously it wasn't in. And they said, we have this one instead. And it was in khaki, so she took that one. But the receipt still says it's black.
Right, hang on a second, sorry, because I'm getting a bit lost with this. So your girlfriend's mum ordered a new coat for you?
Yeah, it's my birthday.
Ah, right, okay. And the coat that she ordered, when was this?
This was the 10th of February.
10th of Feb this year?
Yeah.
Okay, and what colour coat was it supposed to be?
It's like a raincoat sort of thing, like a puffy jacket.
A puppy jacket?
A puffy.
Oh, puffy, like a puffer jacket.
Yeah.
Right, so a raincoat puffer jacket. Right. And what's the problem with it?
I've worn it about 3 times. And once I wore it in the rain. And then I left it obviously dry overnight and it stained the coat.
Right, hang on. So, how much do you know how much your girlfriend's mum paid for this coat?
£276.49.
Oh, blimey! Right, okay. So it's an expensive old coat. She must like you, your girlfriend's mum.
I'd hope so.
Yeah, she obviously thinks you're a keeper.
Yes.
Right, okay. So when you wore it the first time in the rain and then you hung it up to dry, the rainwater stained the coat.
Yeah, it stained the coat, yeah.
That's a bit weird. What colour is it in the end? Did you say it's a khaki colour?
Yeah, it's khaki, yeah.
Okay.
And then we took it in the shop and we told them, and then they said, we'll get back to you, because the woman just left who deals with stuff like that. And then about 5 days later, they got back to us, and they were saying they've stocked the coat since July 2017, and they've had no other problems with any other coat. And it should have became more evidence within the 8 months of buying it, but it couldn't have because I only wore it once in the rain.
Right.
And
when you say it's stained the coat, do you mean it's left a kind of watermark on it?
Yeah, it's left watermarks all over it, little dots of watermarks.
Right. And have you tried washing it to see if that then removes those marks?
No, not really, but I don't think you should have to wash it every time you wear it in the rain, do you know what I mean?
No, absolutely. I'm only wondering if there was some kind of residue on the coat that means when it then gets wet, it creates this kind of funny marks. So they said to you they hadn't had anyone else complain, so as far as they were concerned, they weren't prepared to do anything about it.
No. I have a Gillette in the same material as well, and that doesn't stain.
You have a what?
A Gillette.
Oh, right. Yes.
In the exact same material, and that doesn't stain in the red.
Okay, what colour's that?
That's black.
Right. Well, maybe it's just more difficult to see it.
Yeah, true, yeah.
And have you gone online to have a look to see if anyone else has had a problem with these coats?
No, I haven't looked now.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's a very expensive coat, so you certainly would hope that it would not, this coat would not have a defect with it that means every time you wear it in the rain, it then looks dreadful afterwards. There's a part of me that does wonder whether it's worth washing it. Can the coat be washed properly in the washing machine?
It says it can be washed, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Tar is a bit of an expert on material.
Well, elements of it.
Would you wash it?
Well, I'd wonder what the stains were, actually, because rain obviously shouldn't leave something stained.
No.
Are they less likely to help you if you have washed it? Well, I don't think that matters, really. It might be worth giving it a wash. But then, is it actually sold as being shower-proof, let's call it that?
I'm not sure. It doesn't say that it's not.
But surely a coat, I mean,
it's there for all weathers.
Exactly, it would start to stray into the realms of not fit for purpose if it can't get any rain on it. I mean, surely any coat should be able to withstand a level of moisture in the air, because the whole point is it's an outer garment, isn't it, that will be exposed to the elements.
Was it only rain that it was exposed to? Could there have been anything else?
Only rain. No, just rain.
And you mentioned the fact that when you first ordered the coat, or your mother-in-law ordered the coat, potential mother-in-law, that it was black, but when she went in to pick it up, it was khaki. So is there an issue with the receipt as well that you've got?
Yeah, the receipt still says black, but the black one wasn't in stock, so they give us the khaki one instead.
But have they made an issue of that?
No, they haven't said nothing about that.
Okay. All right, well, I tell you what I think we'll do. Let's go and have a word with the company. And I think what we do, Tara, is we put this issue and we say, why do you believe this coat will have got these marks all over it after being exposed to rain? If they say, well, we would advise the coat be washed, then fine, I would say, well, let's go ahead, try wash the coat, and then wear it again in the rain. But if the same marks come back a second time, then surely this is a coat that is not fit for purpose. Because if every time you wear it out in the rain it looks absolutely horrible, I mean, there's no point to wearing it, is there? This is a rainy country. Who in their right mind buys a coat that can't be worn in the rain?
And Corbin, when you wash it, just make sure you follow the instructions to the letter that are on the garment.
Quite. But let's go and have a word with them first, because it may well be that they will say, oh, let's just change it now. You don't need to get into the whole realms of washing it, but let's go and put this to them and see what they have to say. It's a very expensive coat. It should be very good quality. It should be very much fit for purpose for that kind of price. And who wants to wear a coat that any time it gets any rain on it starts to look absolutely dreadful? Not me.
I know,
Okay, leave this with us. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now. We'll get some detail.
Okay, thank you.
Three Counties Radio. Now, Carol came to me. She was telling me she saw an advert online. I think it was on Facebook. She saw this advert. It popped up, and it was for a trial of some face serum and eye serum. She thought all she had to do was pay for the postage and she'd get this free trial. So she went ahead, she put her credit card details in, and she waited for the samples to arrive. However, when the package arrived, it was for full-sized products, and worse still, she's been charged for them.
When it came, I thought there would be some more promotional stuff with it, to actually purchase it after the sample, but there wasn't, and I thought, oh, perhaps they'll forward me a letter later on. Didn't think any more of it until I got my credit card statement. £139. I rang the credit card company.
Yeah.
And was politely told, well, you don't get anything for nothing nowadays. I thought, yes, right. And according to them, I had signed up for a 15-day trial. And if I didn't like it, I could send it back with no cost. I didn't see that anywhere on the advert, because if I had to have sent it back, I couldn't be doing with that. I wouldn't have bothered.
Well, this was frankly a massive mistake, and I would advise anybody listening to the programme, do not respond to these adverts that pop up on the likes of Facebook suggesting that you can get a free trial of face cream or slimming tablets or whatever it may be. These things are largely designed to get your credit card details from you, and you will then find that often large amounts of money are taken from your card, and you'll find yourself in a right pickle trying to argue that in fact you had not signed yourself up to some kind of deal that they were offering, the small print of which normally makes it quite clear, if you read all the way through it, that by giving your credit card details, unless you cancel the whole thing, which is very often a complicated procedure, you're automatically enrolled in receiving the products for an ongoing basis. And I was a bit worried when Carol appeared on the programme last time. I was a little bit worried that what she was going to tell me was that she keeps on receiving more of these products because that's normally the way it works. Carol's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Carol.
Good morning.
So how much had you had taken from your card for this one particular package?
£139 all but tuppence.
£139. And your credit card company said, well, nothing really we can do because you've signed yourself up to this.
Yes, but they did say they would stop any future ones going through.
Which is good, which is lucky. Now, I understand from my team, since we last spoke, things have got a whole lot worse for you. What's gone on?
Well, on Saturday, the trial pack turned up. And it actually has a dispatch note, and it does say trial start. So the previous one wasn't the trial start anyway. They'd preempted the trial start.
Yes. I have looked into this, and I don't know, did you do any investigation into the company that you were purchasing from?
No.
No. If you had done, if you'd gone on, for example, their Facebook page, you would see an entire string of people saying, do not respond to this, it's a scam. Because everybody who seems to be responding on this particular company's Facebook page is making it very clear they're very unhappy with the situation they find themselves in a very similar situation to you, finding an awful lot of money taken from their card for stuff they didn't really want in the first place. The company concerned is called Dermacourt. Dermacourt Face Cream and Eye Serum. They appear to be, I found them based in several different places. America, I think the European hub of this Dermacourt seems to be in Cyprus. And indeed, I think the address, which is a P.O. box number for the address for this product, is based in Cyprus, isn't it?
Yes, in Larnaca.
I've tried to contact them, and they have not responded at all. And I'm not necessarily surprised that they haven't responded, because responding to this kind of thing is not something that they would be particularly interested in, I would imagine. Because the whole way that this kind of company works is that they put out these adverts on Facebook. Normally there will be terms and conditions if people actually make the effort to read them that will make it clear that you're getting involved in an ongoing process where you will be sent this product and you will then have money taken from your card. Obviously, what's a little bit concerning for me, Carol, is because I can't find the terms and conditions that you've actually signed yourself up to, I'm a bit worried in terms of what you've actually agreed to. And the fact
so am I now.
Yeah, and I'm a bit worried about whether, okay, your credit card company says they're not going to make any more payments to this company, but are you going to find yourself in the position where they are now threatening to take legal action against you because you're not paying for the products that you've signed yourself up to receive?
That I don't know.
I think it's probably unlikely. I would imagine, and I can't give you a guarantee of this, but I would imagine that this company, they operate on the basis that people will sign themselves up thinking they're getting a free trial, hand over their credit card details. The company managed to get a great big whack of money for the first load of stuff that you then receive, at which point everybody then cancels their credit card, at which point the company has already made a whole load of money from you for the stuff that they have sent you, and they then move on to the next person and they don't bother to pursue you. I would hope that that's the case, but I can't guarantee that.
Well, the thing is, now I've got this trial start pack. Nowhere on it does it say return within 15 days if you're not happy with it. So I'm now wondering if I should actually bother to return it.
I can't answer that question. I have no idea who these people are. I can't speak to them. The address for them is a P.O. box number, so it's very difficult to work out, who they actually are. If you go onto their website, you know, on their website, it's very difficult to find a head office or to find out who is behind them. They just seem to be called Dermacourt Advanced Skincare.
Well, the thing is, with the dispatch notes that I've now got, it gives a different name of a company, and it's based in London.
Well, OK, I'd be very interested to get that detail, and I will certainly see if I can trace them.
Well, your researcher should have it, because I gave it to her the other day.
OK, fine. Well, I haven't got that yet, but I will make sure that I do get that information, and I can certainly try and find out if this London address is actually anything relevant, or whether that is simply a kind of distribution hub in London where the products are then either sent out from or returned to. But it still doesn't mean that I'm necessarily going to be able to track someone down in London. And I you know, please, please, please do not respond to adverts like this. Free trials of stuff from a company you've never heard of on Facebook should, or on any website, on any internet platform, should be something that you avoid, not something that you say, oh, that looks good, I'll sign myself up for that. You know, had you ever heard of Dermacourt before?
It didn't say it was called Dermacourt.
What did it say it was?
I've got to be careful not to name a company.
Yes, please.
It was a very well-known TV show that was promoting it.
Right. A TV show was promoting this skincare product?
Yes.
Right. Have you got a copy of the advert?
No.
That's all gone. Look, I think all I would say to you is, let's hope that you're going to get away with this with just 130 odd quid being taken from your card. Let's hope they don't come after you any further. What I'll do is I'm going to pass you back to my team again. I'll make sure that I have got the address in London, because I'm not aware of that address yet. Okay. So let me pass you back to my team. If you can just share that with them, I will see if I can track them down in London. I think it's unlikely. But if I can get to speak to anyone, I will obviously be very keen to invite them on the programme to explain why they operate in this way, and why when you thought you were just getting a free trial of something, you've ended up with full-size bottles of the stuff. I mean, do you even know anything about the product? Do you know what's in it?
Well, it does give you a list of stuff that's on it.
Yes, but I mean, had you ever heard of Dermacourt before?
Not until now, no.
No, well, neither have I. And I wouldn't go putting stuff on my skin that I was unaware of, you know, from a company that I can't trace, because I don't really know what's in it. So, you know, I would be a little cautious at this stage from using it. Let me see what I can find out with this London address. If we can take it any further, then obviously we will. But just a word of warning for everybody else listening to the programme. If you see that Marion is not happy with one of her doors, there seems to be a problem with the glass.
In 2014, I bought a new front door. The top half of the door has a glass panel, and I began to notice dark circles appearing on the glass. This was when the sun had really shone on the glass and that. I phoned the company, an engineer came out, and he said he could find no fault. Well, it wasn't sunny, that's why he could find no fault, and it looks all right. I sent them the photo as requested, and then they come up with something I didn't realise. Only the glass has a 5-year guarantee, but the door has a 10-year guarantee.
Well, Marion's obviously very unhappy about this. She did not spend £865 on a new front door to find it in need of pretty significant repair just 5 years later. And that's exactly the argument I have been putting to the company on her behalf. She's back on the JVS show now. Morning, Marion.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, as we discussed yesterday on the programme, you are, of course, covered by the Sale of Goods Act that would have been in existence when you purchased the door. The Sale of Goods Act subsequently became the Consumer Rights Act in 2015. But the Sale of Goods Act, rather like the Consumer Rights Act, means that any product you purchase must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. And under the Sale of Goods Act, you, of course, if something doesn't last for a reasonable amount of time, are able to argue that it is clearly, therefore, not of reasonable quality, and under the law, you would like the retailer to do something to assist you. The one thing that you do have to bear in mind, though, is that it is perfectly reasonable for a retailer to take into account, whilst also abiding by the law, to take into account the use that you have had from the product. So, for example, if they were able to repair the product and there was going to be a cost incurred for repairing the product, it would be perfectly reasonable for them to ask you to make a contribution towards the cost of that repair. Now, I was quite frank with you in terms of what you were entitled to and what you were not entitled to yesterday. I've been off to have a word with the man who runs the company. Now, let me just try and kind of recap how things went. First of all, he said it wasn't 2014 that you bought this door, it was 2013. He said you signed the contract on the 11th of July 2013, and they installed it... Sorry?
I don't think so.
Well, he got the paperwork up in front of him, and he said, yeah, the contract date was 11th of July 2013. He said, we installed the door in December of 2013.
I didn't pay for it until January 14. That's when I paid the cheque. Anyway, carry on.
Okay. Was it done in terms of, did you have to pay it afterwards? They sent you an invoice and that was the way it was done?
To be honest with you, I don't remember.
It was a long time ago. And that was kind of his view as well. He said, this was a long time ago. He said, I've got to go back through a lot of old paperwork to find this door. We did install it a number of years ago. He kept talking about 6 years ago. He said, the problem for us, he said, we've purchased this glass from an external supplier. It's not, we do make glass ourselves that go indoors, but Marion selected a particular type of glass, quite an ornate type of glass, and we therefore sourced that from a third-party company. And he said, we, as a supplier to Marion, we will not be able to recover any money from that product because we will be told by the supplier that gave us the glass that they only covered it for 5 years and it's now beyond 5 years. So any kind of repair or any replacement will be fully chargeable to us as the supplier to Marion. So I then made the argument. I said, well, look, you can see it from Marion's perspective. She's not very happy with it. She'd expected the door to last for, a minimum of 10 years.
Yes, minimum.
And therefore she's really unhappy at the prospect of having to pay for the replacement glass. And he said, well, it was very clear at the point of purchase. It's all there in the paperwork that the structure of the door is covered for 10 years. The glass panel is covered for 5 years.
Jonathan, the writing is minute. Nobody all right, perhaps I should have read it before signing, but nobody pointed out length of guarantee or anything.
Well, he said that it's in the paperwork. It shows that the glass is only guaranteed for 5 years. He said, therefore, it could be argued that when you're buying this door, you are already of the understanding that the glass on the door might only last for 5 years. And I said, well, I wouldn't be very happy if I'd spent all this money on a new front door and just a matter of years later I've now got to start having, new glazing panels installed in it. I wouldn't be very happy either. So he said, okay, he said, can you just leave it with me? He said, let me go and have a word with the supplier. Let me find out what we can or cannot offer, and I'll come back to you. So he was good to his word. He phoned me back about 10 minutes later. He said, right. He said, the new glazing panel and cassette that we would need to install, it will cost us £400 to buy from our supplier. He said, but what I'm prepared to do, he said, I am prepared to go halves with Marion. So if she is willing to contribute £200, we'll put in the other £200, and that will include the VAT and the fitting for replacing the glass in the door with exactly the same as she's got now. Alternatively, he said, if you were prepared to go for a different type of glass, maybe a slightly more simple form of glass, then if it's something that they as a company can manufacture, they would be able to reduce the total cost of that by £100, which would mean a further £50 coming off for you, which would be £150 extra for replacing the glass. So I said, well, let me go and put that to Marion. Let's see how she wants to proceed, and I'll come back to you. So that's how I left things with him yesterday. What's your reaction to that offer, Marion?
I still don't think it's good. I paid a lot of money. I spent a long time choosing that particular pattern of glass. The glass is faulty. It must have been faulty when it was installed. And I don't see why they can't just replace it.
Well, he argues that in the manufacturing process of double-glazed units, sometimes the seal around the outside, over time, can perish. And then a bit of air gets in, and once you've got air in there, that's when you then start getting this kind of discoloration between the two panels.
Well, they don't tell you that when they sell you the door, do they? Okay.
Well, look, I mean, Marion...
Can I think about it?
Yes, of course you can. You can have a think about it all over the weekend if you wish. Let me just, before I say goodbye to you, let me just run you through the options.
5 years isn't long for a door.
No.
Thank you.
No, it's not. I wouldn't be very happy either if I'd only had 5 years out of it. But,
thank you.
But let's just look at the options. So option number one is obviously you can accept his deal and go halves with him on the replacement glass. Mm. And if you wanted exactly the same kind of glass, it will be another £200. Option number two is that you say, no, I'm not happy with that offer. I don't think it's reasonable. And what I'm going to do is I'll give you the opportunity to replace the glass for me. I think it would still be advisable, Marion, to offer to pay something towards it.
Yes.
So you don't make yourself look unreasonable. But I think what I would be inclined to say is I'm not prepared to accept that offer. You now leave me with no alternative. But unless you are prepared to replace the glass at significantly less cost to me, then I will be left with no alternative but to get an alternative window and door company to come and install a new glazing panel and cassette in that door, and I will take you to the small claims court for reasonable reimbursement of my costs. The only thing I would say to you is that it's not clear-cut as to whether you would win that. It could go either way. Depending on the day, depending on the judge, depending on whether the judge on that particular day thinks, well, although the door is guaranteed for 10 years, so therefore the suggestion is that the door will last for 10 years. It was in the paperwork that the glass is only covered for 5 years, which could be interpreted that you can only really expect 5 years use from that glass.
Well, and that's where I'm stuck, isn't it?
That is exactly where you're stuck. And only you really can make the judgment call as to how you want to proceed with it. What's your gut feeling? I mean, I won't hold you to this. You can have the weekend to think about it. But what's your gut feeling on it? You don't know, do you?
No, I don't. Because even if they came with another piece of glass, and it took me such a long time to choose it, they've still got to take all the door apart to install it.
No, apparently they just simply, he said, we just click off from the inside of the door, the panels on the inside of the door, the glazing panel pops out, put the new one in, and then, you put the clips back on again.
No, I don't think it does. It's got resin round it.
It's got
resin? I don't see that pops out at all. Like what you put round your bathroom sink.
Oh, like a silicone?
Yes.
Right.
No, I tried, and I had to try but I'm just going to stay with it.
What do you mean?
Got.
What, you're just going to put up with what you've got?
Yes.
What,
I don't want this door all taken apart.
So you don't want to have the glass replaced at all? You're just going to put up with the...
No, not if I've got to pay. No. I've paid enough.
Right.
I'm at the stage now with any money I spend is not going to be replaced. It comes out of my savings. I'm not going to put any more money towards the door, towards them.
Right.
Sorry, Jonathan.
So you're just going to have to put up with a discoloured door that doesn't look so good anymore. What a shame.
Well, it is a shame, yes, but in order to get round it, I've either got to go to small claims or I've got to offer them more money. There's no way I'm giving them more money.
Okay. All right. Well, look, Marion, I'll tell you what. I won't hold you to that. Have a think about it over the weekend.
Okay.
I will just let the guy at the company that I've been dealing with, I'll let him know your kind of gut feeling on this. And I'll catch up with you again at the beginning of next week, okay?
And I do appreciate all your help and everything.
That's fine. It's frustrating. I would love to be able to wave my magic wand and say, yeah, they'll replace it at no cost to you, but they're just not prepared to do so because they feel that you've had 6 years out of the door, and they think it's unfair that you.
That's acceptable, do they? For an £800 door, 6 years.
They do.
I would have expected 20 years.
They do.
Maybe I'm unrealistic.
They do. They did suggest that they felt 6 years was okay. I mean, yeah, ideally it'd be better if you got more.
Who expects the glass in a front door to last 6 years? Nobody.
It's difficult because I mean I've got double glazing in my house, and I've had to have some of the units replaced because they have blown after kind of 5 or 6 years. I mean, that has happened in my experience as well. So it's kind of difficult. I totally appreciate your frustration, Marion. And already, I mean, listen to this text comes in from Danny. I wouldn't be happy with the door only lasting 5 years.
Oh, bless him, tell him. That makes me feel better.
But you see, the other problem is, and just to be realistic about this, the door does last. The door is still okay. The door is not falling off its hinges. The door is still a door that shuts and keeps the elements out. The difference is that cosmetically, the glass doesn't look as good as it used to because it would appear there is some kind of leak in the double glazing unit. So it's
as
not.
As far as I'm concerned, they should just replace it. It's their fault. They sold it like it.
Have you just one other idea?
Yes.
I presume you have home and buildings insurance.
I do. Yes.
Have you got legal cover?
I'm not sure. I would have to look that one up.
Go and have a look. See if you have. Because if you have legal cover, the legal cover is designed to assist with disputes such as this, and it may well be that solicitors on behalf of your insurance company would be prepared to take this up on your behalf with the company. So it might be worth looking into that, because that could then potentially mean you don't face a cost. But
it is a warning to other people out there. If you've got the time to sit down and read through that tiny writing...
Oh, well, you should always do that. I mean, if you're spending £865 on something, you're about to spend a lot of money. Yes. And if you're given a contract, you should always take the time to read it and to make sure that you're happy with the terms of it. But even so, I mean, I suspect even so, if you'd known that the guarantee was only 5 years on the window... I would have probably thought, well, it'll probably last longer than that, though, won't it? Look, let's have the weekend to have a think about it. Let's recalibrate. You go and make a few phone calls. I'll call him again this afternoon and see if that's his final. Any company names, please?
So I'm about to put my property on the market, and I've had some work done and needed to have it decorated. And I sourced a number of quotes and found a company who were extremely highly recommended on one of the big name websites where you can find tradespeople. And their quote was a bit higher than other quotes that I'd had, but I trusted the reviews that were online, and so decided to go ahead with them. And they came in, and the guy who I arranged the work with, it turned out that he'd subcontracted it to other people. He wasn't there a lot of the time. And they weren't working full days. They I think most days they only did 3 or 4 hours a day, which I found really surprising. And the work they produced, there are lots of issues with the work.
So hang on one second. So were they going to be redecorating the whole property?
Most of it was pretty much everything apart from sort of kitchen units that had already been painted. There was quite a lot of new woodwork that had gone in and some staircases which needed stripping and painting and all the walls and ceilings.
Gosh, giving it the full once over then, ready for selling.
Yes, and the brief to the guy was I need to get the best finish possible because I have to achieve the highest price when the house goes on the market, so it needs to be a really good quality job.
Right. And what colour were you going for on the walls? I love a bit of colour.
So downstairs...
Hang on, sorry, Jessica. I've just been criticised by my colleague Tara, who's mouthing furiously, you just like beige.
Yeah, that's the only colour you have in your house.
That's a colour.
Well, it's one colour. You say you like colour.
Well, I don't know. I don't like bright colours. Although I will talk to you about the colour I'm considering doing my kitchen in just a second. That will shock you. Right, sorry, Jessica. What colour were you going for on the walls of your house?
It's just the same colour that's already on the walls. It's some kind of,
beige.
No, it's a kind of, off-white, grey thing, achingly middle class.
Beige, yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm a big lover of neutrals. Big lover. I like a bit of clunch.
Great.
So you were having... So you were going to have the whole place decorated in kind of neutral, creamy, beigey, clunchy colour.
It's definitely a grey. It's not a beige. I have to confess to being anti-beige. It's a grey.
Cornforth white.
I think it's called some kind of pottery something or other term. I can't remember the exact name.
Okay. So the decorators, when they gave you the quote, I presume that was a quote for the job. They didn't give you a per day quote.
Correct. It was for the job.
Okay. And how much was it going to be for the whole house to be done?
£1,850.
For the whole house?
It's a 3-bedroom semi. I thought
Okay.
that was quite a lot.
Oh. Well, I don't know. It depends. If you're having all ceilings done, all of the walls, all of the woodwork, doors, architrave, skirting boards, everything, windowsills. If you're having all of that done, I don't know.
The house is already painted, so the walls and the ceilings were just one coat over the top just to freshen it up.
Right.
And the kitchen units and things were already painted, so it was wall and ceilings and then quite a lot of woodwork. His quote was more expensive than other quotes I'd had, but he was available sooner and because of his good reviews online.
So obviously the guys who turned up were a bit frustrating because they kept coming and going and weren't there for very long. What's the problem that you've now got that you need my help with?
So the work they've done is extremely poor quality. There are lots of paint spatters all over the floor. There's oil-based paint in lots of places on my carpet. They didn't put dust sheets down a lot of the time. They haven't used masking tape in a lot of places. I've got lots of paint on door handles and door hooks and things. The lines aren't straight. They've kind of, where the grey paint meets the white paint, they've just kind of done it in a really sloppy fashion and there's overlap. I've got paint all over light fittings. It's astonishingly poor quality work. Where wood needed sanding down, it was already painted. They just haven't bothered doing that. They've just kind of painted over the top and, if anything, given it a really kind of cursory sound.
Right. Okay. So it doesn't sound like a professional job.
No, and they behaved diabolically when they were here. On 2 occasions, they left my house when I was out and left the front door wide open, not even shut, but wide open.
Right.
And they had keys to the property.
Right, okay, so you're very dissatisfied. I mean, I would imagine... Did you raise the issues as they were going? Did you say, I'm not very happy with this finish, I'm not very happy with your cutting in, I'm not very happy with the way you've done the woodwork? Did you kind of give them a critique as they went along?
I did, verbally and over text message as well.
And how did they respond?
They said, don't worry, it will all be sorted out at the end. It's just going to be snagging issues. And I kind of reconfirmed that the wood particularly finish, where they'd kind of filled things in, they hadn't sanded the filling down to give it a smooth finish. And they just repeatedly assured me that at the end of the job it would all be fine.
Right. So how much of the £1,850 were you due to pay on completion of the job?
All of it.
Okay, so I presume you've simply withheld that money and said, no, until you come back and get it sorted properly, I'm not paying you.
So no, I did. I mean, they have done quite a lot of work. It's a difficult situation, isn't it? Because the work they've done is poor quality, but I know they have been here working. So I paid them £1,250 and withheld £600. And when the guy was asking for the £600, I told him that I wasn't happy with the quality of work and I was going to hold that money back. And he told me that he'd finished the job. And then he threatened me over the phone. He said something like, "You're making a big mistake. You're going to come off worse than me. Watch what happens." And so then I subsequently reported him to the police.
Okay, so that's how things stand at the moment, yeah?
Yeah, so there's no way he's coming back into my property. I wouldn't feel safe.
Okay. So what do you want to do? I mean, you've obviously still got £600 held back.
Mm-hmm.
Could you get another decorator, a professional decorator, to put right the issues with the decorating job for that £600?
That's what I'm going to have to explore. I'm also going to have to get quotes to get the carpet professionally cleaned, and I imagine that's going to take a chunk of that money. And I know that decorators don't like kind of fixing up other people's work.
No, they don't. So what do you need my help with?
I'm not sure what help you can offer. Let me know.
Is the decorator off your back, or is he still pursuing you for the £600?
I haven't heard from him since Friday. On Friday, he called me 8 times and I didn't answer.
Okay, right. Well, the fact he called you 8 times on Friday means he's certainly not going to just let this go. So I think it's probably a good idea for me to go and have a word with him and to find out why he has, it would appear, done a bad job for that amount of money.
Yeah, he will say that he's done exemplary work to the highest standard and that he's extremely proud of it. But, I've got hundreds of photos showing the opposite.
Okay. Well, we need to go and have a little word. Tara,
hello.
Can I pass Jessica back? Can we get some detail? And I'll go and have a little chat with this decorator this afternoon and find out why the job has been done, it would appear, so sloppily.
Jessica, have you managed to send any photographs over to us of the work?
Not yet, but I can do. I've got more.
That'd be very useful. You can, please. Very useful. My entire house is a variant of cream/beige, as Tara has pointed out. But I don't know why, but I'm feeling like a change in my kitchen. I have got, if you just picture the scene, I have got white granite worktops, I've got beigey cream timber country-style units, white tiles, and I'm considering going for something very dark on the walls.
How dark?
Very dark. Very, very dark. You like it or not?
Clunch at night?
More than clunch. I'm talking downpipe.
Oh, we're a very deep matte grey.
Yes.
Okay.
Too much?
Wow. Yeah. I tell you what, test an entire wall and then ask me.
Yes, well, one thing is sure, though, Jessica, if I do it, I'm a perfectionist, so I will make sure that I do it properly, and my cutting in will be perfect.
The thing is, a cutting in, if you're using a really dark colour, then it is noticeable if you don't do a good job.
Yes.
The fact that Jessica can see problems with her cutting in, even though the differences between a white ceiling and...
But a professional decorator...
it shouldn't be an issue.
A professional decorator, they cut in ever so easily, don't they? I mean, they use the right brush, they go just along the top. They don't need to use masking tape or anything for cutting in. They do it, don't they? And it just looks great.
It must drive you slightly bandy looking at it.
Well, it would do. It would do if it's not very good. Right, Jessica, leave this with us. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, OK?
Thanks very much.
Hang on there, please. Thank you very much indeed. If you have a consumer problem, 08081 00 8800.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
And it would appear we're having a bit of a decorator-themed half hour on the programme because Ross came to me. He was telling me his wife went out to buy some coloured paint to redecorate their living room. It's an off-white with just a hint of green called sheepskin rug. Now, the important thing is, this particular type of paint needed to be mixed in the shop. So, that's what she asked to happen. The guy mixed the paint in the shop, gave her back the tub, she took it home, and that's where the problems occurred.
On the way home, she's gone out, put the tin of paint in the near side footwell, the passenger footwell.
Oh, no.
On the way home, she's gone round a corner, the tin's fallen over, the lid popped off, and paint's gone all over the inside of the car. When I got home from work, the car's on the front drive, wife's got all of the carpet, the carpet out of it. She's trying to clean up the paint, and I'm like, you're wasting your time. It's gone all in the speakers, it's gone all under the dashboard.
Oh, no.
So I've gone back to the shop and said to the guy, you know, I don't really think this paint tin is fit for purpose, really. I said, because the lid shouldn't come off that easy. And his attitude was, once you leave the premises, it's your responsibility to transport it home in a safe manner.
Well, you can imagine what an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare. The question, though, really, that we have been raising with this company is, if they had to mix the paint in the store, how can they be certain that whichever member of staff it was who did the mixing put the lid back on the tub properly? How can we be sure? Because apparently they didn't use any kind of tape or clips or anything to hold the lid down. How do we know that he didn't just kind of put the lid on but not press it down properly? And that's why it then spilt paint all over the place when Ross's wife went round this corner and the tub tipped over on one side. Well, Ross is back on the JVS show. Let's find out how things are going now. Good morning to you, Ross.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Good morning. Yes, I'm very well indeed, thank you. Now, I know Tara's been speaking to the company, and the company certainly seemed as if they were open to putting this in the hands of their public liability insurers. What's the latest, Tara, since we last spoke on this?
Their claim handlers are currently looking at this case, and they are reviewing it, and until then, the company involved in this, which is B&Q, they are unable to comment any further on this. But there is some news from Ross about this, because obviously he was very, very worried, and his wife was worried that the car would never be the same again. However, it went into the garage on Wednesday, and you now have it back, don't you, Ross?
I do have it back, and the wife phoned me up and she said, my goodness, she said it's like a brand new car.
Oh.
They've put everything right inside, valeted the car inside and out. It isn't one immaculate job.
Right. Yeah, but one immaculate expensive job. How much did it end up costing in total?
Oh, I haven't had the final invoice through. I've just spoke to them this morning. They're going to email that to me in the next day or so that I can then do what B&Q has asked, give them the receipt, the copy of the invoice and photographs of the damage, and then we go from there.
Roughly, what do you reckon?
Well, the initial estimate was 1,374 and a few pennies. Whether it's more than that, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I would hope not. If they've given you a price, I would hope that it's not going to be higher than that price. Because if it was going to be higher, they should really have let you know and just given you a bit of advice.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think hopefully it will be around that cost. I mean, that's still a very, very expensive trip to B&Q, isn't it?
It certainly is, Jonathan. I was thinking to myself when you was talking about your dark grey, I thought, just make sure the lid's on the paint when you transport it home.
I know. Well, it's almost to the extent that you need to get someone to take you to the shop.
So you hold it on your
So
knee.
you hold on to the tin or the tub of paint on the passenger seat so that it can't spill over, because even if you put it in the boot, I mean, there is the chance, unless you've got it properly secured in the boot, it could tip over to one side, couldn't it? And then you'd just have paint all over your boot instead.
Well, I'm just amazed at how easy the shop lady took the lid off. Literally, you know, put her finger underneath the lid and popped it off. And I'm just like, that's amazing how easy it comes off. And then when I got it home and I went to use the tin that they gave us in place of the one that went all over the car, I'm just like, well, how easy does this come off? And when I put my finger on, I thought, that's so easy to come off. And one of the other brands of paint, literally screwdrivers in the lid to try and pop it off.
Yes, although, as we discussed before, there is no guarantee, even with a tin of paint with a metal lid kind of banged down into it, there's no guarantee that if that tin kind of went over onto its side with some kind of force, the weight of the paint inside being, smacked against the lid might pop the lid off that as well. So I think the one thing we can certainly be sure of is, please, if you're going to buy paint, make sure that it is properly secured in the car on the way home, so you don't end up with this kind of very expensive repair job. So I think we just need to kind of see now what B&Q say and what their insurers say, and if they are prepared to cover that cost. And if not, then why not? Can you please keep us in the loop, Ross? And obviously if we hear anything back, we'll let you know as well.
Yep. As I say, as soon as I get this email from them, I'm going to then contact B&Q with the information they need, and then I'll wait to hear from them.
Okay, great.
And just as a little reminder, I did ask B&Q, and we did talk about this last week when you were on the programme, Ross, about whether or not, as you had raised the issue, their containers are suitable and fit for purpose. And they did say that all their Valspar paint containers meet industry standards accredited by ISO.
Okay, if they're put on properly.
Well, that was my thought. When they remove the lid to show you what colour it's been mixed into, is the lid put back on firm enough at that point?
Exactly. How do we know for sure that the lid was properly replaced when the last person to actually touch that lid was a member of B&Q staff rather than you or your wife?
Yeah.
Okay, he builds high-end gaming computers. He had a client that came to him and wanted a computer that required a special graphics card. Now, this graphics card was very expensive. It cost Roy £500. Well, he ordered one via an online payment system linked to his bank, thinking everything would be absolutely fine. The graphics card did not arrive when it was supposed to. So Roy got in touch with the company to advise them that he was about to go on holiday. And could they please hang on to it until his return if they hadn't sent it already? So he's very surprised to hear that actually the graphics card had been delivered while he was waiting to go away.
It turns out, and I've got email records of this from the courier company as well, that basically the courier had forged a name on the because it's a GPS signature thing.
Well, obviously Roy says that the retailer told him that they had delivered it, that there had been this forged signature, apparently, on the whatever information the courier has, on their little machine. And as far as Roy was concerned, he's been trying to get his money back from either the courier or the company that he'd ordered the graphics card from in the first place. But he wasn't able to get anything out of either of them. Well, I've been in touch, and hopefully things are looking up. Roy's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Roy.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning, Roy. Now, I went off to have a word, first of all, with the courier company, which is My Hermes. They came back and they said that they'd sent an email to you to apologise for the inconvenience and to provide you with the documentation that you needed in order to claim your refund from the seller. They also said, we have spoken to the courier involved to ensure this does not happen again. Well, I should think not. You can't have couriers going around, putting customers' signatures on the delivery equipment. I mean, that defeats the whole purpose of having a signed-for system, doesn't it?
Definitely.
Now, I know that you then sent over the documentation from My Hermes to eBay, because it was via an eBay seller that you'd purchased this graphics card. And although initially there was a suggestion that this should all be fairly straightforward when they'd received that paperwork, last time you and I spoke, you were a bit frustrated because it would appear there were cold feet in terms of whether they were prepared to give you the money back that you'd paid for this graphics card. I went off and gave the seller and indeed eBay a bit of a nudge on this, and I gather things have happened. What's the latest, Roy?
Yes, so I've now got my money back. So that last nudge definitely did the job.
Great. Full amount?
Full amount, fortunately. So I'm back to where I was, which is very good news. OK,
well, that's good. And I would just urge you again, I know you mentioned it's not necessarily easy getting hold of some of these parts, these high-end parts that go in these specialist computers. But I would just urge you to be very careful and to make sure that you buy from a trusted supplier that you will have a good relationship with, and most importantly, is going to use a safe way of transporting what could be very expensive items to your address, because you don't want this kind of thing happening again, do you?
Definitely not, no. Definitely bitten on this one, so I'm going to give it a miss in future when it comes to Higham Park, that's for sure.
Well, there we go. I will thank the companies all very much for organising everything that was necessary in order for you to get the refund. You've now got your money back. I will give them the horn. Roy, if you have any other problems, you know where we are.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Names, please.
Okay, I booked a hotel room through online, basically. Looked at the room, thought it was okay, thought it was fine, didn't have a problem with the price. Bearing in mind I was 133 miles away from home. Got into
Now, hang on a second. Very importantly, did you do your homework about the hotel? Did you look at review sites and get an idea as to whether this hotel was going to be a nice one to stay at?
Well, the thing is, I usually go to a regular hotel, but they was all booked up. And this one I looked at, it had 8.1 in reviews, and it had like 3 stars. And I thought, you know what, sometimes the star rating, I know when you're abroad, the star rating means nothing. It could mean that they've just got Wi-Fi. But particularly the room that was advertised wasn't what we got. The room that was online that we booked was lovely, but the room we went in was smelly, mouldy, and basically disgusting.
Yeah, but just to come back, did you do, because what I want to just make very clear to everyone listening, there are all kinds of websites out there that provide hotel bookings and B&B bookings. And of course, the websites that are selling these hotels and these B&Bs, they will make them look very nice. The photos on there will look very nice. But the best way of making sure you're going to be happy where you're going is just to do a bit of homework and to look around at various different sites to see what people are saying independently of the company you're going to book through, and to see if other people have had a nice stay at that hotel. Did you do any of that?
I did look at reviews, and there were some mixed reviews. Obviously, some people have said, oh, it wasn't worth the money, very, very basic. And other people, a lot of people put on there was a really nice hotel, great staff, great breakfast, great room, comfortable sleep. So bear in mind, it depends what people expect, doesn't it? What people get when they get there as well. It depends what experience they had to what review they write. So, and that night they had a function going on. They had kids running up and down the corridors as well, keeping customers awake, which I didn't think was very good either. But the fact is that the room that, even though you book a room and you read the reviews, it's a bit like you shouldn't really walk into a room if it's not advertised as that particular thing. If it was advertised as a downtrodden, smelly old room, I wouldn't have booked it. Do you know what I mean? And the reviews, as I say, were very mixed. A lot of people said great place. Other people said very basic.
All right, so let's just go through what was wrong with the room then. So you say you booked a specific room. Do you mean an individual room, or do you mean, for example, a double room or a king size room?
Actually, this room was called a star suite. It was a large double room.
A star suite.
Yes, it was called a star suite.
And it was a large double room?
Yeah, large double room. It had mouldy patches on the wall. The tiles in the wet room, which was the bathroom, was all yellow. It smelled smelly like urine and musty, and there was the window sills and the window frames were black of mould.
Okay,
and I don't think that was acceptable.
So I presume the first thing you did then was go straight back downstairs and say, I don't like that room.
They said to me, how was your staying? I said, absolutely disgusting. I said, the room is absolutely disgusting.
No. Hang on a minute. Hang on. When they showed you to the room, or when they gave you the key and you went to the room and you walk in and it's horrible, then I presume what you did was go straight back to reception and say, can I have a different room? That room is smelly and horrible.
I think when we walked out of the room, my husband said it was smelly, and he said, you're not going to like it. And I said, well, maybe it's just the cleaning product that they've used, giving them the benefit of the doubt, because I'm a cleaner myself. I do it for a job. And there's a product I use that smells very similar to what the smell was in that room, and it wasn't a very nice product.
But did you? What I'm trying to establish from you, Joanne, is did you go back to reception and give the hotel? Did you give them the opportunity to put you in a different room?
No, I didn't go straight back to the desk when we first got there. But when I said to them, I didn't actually think about it at the time, but it was when I tried to go back to the company and the booking company, and said, do you realise that what people are advertising on your website, that you're happily to take commission from is not what they are advertising. And that's when I started getting the problems with the booking company. And they said, well, blah, 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 you're not getting your money back, you're not getting a refund because you booked a Booking Basics and therefore it's none of our business. That's
well, I would have thought the bigger issue is the fact that you didn't give the hotel an opportunity to move you to a different room.
They did give an opportunity to give me a free breakfast.
Yeah, but when was that?
They said to me, the morning that we left, they turned around and they said, it wasn't a room that I was staying in all day long. It was just a room to sleep in.
Yeah, I understand. But Joanne, I've had situations where I've gone to stay in a hotel and I've turned up and I've opened the door to the room and I can smell stale cigarette smoke. So the first thing I do is I shut the door, I take my case back down to reception, I say, the room you've just given me stinks of cigarette smoke. I have not paid all this money to stay in a room that smells of cigarette smoke. Have you got another room, please?
Yeah,
and then they normally say, oh, yes, I'm terribly sorry about that. Let me give you a different room. And then I go to a different room and then it's fine. And then my stay is great. I wouldn't stay in the room that stunk of cigarette smoke and then complain after I'd left. I mean, I would try and resolve the problem while I was there.
I mean, I suppose I did overlook that because my husband, I'm one for complaining, to be fair, Jonathan, and my family and the people that I'm with usually run a mile when I start complaining because I'm quite outspoken and I will tell them. And my husband said, no, leave it, it'll be fine. So I left it and then I said, this really isn't good enough. Do you know what I mean? I mean, the fact of what we were promised and the fact of what we stayed in wasn't really good enough, but then maybe it is my fault. Maybe I should have complained when I got in there. I take that. I'll take that hand.
Well, I do think that the best way of resolving an issue is to make your concerns known to the staff and to the management. If you go back down and you say that room is mouldy, it smells of urine, it's disgusting, and they say, well, I'm sorry, but we haven't got any other rooms, you're going to have to stay in that room. Well, that's another matter. But for all I know, this hotel that you'd booked in, they may well have had a very nice alternative room that they would have put you in if you'd complained.
Well, I would have hoped to have thought that. Well, maybe it is my fault. I mean, I'm just thinking, what can I do?
I tell you what, let me find out what you're looking for now.
I was just, when I went back to the booking company, I was just quite cross that they were happy to advertise a room that wasn't what it was expected. Because hospitality is something you wish to receive what you would like to receive yourself, basically. And
have you got any photos showing the room?
Yeah, I've sent them to Hannah asked me to send them over by email. I put in there what I would have expected and what we did get. So,
do those photos look completely different in terms of the quality of the hotel to the photos on this particular booking company's website?
The outside is exactly the same, but the inside of the rooms of the pictures that I booked on were absolutely wonderful. The outside was identical to what was on the site, but the inside of the room was absolutely completely different.
Right. Okay. Well, I tell you what I'm prepared to do for you. I will go and speak to the booking company and I will ask them what they have done to amend their website so as not to mislead any other customers, because...
That would be great. That would be absolutely great, Jonathan, because when I spoke to them, they didn't even give me an email to send them the photographs of the evidence that I had. She wouldn't even let me do that. Yeah. So I think that's what made me more frustrated.
Yeah, but I would also, just as a word of warning for other people, and these things don't need to be awkward. They don't need to be awkward. I mean, I don't object to having awkward situations. In fact, I quite enjoy them. But I know lots of other people don't like having confrontation. It doesn't need to be confrontational. You can do it in a very nice way. You just go back to reception. You say, sorry, but that room it's a bit unclean and there's a horrible smell. Have you got another room, please? At which point... 99.9% of decent hotels will say, I'm terribly sorry about that. We will, of course, make sure we send our cleaning team to that room and give it a full blitz. In the meantime, here's the keys to another room. Or they might even say to you, really sorry, we don't have any other rooms. Let us upgrade you, because that was unacceptable for us to give you a hotel room that was unacceptable. So always complain at the time and give the hotel an opportunity to resolve the problem. That way, fingers crossed, you'll then have a nice stay, you'll enjoy yourself, you won't go and complain, and the hotel will have a happy customer that might even come back again. That's always the best way of doing it. Putting up with something, suffering it, and then kind of trying to retrospectively complain afterwards... it's never a great way of resolving this kind of issue. So
no, I totally understand. I mean, when I did say to them how my stay was when we was leaving, my husband ran out the door. My family hate me complaining. I'm the most confrontational person. If there's a problem, I will confront it and stand there and say it's wrong. But everybody else tends to find I'm too forward, and they all run away from me. So it's highly
well then I tell you what. Then they can deal with the complaints afterwards, can't they?
That would be wonderful.
I mean,
it's absolutely wonderful.
It's all well and good, but I've had that before with people who, you go out for dinner and there's something not right with your meal. My inclination is to ask to speak to the waiter or the waitress, and if they want to, they can bring the manager over, and I will explain the problem with my meal, and I will expect them to resolve the problem. I have dined before with people who've said, "Oh no, don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss." Yeah. Well, fine. Well, you pay for my food then. You pay for my food, because I don't like the food that I've been given for whatever reason, and I have no qualms whatsoever in complaining at the time and giving them an opportunity, a perfectly reasonable and polite opportunity to resolve the problem.
I perfectly keep that in mind now. I mean, I do dip, and when I went back to the desk and said, she said, "How was your stay?" I said, "Absolutely awful." I said, "It wasn't nice at all." My husband ran out the door and left me to it, because he goes, "Oh, she's on one, I'm off." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but because I would have said to you, if I was the manager, I would have said, "Why didn't you let us know? If you'd told us, we could have got our cleaners to go up and blitz the room."
There was no management there on the Sunday. When I went out that door, there was no management there.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I would have. I sent them the details by email. I sent back to the hotel the details on what I found. I showed the woman at the desk what was in my room, and she went, "Oh." She was like that, and I said, "Well, I'm not having a go at you lot." I said, because I'm leaving. Okay. But the thing is, it's not really acceptable.
Joanne, leave this with us. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. September the 5th, Lisa dropped her husband off at the local railway station early in the morning. She then, because she clearly loves him, went back later that day to collect him. So she was very surprised to find she'd been given a parking ticket saying she'd left her car there all day.
I emailed them. I haven't no evidence of where my car was, but I was somewhere else. I have witness statements. I had a photo on my phone that I'd taken elsewhere that day. So I informed them of this, thought nothing of it, explained what had happened, asked them to check their cameras a few minutes either side of the photos they had. I was a bit surprised when my appeal was rejected, and I was informed that their camera is not on real time, and all they could do was access the two photos they had, and that I needed to produce evidence that my car was elsewhere. So I have tried everything.
So where were you on that day?
I was actually with my mum visiting a friend in our local hospital. It's just one of these paper tickets, which typically I didn't keep, so I've thrown away.
Well, poor Lisa. I mean, it just seemed very unfair that she was being asked to provide all of this evidence when, as far as she was concerned, the private parking company, acting on behalf of the train company, hadn't really given her very much evidence that her car had been left there all this time. Well, Lisa's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Lisa.
Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning. Right. I presume you do love your husband.
I guess I do.
Yes. Hence
Either that or I'm a mug.
Hence you didn't say, "Oh, get a cab."
Yes. Next time I shall.
Oh, well. Let's hope not. Let's hope we've managed to solve this so that doesn't become something that is necessary. Tara, what's the company had to say for themselves? Because I know you've been off to speak to them.
Well, I had something recently as well that was quite similar, and so it was also the same parking company. So instead of going through the parking company, who from previous experience would direct me to the train company, I went straight to the train company because I thought it's going to be quicker. Let's cut out the middleman here. And I received a statement from Govia Thameslink Railway, and it's from their commercial director, David Gornall, and he says, having considered the evidence provided by our lovely lady, I won't give your surname out, our parking management contractor has ... cancelled the penalty notice. I also raised a question about whether or not their cameras were working properly, because obviously we had a similar incident in
we've
just
had a
short
number.
amount of time.
We've had a number. I mean, do you remember the man who came to the programme regarding his Metro
That's the
newspaper?
one. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
it had the same kind of thing where the ANPR cameras seemed to have clocked his vehicle going in but not leaving, and therefore it assumed, in the same way that they have done for you, Lisa, that your car was just left in the car park.
So I raised that point with them, and they addressed that in the statement, and GTR said, our automatic number plate recognition systems are working correctly, but on rare occasions a number plate might be obscured and therefore not recorded, which might have happened in this instance.
Okay,
Rare.
well,
I like the word rare.
I hear that, but what I'm a little bit disappointed about is the fact that in your appeal, they didn't give you the benefit of the doubt. They didn't check their camera and say, oh, well, actually, we haven't got a photo, but it might have been the number plate was obscured. They just assumed that you were lying and therefore said to you, well, you've now got to prove that you're not lying. Which is why this problem keeps occurring.
And I think some of the problem is because it's with a third party. So the company who are trying to fine me are paid by the railway station to issue the fines. So they're saying all the information they have from the railway station are the two photos. They just sent the information from the railway company.
Yeah.
Which doesn't help.
The one thing that, a bit of advice for everybody else, and obviously we are very grateful to Govia Thameslink Railway for agreeing to get this particular ticket cancelled for you, Lisa.
Yeah,
but just as a word of warning, if you're going to park your car or drop someone off at a train station, and this applies to all of the train stations really that are operated by Govia Thameslink, because they seem to use the same private parking company to manage all of their car parks, make sure that you leave a gap between your car and the car in front. And when you are leaving, try and make sure that there's not a car right up your backside as you leave, because if your number plate is obscured, you may well find yourself in a similar kind of situation. Regarding your fine, Lisa, you're off the hook. We will thank them very much. We will give them the horn. If you have any other problems, you know where we are.
Thank you.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right. In June 2018, we purchased a new caravan. When we purchased it, we stayed on a site which was free of charge to try it out, make sure everything was okay. And I noticed that the leather, we paid for a leather upgrade. And I noticed that the leather wasn't really very good. It was all creased, it was saggy, and it didn't look nice at all. So
when you say the leather, do you mean the kind of sofas on either side of it were made out of leather?
Right. Yes.
Right, and they turn into a bed, yeah?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Right.
We don't actually use the beds because we've got two single beds which are up all the time, so we don't have to do that.
Right. Oh, gosh. This is a big caravan then, is it?
Yes, it is, yes.
Right, okay.
It's very nice.
As far as caravans go, yeah.
It has underfloor heating.
Oh, how luxury. I get
Ooh,
you.
yeah.
You're the talk of the site, I'm sure.
Anyway, we spoke to a gentleman who was where we got the caravan from and told him we weren't happy with the leather. And if you remember, 2018 was quite a hot year. And he said, it could be the heat that's causing it. So wait till the cooler weather comes and see what happens.
What did he do? Was he suggesting the leather was suddenly going to shrink in the cold?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Right.
Anyway, after Christmas this year, well, in January of this year, no, it was March, when we went out in our caravan for the first time, I said to my husband, look, this really isn't very good. It looks worse. So we contacted the supplier of the caravan again and said I wasn't happy with it. We sent him photographs and everything else. Well,
and what exactly is the problem then? I mean, the way you're describing it, it sounds to me as if there's almost too much leather that's been used on it.
Yes. That is the problem.
So it's gone a bit wrinkly and saggy.
It's wrinkly and saggy. So they said they would give us new cushions, which they said would be a cost to them of £4,000.
What?
Yes. So anyway, we got 2 weeks ago, we went to the supplier and we got these new cushions. And Jonathan, they are worse than the cushions we had before. They are much worse. And they don't really want to help. I've spoken to the manufacturer because I was advised to by the supplier. And all I want is for them to come and actually see these cushions. I don't think anybody has ever looked at them.
So
And
did you see, before, when you were buying this caravan, did you see how the leather option actually looked?
No, we didn't, because they didn't have one. It was just the normal upholstery.
Did they have a photo of how it would look with leather?
No, nothing.
Well, okay.
The thing is, we did have a caravan of the same make previously. We had it for 4 years, and that had leather. And I can guarantee that that leather looked the same when we part exchanged it as the day we first got it. So that was a good recommendation, I felt.
Right. So how much had you paid for this caravan?
With everything, with the leather upgrade, £32,000.
Blimey. Do you know how many luxury holidays you can have at 5-star all-inclusive resorts for that?
Yeah, I know, but we love our caravan. We take our dogs with us.
Well, each to their own.
Yes.
But £32,000 is obviously a lot of money, and it should. And this was a brand new caravan.
Yeah, brand new. The caravan itself, no problem at all. Everything in it is wonderful. But the cushions in the seating area are diabolical.
So what have they said to you when you've told them, look, the new cushions are even worse than the other ones? And
well, they're not very happy. And when I asked somebody to come to our house, because the supplier, it's quite a way away, and we're not prepared to travel all that way again. And
How did you get the cushions then? Did they courier them to you?
No, we did go there and we spent time. We spent a weekend down there. We thought, well, we'll go down.
Why would you have taken the cushions away if you were dissatisfied with them?
Well, my husband got them all, and they were covered in plastic, and he put them in the caravan because there's quite a lot of them, and they're quite heavy. And he came back to me and he said, well, I've put them in, but I don't know if they're any different.
This was while you were still down in the part of the country where the supplier is based?
Yeah, but I spoke to the person that I communicate with, and I said to him, my husband said they're not much difference. His answer was, well, what you need to do, perhaps get a steamer and steam them.
Well, I don't think you can steam leather.
Well, he thinks that if you steam it, it would shrink.
No, I don't. Well, I don't know. I'm no expert in leather, but I've had a leather sofa before, and I can't for 1 minute imagine that steaming the leather would make it shrink. I mean, it sounds to me as if there's two things going on here. Either this sofa is designed to be a kind of wrinkly, saggy leather sofa, or sofas, and it's not what you thought it was going to be, or there is something fundamentally going wrong in the manufacturing process, and that whatever cushion filling is going inside the leather cover is not robust and thick enough to be able to, puff the leather out properly and stretch it.
That's right. And I think that the person who makes them isn't making them correctly. I don't think that it is because this is how they're meant to be.
But it is a shame that when you were down in the part of the country where they were, it's a shame that you didn't kind of drop the cushions back to them and say, I'm sorry, these are no better, we're not happy with them.
Yeah, probably. But they still wouldn't have done anything. And then he said, why don't you pick, because after we got home, I sent an email and complained, and he said, why don't you come and do with the cushions from the old cushions and try and mix and match. But the trouble is, with leather, you're going to get a different colour.
Yes, you will. I mean, I think in terms of... I think it's reasonable for them to request that you deliver the cushions back to them because nobody made you buy a caravan that was so far away. That was your decision. And as a customer, obviously, you have to work on the basis that if you have a problem with something that you bought, it is your responsibility to get it back to the retailer. That's why, in my opinion, and I know so many people who've done this with cars, you know, they go on a website like Auto Trader, they find the car of their dreams for sale 400 miles away. So they think, oh, that's good, I'll get on the train, I'll go and buy this car 400 miles away. They get the car, they drive it home, and then it breaks down. And then when the garage says, well, you need to bring it back to us, they're really unhappy. Well, sorry, but you're the one that decided to buy a car 400 miles away from where you live. It's your responsibility to get it back. So I think if push comes to shove, it may well be down to you to get those cushions back to them. However, I would like to try and find out what's causing the problem with the leather. Is it an unreasonable expectation you have, or is it that the leather is just not fit for purpose and the cushions are not fit for purpose? Have you got photos of these sofas?
I have got photos, Jonathan, yes.
OK, fine. Tara, we need to have a little look.
We'd love to see them,
yeah.
absolutely.
I think we need to see what kind of style they are, apart from anything else.
I've also been looking at this idea of steaming leather, and the responses on the internet are certainly a bit of a mixed bag. And for the fact that quite a few say you can cause irreparable damage, it was never something I'd do myself, I don't think.
No. Well, I mean, leather is... It's flesh, isn't it?
Well,
Cured
so can
flesh.
react very differently,
Quite.
as we all do to different things. Some people like hot baths, some people don't.
Carol, whereabouts are you based?
I'm in Flitwick.
In Flitwick, OK. Because we've had a text in here from someone who says, morning, I'm a qualified interiors trimmer since 16. I can look at the caravan if she's not too far away, says this person.
Oh, right.
So I don't know if they're anywhere near Flitwick and they know anything about trimming leather. It would be very interesting, I think, maybe to get an independent view on it.
Because it's a great skill.
Quite.
Yeah.
OK, well, look, let's see what we... Adrian bought a posh watch in the year 2012. Cost him just under £5,000. Very posh watch, very luxury. Well, it first went wrong in 2017. And Adrian said he ended up having to pay £680 to the manufacturer to get it fixed. The repair came with a 1-year warranty. Well, he's recently been off to Frigiliana, where sadly the watch broke again.
I put the watch forward again an hour, and the crown came off again. Came right off. So
What, your watch broke in Frigiliana?
It did. It was 10:30 a.m. for 2 weeks in Frigiliana. Got back on the Saturday 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago. Sunday morning, I'm over there. First thing, first customer in the branch said, here we go. So, you know, they said, we're really sorry. You know, the girls in there are lovely. So they're gonna send it off for me. So I'm waiting for emails to come through and hoping it would have been a free repair or a couple of £100. I said, you know what, keep the watch, heavily discount the new version, and I'll pay the difference. That's what I would like to have done. I got an email this week saying, yeah, we've seen the watch, not from the girls in the shop, from the manufacturer. Manufacturer said, seen the watch. It's now going to cost me £1,044.58 to get it fixed.
Well, understandably, Adrian is not happy at all with the situation he finds himself in, with such an expensive watch, having to have such expensive repairs within a relatively short period of time when you take into account the amount that was spent on this watch in the first place. Well, he's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Adrian.
Morning, JVS. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. So, Frigiliana has caused bad luck for both of us now.
I'm cursed. I'm never going there again.
Did you hear what happened to me this year?
I did, yeah. It was bad for both of us this year, wasn't it? So maybe somewhere else next year.
My beloved Frigiliana, that has been a place of tranquility, harmony and paradise, I ended up being burgled this year.
Not good. Not good.
Villa ransacked. My watch was stolen, along with lots of other things as well. Horrible, Adrian.
Wish they'd have stolen my watch. I could have claimed on my insurance then and wouldn't have had any of this trouble.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm going through the process of claiming on my travel insurance at the moment. That's a whole other story and a whole load of fun and games. But I tell you what, the offer they're making me is considerably less than the amount it has cost to replace it. And a word of warning for everybody on that point. When you take out travel insurance, focus not only on the amount of cover you get for your healthcare if you have a problem in another country, but do also just pay attention to the amount you are covered for individual items in the country that you are travelling to, and pay attention to any limits that are put on things. So, for example, if you're taking something like your watch costing about £5,000, make sure your insurance policy will actually cover you if that watch were to go missing while you're on holiday, because an awful lot of policies, and the policy that I have is only covering for about £250 per item.
Oh dear.
Hugely frustrating.
Oh dear.
Anyway, back to your watch. Now, last time we spoke, I advised you to contact the shop that you had purchased this watch from in the first place, and to be very robust with them, that as far as you were concerned, under the Consumer Rights Act, or what would have actually been the Sale of Goods Act 1979, at the point that you purchased this watch in 2012, that they had sold you a product that was letting you down. It was disappointing you. It was not living up to your expectations. It didn't appear to be of reasonable quality based on the money that you'd spent. And I know you've been off to do that. How did you get on? What have they come back to you with?
And I must add, I don't wear it every day. I wear it probably 10 times a year. So if I do get it back and it gets fixed, I'm going to hang it on the lounge wall and just not use it, because I can't afford for it to break again. Now, they sent me a long email. I think I've sent you the pictures of what they've done. They've taken pictures of the inside of the watch. Mm-hmm. How I damaged that, I'm not quite sure. But they said, it's broken. Do you want it fixed? Send us a cheque, £1,100.
How are they alleging you've broken it?
Saying I've knocked it, dropped it, which I haven't. The glass was intact. The watch was in fantastic order. I just haven't knocked it. They just, it's a big, chunky 50mm wide watch. It's chunky. It's more like it should be treated like a dress watch. To wear it under a suit. I don't wear it out playing rugby and stuff. It's just worn out to restaurants and then put back in its box. It's not been dropped. Not scratched. There's no dinks on it, and they've
you haven't caught the I don't know. Is it called the crown? The little thing you wind up.
Yeah, the bezel goes around the outside.
You've not caught the crown on anything.
No, not a thing. Not a thing. It's in good order.
I think there are two options available to you now. Obviously, they are saying in their response to you that, as far as they're concerned, this watch has been damaged, and it is as a result of the damage that the problem with the crown has occurred.
And I might add, JVS, one of my best friends has got exactly the same watch from the same shop. He had the same problem. The bezel fell out.
Did
and
he really?
Can document all of his paperwork to you. He's happy to do that.
And have you just done a little bit? Have you done any investigation on the internet to see if other people have had the same problem with this watch?
No, I haven't. That's something I could look to do. But I mean, how much time would you allow for this if they're not going to budge?
Hang on a second. I mean, let's talk strategy here. Because if the retailer doesn't want to budge, then of course they're perfectly within their rights to maintain that position. But it doesn't mean that you have to accept that position, and it doesn't matter that they won't be forced to change that position. If, in fact, what they have done is they have sold you a watch that does not have a crown that is of reasonable quality, and that can be evidenced by, for example, an independent report, and potentially other external information from other customers who have had the same problem with the same type of watch, then obviously that puts you in a position of strength in terms of potentially pursuing this company through the small claims court for the fact that they have sold you a product that is not of reasonable quality.
Okay.
And so I would not necessarily, just because they are adopting a position of saying, no, you've damaged it, not doing anything, you've got to pay us to fix it, I don't think you have to accept that. The only thing I would say to you is that obviously there are a couple of things at play here. One is the time between the purchase and now.
Yeah.
Which is not on your side.
True.
Secondly, it would involve you having an independent report carried out on that watch. The chances are that will cost you money to have done, and you would have to make sure that that was done by a qualified expert watch repairer.
Yeah.
Although I would just point out, if the report finds absolutely in your favour, then there is, of course, the opportunity for you to reclaim that money from the company that you bought the watch from in the first place.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you want to play it. I mean, there are two options here. You can either fight their position or you can accept their position. What are you minded to do?
I want to fight their position because if I get it back, am I not to wear it anymore? It's a robust watch. It's
obviously not, is it?
Kit.
Yeah, but it's obviously not, because if you only wear it as a dress watch, and it's fallen apart now on a couple of occasions through perfectly tranquil use, that's not what I would consider to be a robust watch.
Yeah, true. And I know you say time might be against me slightly, but don't forget last year they had it back, took it all apart, and replaced loads of bits inside for 500, 600, 700 quid. So they've had it last year. So they brought it up to this 2018 spec last year by doing the refurb.
OK, I think what we need to do now at this point, can you do me a favour? Can you do some digging around and see if you can find any evidence of other people having the exact same problem with this watch?
Well, I've got one for a kick-off. My friend has
got your friend for a kick-off,
But and they wouldn't pay for his. He had to... They said it was accidental damage. They wouldn't pay, and he had to claim on his home insurance for the repair.
Right, OK.
They wouldn't pay.
Well, we've got that bit of evidence, but also it'd be very useful if you can find some independent people that you don't know complaining about the same watch having had the same problem online. That would be very useful. What I think I would like to do is to go and have a word with the retailer on your behalf.
Yes,
and
please.
to explain that we've had this conversation and that I am most concerned that they appear to be suggesting to you that you just have to pay yet again.
Yeah.
And I will maintain to them that you've got evidence this watch has a known problem with it.
Yeah.
And let's see how we get on.
I'll do
and then
that.
you can
I'll do it
obviously,
today.
after that, you can make a decision as to, where you want to go with this next, based on their response.
I will do. Thank you for your help.
Oh, Sandeep.
Hello, JVS. You all right?
Good morning. Yes, I'm good. Thank you, Sandeep. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, okay. What happened is, JVS, I went to London with my family to see my brother-in-law. He lives in London. So my wife, myself, and my in-laws, we decided to go and visit them for the weekend. And because he only got one-bedroom flat, so we decided to book a hotel near to his flat. And then what happened is, on a Friday, we went to see them, and then we booked this hotel via online company. And we went to see my in-laws, my brother-in-law. So we were together during the day, and in the evening, about 11ish of really night, we went to the hotel. So we thought, obviously, after dinner, we go to stay in a hotel, and next day, we had other plans. So what happened is, when we arrived to the hotel and we got to the reception, and then this guy at the reception, he took our details, and then he said there is no rooms available in the hotel, even though we booked rooms in advance. And then he said, there's no problem at all. We got another hotel across the road. We take you there. We show you the room so you can stay there. So it was late night, so we said, okay, that's no problem. We okay with that. So we went to see that hotel across the road, but that hotel was really dirty and the rooms were really stinky. And then we said, no, we can't stay in these rooms. They'd be not comfortable staying in these rooms, so we want to stay in the same hotel which we originally booked. And then he said, no, we don't have, obviously, any option. So then at the end he said, what he can do is, he's got one room. He can put all of us together in that room. So my wife, myself, my father-in-law, my brother-in-law, and my 2-month-old. So he said, you can all stay in this room. Because it was late night, we couldn't find any other hotel, so we decided to stay in that room. And then I said to this guy, I said, look, we ain't going to be staying next day in the same room, so we will check out tomorrow morning. what we want you to do is we just give us a refund for next day. And then this guy says, okay, that's fine. So we obviously spent night in that room. Next day, I went to the reception and I said to them, look, I'm not happy. Obviously, we booked everything in advance, and then all this happened, and then.
And I presume you had all the kind of email of confirmation, etc., to show that you did indeed have. How many rooms had you got booked to?
Yeah, originally booked 2 rooms.
So you got the email with the confirmation of 2 rooms booked at that hotel.
Yes, we got that confirmation via online website, so which we originally used.
Yeah.
And then the next day, I went to the reception. I said to them, "Can you please give us a refund for next day?" So we book another hotel and we go and live there, stay in the other hotel. And then this guy at the reception, he said, "No, he cannot do that." Because I said, why you can't do that? We agreed that last night. And then he said, the night staff is gone home, so he's not aware about anything. So he can't do anything. He cannot refund any money. And I said to him, like, this is unfair, obviously. But he said, no, there's nothing he can do about it. And then what I did is, Jonathan, I used the same online company to book another hotel on the day one, when they said they don't have any, like they cannot provide us 2 rooms. So I booked another hotel on the same night just to show to the online company, say, this is what happened, even though I paid for 2 nights in this hotel, but they couldn't give me the rooms. Then I booked another hotel, and I stayed in the other hotel next day. But then obviously I didn't get any refund. Then I raised this with the online company a few times, and then they asked me for the card details and all that. So many long telephone calls and emails, and then I spoke to the hotel as well, but they said, look, there's nothing they can do. At the end, I just gave up, really.
Well, it all sounds a nightmare, really.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean, did you end up going to another hotel for the second night?
I did. Yeah, I did, because we.
And everything was okay there.
Yeah, that hotel was nice, because what happened is we normally stay. The hotel I booked, the second hotel I booked, we normally stay in the hotel. They're well known, but because we wanted to stay close to my brother-in-law's house, that's the reason. That was the only option we had.
Well, and I presume since you came back home, I presume you have made a formal complaint to the booking company about the problem that you encountered.
I did, yeah.
And what have they offered you?
They obviously, every time I call them, someone else picks up the phone, and they give me some reference numbers and all. And then every time I call them, it's someone new, and he's not aware about what my situation is. Right. And I had to tell the whole story again and again. I did it about 4 or 5 times.
How frustrating. I mean, I think what we can certainly do to help you... Tara, can we get some detail, please?
Yes.
Can we go and have a word with this booking company? And can we just say to them, this is not on. Sandeep booked the 2 rooms at the first hotel, and when they got there at 11 o'clock at night, just wanting to go to bed, they were told, oh, actually, we don't have any rooms available.
What happened there? I mean, that just doesn't sound right.
Did they ever give you any explanation as to why they didn't have the rooms available?
No, they didn't. They said they don't have any rooms available.
Well, it's completely unacceptable. I presume, reading between the lines, and I'm just guessing here, I presume what happened is they thought you were a no-show.
Yes, and they gave your rooms to someone else.
So someone else came in and said, oh, have you got any rooms available? At which point they thought, oh, well, this family haven't turned up, so let's just give them the room. And then, of course, you rock up at 11 o'clock at night, at which point they've given away your room to someone else. But the point is they should never have given... Unless it was expressly in the terms and conditions that you must have checked in by a certain time, and I presume it wasn't, Sandeep.
It wasn't, because, to be honest, Jonathan, I'm not aware about that, because they didn't mention that to me either. They didn't say we were late or anything.
Well, if there was something in the terms and conditions that said you must have checked in by a certain time, then obviously you'll have to take some responsibility for it. But let's work on the basis that there wasn't anything about having to check in by a certain time. You had those 2 rooms booked. They were your rooms. The hotel, whether you were a no-show or not, should not have given one of those rooms to somebody else. leaving you without the 2 rooms that you'd booked. And that's exactly the argument we need to go and put to the booking company and ask them to please ensure that you are refunded. Can I pass you back to Tara? We'll get some details, Sandeep. We're going to look into it, OK?
Thank you, Jim.
To an intriguing case. Ian came to me. He was telling me that he went to his local newsagent and bought a couple of scratch cards. Now, these scratch cards, they're like crossword scratch cards. What you have to do is you have to scratch off 2 rows of letters at the top of the scratch card, which reveals all of the letters that you have to play with. Then you scratch off the corresponding letters on the crossword. When you've scratched off all of your letters and all of the words, you then work out if you've won anything. The more words that you can make out of the letters that you've got on your top 2 rows, the more money you win. Well, you can imagine Ian and his wife were absolutely delighted when they scratched off everything to reveal a pretty big win.
She couldn't believe it. She got 10 words, which is worked out as to be £1,000. So I was really surprised with that, thought this is great, and took it back to the newsagent where we got it from. And they checked it on their machine, and it came up as only £40. They paid us the £40, otherwise their machine would have been out. And I phoned them straight away, and I spoke to a really nice gentleman at the company. And he said, could you send me a picture of the card, the front and the back of it? I sent it in an email, and he phoned back straight away. He said, well done. He said, yeah, you got a winning card here. He said, send the card to us, and you receive a cheque within 7 to 10 days. They sent a letter to say they received the card and they'd be looking into it. We waited the 10 days and didn't hear anything from them, so we phoned them up and asked, what is happening. And they phoned back 2 days later, and a woman said, I've got your card. She said, we've reconstructed the card. That letter P that you scratched off should have been a letter F, and that would have made a £40 win and not the 1,000. And we said to her, have you got the card we sent in front of you? And she said, no, I've told you that I've got a reconstructed card and the letter is an F and not a P, and she put the phone down.
Well, Ian's obviously very unhappy with the response that he has had from the company, which is why he came to me. I've been off to have a word with the company concerned. They are Camelot. Let's find out what they've said, because Ian's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Ian.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ian. Now, let me just try and summarise the conversation that I had with the representative from Camelot yesterday afternoon.
Right.
The essence of the conversation is that they say the scratch card that you bought did not have a misprint on it. They say the scratch card that you sent them did not have a misprint on it.
Right.
But they say that the photo that I have sent over seems to show something different to what was printed on the scratch card. Now, I said to them at that point, well, what are you saying then? Are you alleging that Ian and his wife have forged or doctored the scratch card and have sent me over a misleading photo? Camelot said, that's something you will have to take up with the individual. That photo is something that he has sent you. It's not something that we have been sent. We were sent the scratch card, and the scratch card does not have a misprint on it. The card in question has a letter F as the 6th letter along the bottom row, and there is no misprint. They said that they also reconstructed the ticket, which also shows that the letter is F, not P.
I can't believe that.
I think what they appear to be saying, reading between the lines, is that somewhere along the lines, that scratch card, the photo of the scratch card that I have been sent, shows something different to the reality, i.e. the accusation is someone's changed the F into a P, so it looks as if the winning is £1,000 rather than £40.
I can't believe that. I really can't believe that.
You sent them
I sent them the card straight off. Everyone in the shop there looked at it and said, yeah, that's definitely a winner. And we sent the card off.
Well, this is the point. You see, I said to Camelot, this is a very serious allegation. If you are suggesting that the customer has doctored it or has forged the scratch card, it's a very serious allegation. Well, they were then very anxious to not confirm that they were making that accusation.
Yeah.
However, when I then said, as you would expect, the perfectly reasonable thing to do, as a journalist investigating this in an impartial way, you know, Ian, I don't know you.
No.
And I don't know the man at Camelot that I'm dealing with. So if he's making this kind of allegation, what I said to him yesterday was, have you still got the scratch card that Ian sent you? Can you show me a photo of that scratch card to prove what you're saying?
Yeah.
They're not prepared to do that.
No, they wouldn't be. I mean...
So I said to them at that point, well, if you've got evidence that completely refutes what Ian is suggesting, then why would you not share that evidence with me so that I can see who's telling the truth and who's not telling the truth? They've said that that's not something they would share. I don't understand why, Ian. If I had evidence,
yeah.
If I still had the scratch card that you and your wife had sent, showing that the scratch card says F on it rather than P, I would say, here's a photo. We've just taken this photo. You can compare it. It has exactly the same markings as the scratch card photo that you've been sent, but you will see it clearly says an F rather than a P. But they haven't done that. They refuse to do that. And I don't understand why.
They've also refused to, well, they haven't refused, they just haven't sent us a letter of explanation either. They said they was going to and didn't.
Well, they've reiterated that they are happy to do that.
Well, surely they should send the card back.
Card is mine.
Because when you buy a card, that property is now ours.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to ask you to do at this point. And first of all, let me just put to you, so that you have the opportunity to very clearly respond to this allegation. Have you or your wife doctored that scratch card?
Certainly not, no.
No, definitely not.
Definitely not.
I wouldn't even know how to.
Wouldn't know how to. No, we definitely wouldn't have done that, no.
Have you and your wife changed the F to a P and then taken a photo and sent me a photo showing a scratch card with a P rather than an F?
No.
1,000,000% no.
1,000,000% no.
There are two things I would like to do. Firstly, I would like you to make a formal complaint to the Gambling Commission regarding this matter.
Right, okay.
I presume if Camelot, as they confirmed to me yesterday, if they still have the original scratch card you sent, then I presume even if they're not prepared to share that evidence with me, they would be prepared to share that evidence with the Gambling Commission.
Right, okay.
So I'd like you to make a complaint to the Gambling Commission. What I'd also like, I'm going to pass you back to my team now, and I will find out which newsagent it was that you purchased the scratch cards from.
Yeah.
And I would like to go and have a word with whoever runs the newsagent, because you told me that you first of all took the scratch card back into the newsagent and they checked it and they confirmed that it was indeed a P, and as a result you'd won £1,000.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, I would like to have a conversation with them, and I would like to get some kind of corroboration to that from them.
Yep.
Although Camelot have not provided me with a formal statement for the programme today, they have suggested that following this conversation, they may well be prepared to provide a formal statement. It is, as far as I'm concerned, a pretty serious thing they are alleging, because if what they're saying is true, their suggestion, whether they've come out and stated it in crystal clear terms or not, is that you are making this up to try and get more money out of them than you're entitled to.
Yeah. Yes, serious.
Now, it is a serious allegation. If you had done that, it would obviously be an act of fraud.
Yeah.
But you are absolutely, and you have this opportunity now, you absolutely refute that allegation.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, can I send you off to have a word with the Gambling Commission?
Yes, please, yeah.
I will pass you back to my team and we'll get the details of the newsagent that you purchased the cards from and then took the cards back to.
Yeah.
And I will go and have a word with them this afternoon and we'll take it from there. And I will investigate this as thoroughly as I possibly can until we get to the bottom of exactly what has gone on.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Ian, hang on there, please. More to do on this. Thank you very much indeed. It's the names, please.
I bought a spa back in the summer of 18 because I have fibromyalgia and we're in a mobility bungalow and I only have a wet room. And I thought it would be nice to have that to be able to soak in the warm water.
I don't know what a spa is.
It's like a big swimming pool, but you can have bubble settings on it.
Oh, you mean like a jacuzzi bath?
Yes.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. So it's a bath that has all the jets in it all the way around, and then you just lie in it and you get all your bubbles and warmth.
Yeah, it's not a solid bath. This is a plastic bath that has polystyrene making the sides up. And
a kind of temporary pop-up one?
Yes, sort of, yeah.
Oh, right.
You
so you can
take
put
it down and put it up.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. So it's not something you actually have built into the bathroom?
No.
Right. So where were you going to put it?
Out in the carport.
Hang on a minute.
Well, people have them in the garden, you see. You can sit in the garden in them.
Oh, but that's a hot tub.
Well,
is this
a hot tub? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're talking a hot tub. Right.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you were going to go in your hot tub in the carport.
Yes, yeah.
Right. Okay.
And they varied from 199 up to this one that I saw at 1190 something. I wanted to buy something that would last. I used it 10 times over a period of 4, maybe 5 months, and then we packed it away at Christmas because I was getting too cold. So I was the only one that got in it 9 of those times. There was only one time when I had other people in with me, my brother and his wife and my 7-year-old nephew. Come to get it out in July, the middle of July, and when we filled it up with water, it leaked. So my husband was a plumbing heating engineer, so he's not stupid. He knows when the connections are on properly, this, that and the other, but he's in stage 3 heart failure, and I have to wait until he's well enough to help me do things with the spa. So by the time he checked it out, he said, I think it's a faulty liner. So I got in touch with as we packed it back in the box, we had to dry it all out. So I thought, well, now it's all dry, we'll put it back in the box. And I got in touch. I was going to go take it back to the retailers where we bought it. But it said on the box that we must get in touch with the spa company, the manufacturer.
Jackie, just hold the phone nice and still, if you would, in front of your mouth, because you're starting to vanish a little bit, and I want to be able to hear you properly. So, sorry, you took it back to the retailer where you bought it from?
Well, we went to, but it said on the box to get in touch with the spa company, so we did. And they offered us 25% off a new liner because it was a month out of warranty.
Right, hang on a second. Right, hang on. So, a couple of important things. What was the date of the purchase?
The 1st of August.
1st of August 2018.
Yeah.
And you spent £1,100 on it?
Well, I got it cheaper because I cancelled the order. Sounds a bit confusing, but I cancelled the order originally and it never got taken out the delivery section, and it got delivered to us a month after I cancelled it. The bloke left it, I didn't sign for it, nobody knew I had it except the delivery man. But being a Christian, I got in touch with the company and said, look, this has been delivered by mistake. And then I said to my husband, well, perhaps if they offer us a discount, maybe I should keep it. We hadn't had permission to put the electric on in the carport at that point from the council. So that's why I cancelled the order.
So how much did you pay for it?
I got a discount of 25%. I paid £900.
£900. Okay. So when you then found that in July of this year, so less than a year later, it was leaking.
Yeah.
You went to the manufacturer. You didn't go to the retailer.
To start off with, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Just as a word of warning to you and a bit of advice, always go to the retailer first. I don't care what it says on the side of a box. I don't care what what you believe about how you should go. Always go back to the manufacturer. Always go back to the retailer, because they are the company you have a contract with. You don't have any contract whatsoever with the manufacturer.
Right.
So, at what point...
I didn't realise at this point that the guarantee was till the 1st of the 8th. I never actually contacted the company till the 1st of the 9th.
The manufacturer?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, well, but you see, the warranty doesn't matter. The warranty doesn't come into this. The fact is,
I thought it was the length of time. It hasn't lasted a reasonable length of time. That was my argument.
Exactly, but that's nothing to do with the warranty.
Right.
The Consumer Rights Act of 2015. That is the legislation that protects you when you purchase this item in August of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
The Consumer Rights Act states that any product you purchase must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
No one in their right mind would go out and spend £900 on a hot tub that would only last 11 or 12 months before springing a leak. So unless you've done something to damage the hot tub, then the retailer that you've purchased it from has a responsibility to you under the Consumer Rights Act to make sure that this product lasts for a reasonable amount of time. And if that involves them organising for a repair or a replacement, then that's something they need to do. So what position are they taking with you?
Well, I went back to the company where I bought it, and they said, well, maybe they could help pay for the liner. How much was it? I said, he didn't state it in the email to start off with, but so I got back in touch with the spa company. They said £650, and that 75% would be £487.50. So the store said, maybe we can help you purchase that. I wasn't happy with that. I then got in touch with head office of the store and spoke to somebody, and they thought that it was normal for me to complain about it.
Well, hang on a second. So are you telling me the retailer said that they were prepared to cover the cost of replacing the liner?
Yes, and they have since then. But because I'd only used it 10 times, Jonathan, I've lost faith in this product. I'm not in a category, earning bracket that I can afford to buy a new liner every year. So I would like a refund because I can't afford to buy a new liner every year.
I'm afraid you're not entitled to that.
Right, okay.
Sorry, I know you might want a refund, but if the retailer are prepared to cover the cost of repairing this hot tub so it no longer leaks, then that is all they have to do. There is no obligation on them to refund you all of your money. They don't have to do that. They just have to they have to put you in a position where this hot tub is fit for purpose and doesn't leak.
Okay.
And if they're prepared to cover the cost of whatever repair is necessary, then, to be honest, they are doing everything they have to do as a retailer.
Right, that's what I wasn't sure about.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Well,
for
it's always
it's
always better to check these things and to know what you're entitled to and what you're not entitled to save apart from anything else, ending up with egg all over your face if you're kind of demanding and banging your fist and saying, I want this, and actually not entitled to it. I mean, you might end up putting yourself in a position where you end up with less than you'd been offered in the first place. So I think however, Jackie, I think this is a perfectly good point for you to write a letter to the retailer and to put them on notice that you are very disappointed with the experience you have had.
Yeah.
What I would be inclined to do if I were in your position is I would write to the head of customer services and say, obviously I purchased this product on the 1st of August 2018. Yeah. When I went to use the product less than a year later, we established that there was a leak. I also understand you have agreed to cover the cost of replacement of the liner, which hopefully will resolve the problem to everyone's satisfaction. However, I would like to make it clear that if this product fails again with the same recurring problem, At that point, I will reject the goods and will expect to return those goods and receive a full refund.
Right, well, what they said in their email, first of all, they said they'd pay 50% of the liner, and I said I wasn't happy with that and I was going to get in touch with you. And then they came back with they would buy the liner, but it would be in full and final
settlement.
payment.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
That's fine. You're not asking for any more. All you're asking for, actually, all you're informing them of is the fact that you are giving them an opportunity to repair the product. If, however, it develops the same recurring fault, at that point you will reject the goods.
Right.
You're perfectly entitled to put them on notice. And I would make sure that you send that letter, recorded delivery, and keep a copy of it as well.
Right, okay, thank you.
Does that
lovely.
help?
Thanks for your help. Yes, it does, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
Great. Okay. Well, good luck with it, and it's a bit late for this year, but hopefully for next year you'll have a nice working hot tub that doesn't leak all over the place.
Right, okay, thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to help you, Jackie. If you have a consumer problem, if you maybe want me to help you fight something, or, rather like Jackie, you're just trying to run a situation past someone to get an idea as to whether an offer a company has made. Mary lives in one of 36 flats. They're divided into 5 blocks. They have one shared parking area, and no one has an allocated space. Well, Mary's pretty hacked off because since March of last year, there's been an abandoned car in one of the spaces. Mary's fed up of it taking up a space that someone else could be using.
It's got flat and perished tyres, it's got bodywork scratched, it's got the mirror is falling off. It looks very abandoned. If you look it up, if you Google it, it tells you that the MOT expired in 2018 and it's got a SORN notification on it. It's very, very abandoned.
Right.
I have periodically phoned up the management company. The last update I had an email saying it's not abandoned, there is nothing we can do. And they just do not do anything. Now, the irritating part is that it belongs to a resident, and that resident has bought another car and he's just left this one, and it's abandoned. This is a communal parking area. Everybody, it's communal. Nobody has an allocated parking space at all. And that car being left where it is, obstructing and preventing anybody else using that parking space.
Well, Mary is talking my kind of language. I absolutely agree with Mary, and I promised that I would help her out and I would back her up on this, and that's exactly what I've done with the management company that runs the block of flats. Mary's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Mary.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Mary, now, if you and I lived in this block of flats together, gosh, we'd be a force to be reckoned with, wouldn't we?
Oh, I wish you did, because now we've made a fuss over the management company. I hope they'll pull their socks up.
There is.
I'm impressed with their service.
What I would say to you is, I agree with you. The essence of the shared car park involves some responsibility that individuals should take. And when I went to speak to the management company, and they in effect said to me, well, we've checked with the owner of the car, and the car hasn't been abandoned. Someone does legitimately own it, and they do live in the block of flats, and there's not really anything we can do because they do live there and they're entitled to leave the car in the space. I was very unhappy with that response. It's ridiculous. You can't, when you live in a shared environment such as a block of flats with a communal car park, start getting some old banger and leaving it in a space and then having the cheek to go and get yourself another car that does work and use one of the other spaces to park that in. Absolutely outrageous.
You've just been pig-headed.
I said to the management company, this is not on, and you as the management firm should be getting tough on the lessee who owns the flat, who is renting it out, I understand, to someone who owns the car. You should be getting tough with the lessee and demanding that they organise that car be moved. Well, how are we supposed to do that, they said. Well, at that point, I said to you, right, send me over a copy of your lease. You sent me over a copy of your lease, which I loved. I love a lease. And I love a lease. I love a lease for block of flats because they're always so funny. The lease that you sent me over, I love, this is in the first schedule, point 5. No piano, gramophone, wireless or television or other electronic devices capable of reproducing sound or other musical instrument of any kind shall be played or used, nor shall any singing be practised in the demised premises, the common parts or the communal grounds, so as to cause annoyance to the lessees, owners and occupiers of any part of the property, or so as to be audible outside of the demised premises between the hours of 11 p.m. and 8 a.m. I love the fact that when you buy a flat in a block, you'll be given this list of rules, and part of the contract that you sign up to is adherence of those rules. Now, the other reason I like leases for blocks of flats is that they will generally have rules that, if you can be bothered, can be relied on to make arguments to other owners that their behaviour or the behaviour of their tenants is unacceptable and in contravention of the lease. And that was exactly what I was able to do when I looked at point 2 of the first schedule, which says not to use the demised premises, the common parts, the communal grounds or the refuse stores, nor permit the same to be used for any illegal or immoral purpose, or, this is the bit that's crucial, for any purpose from which a nuisance can arise to the lessees, owners and occupiers of any other part of the property or to the neighbourhood. So in effect, what that means in layman's terms is you're not allowed to use any part of the communal grounds that will annoy other people. And of course, abandoning an old car in one of the spaces is very annoying for other people. So that's this part of the lease that the management firm should have quoted to the owner of that flat and said, you're in contravention of the lease. You need to ensure that this is rectified immediately. Alternatively, we will tow that car and you'll be charged for it. That's what they should have done. Now, when I had that conversation with them, they agreed that they were speaking to the owner of the flat, and in fact, they had made the owner of the flat aware that this was now being discussed on my programme. And the owner of the flat apparently assured the management company that the car would be moved and would be moved within the next few weeks. Well, that was, just a week and a half ago or so? I gather things have happened, Mary. What's the latest?
Well, when I opened the blind on the Monday morning, it was there, but by 11 o'clock it disappeared. Gone.
Vanished.
I didn't see it picked up, but it had gone. It really had. I can't get over it. It's gone.
Good.
I am now parked in their space, I might add, as if to make a statement.
Right. Okay. Well, for goodness sake, don't abandon your car, will you? Otherwise they'll use the lease against you as well.
But it's so nice to see it gone. It really is. It's been sat there for 1.5 years, and it really has been annoying.
Yeah.
You know, it's so thank you so much for you and your team. It's just nice to see it gone.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure. When you live in a block of flats, you are living in a shared environment. Mm-hmm. And whether you like it or not, whether it suits you or not, you have an obligation to behave in a reasonable way that is considerate to other people and is in accordance with the terms of the lease. Now, if you don't want to live your life like that, if you don't want to have to follow rules, don't live in a block of flats. Do not buy a flat. Because if you buy a flat, you have to follow the terms of the lease.
Well, these are nice flats. You know, those people.
Of course they are.
Yeah, they are nice flats. I moved to a ground floor flat because it's so convenient to my daughter just down the road. And on the whole, people are nice round here.
Yes, of course. But, as with any good block of flats, what's important is the fact that they are run well and that people follow the rules. The block of flats that I used to live in, we used to have a nightmare guy who owned a flat. I think he still does live there. He and I had many fallouts, many blazing rows over the years. And I remember one of the blazing rows we had, the lease that we had made a very clear stipulation that there was a drying area for clothes at the back of the building.
Oh, right,
and if you wanted to hang your washing, you had to use the drying area. Mm-hmm. And the lease strictly said you are not permitted to hang your washing on the balcony or any other parts.
Well, that goes with us as well.
Quite, because to be honest, if you have a block of flats that's got people's duvet covers hanging all over the place and their pants hanging up outside, it just makes the block look untidy. And it's very important that people follow that rule. Well, he did not think this rule should apply to him, this guy. He did not see why anyone else had the right to tell him whether his clothes could be hung on the balcony or... He and I had blazing rows over this. But eventually he succumbed, Mary.
Oh, right.
And he realised that, in fact, the rules did apply to him as well as everybody else. Listen, I'm absolutely delighted this car has gone.
Oh,
I will thank the management company very much indeed for ensuring that happened. I will give them my horn. If you have any other problems, you call. Michael and his wife were putting in a new kitchen. On the 26th of August, they ordered a gas cooker to go in their new kitchen. But after a month or so, when they chased the retailer up to say, "Oi, where's our cooker?" the retailer suggested there was a bit of a delay with it and they couldn't reassure them as to when the cooker would actually be in stock. Well, Michael said, "Look, I can't wait any longer. Cancel the order, we'll have our money back and we'll order a cooker from someone else instead." Well, they said yes. He ordered a new cooker from somewhere else. That came in 3 days. But he's still waiting for the refund for the original cooker.
They said you have to send an email. So we sent an email with the invoice number and the ID of the cooker we bought and everything. And they said, that's fine. They've sent us emails since saying that we received them, but we haven't received the money.
Yes. Well, where is Michael's money? That was the question. I went off to have a word with the company that Michael had ordered this cooker from on his behalf. Michael's back on the JVS show now. Morning, Michael.
Morning, JVS.
Good morning. So you will recall when I went off to have a word with them, they said to me, "We've refunded the customer." They sent over the reference number for the refund. I've got a long reference number in front of me, and it shows a refund of £241.65. However, when I spoke to you, you said, "Well, that money has not gone into my account." I think it was a debit card, wasn't it, that you'd used to make the payment, so you'd expected the money to go back into your bank account. And I presume, Michael, you went away after our conversation and checked again, and it absolutely was not showing up.
Yeah, 100%. Me and my wife checked all the October, even at the end of September, everything, and nothing's come through.
Okay. Well, I mean, that is a bit odd because, as I say, he has sent me over the reference number, etc., for the refund that was done. So obviously something's gone wrong. Anyway, I went to have another word with him and said, "Look, the money hasn't gone through." And he came back with this response. He said, "I will get accounts to send a cheque to the customer to cover the cost on the condition that should the bank confirm that the money has in fact been refunded, then the customer will have to pay it back. That's only fair," he said. We will obviously check with our bank and we will know more when our October statement arrives, which should be within the first 5 to 7 working days in November. I'll get the cheque sorted and it should be with the customer within the next couple of days. So I'm hoping, Michael, that cheque has now arrived.
No, not yet.
Oh.
When did they send it, JVS?
Oh, hang on. Well, I can tell you if I just check. I can get the exact date of when they told me that.
This company is a nightmare.
It should have been with you by now. It should have been with you. Right, so that assurance was given on the 31st of October.
Right.
So that's tomorrow will be a week ago.
Okay.
So if accounts were getting the cheque sent out and it should have been with you within the next couple of days, I mean, that should definitely have been with you by now. So you've still not got any cheque either?
No. I'm at work. I tell you what I can do. When I come off the phone to you, I can phone my wife at work and see if she's received it today.
Please.
And then I could ring your consumer program.
If you can just let my team know ASAP, because if you haven't got it, if it hasn't turned up today, then I'm going to go and chase him again this afternoon and work out what on earth, or try and work out what on earth's going on here.
Did you speak to the man?
I'm emailing with him.
Oh, emailing, yeah, because trying to phone them is a nightmare. I was on their phone about half hour a week ago and it was just a nightmare.
But again, I mean, look, I don't know this company.
Yeah.
But that's part of the problem. Why would you go buying a cooker from some company? I mean, they're not based anywhere near us down here.
Yeah, I understand that.
I'd never heard of them, but why would you go buying a cooker from them on the internet?
I know. No. Well, my wife did it, so.
It's your wife's fault. Oh dear.
No,
That's you in the doghouse now, I tell you.
Right, probably, yeah.
The one bit of advice I would just give is be very careful. The internet is really a minefield. There are good companies on the internet. There are good reputable firms that we've all heard of. There are really good reputable firms that we may not have heard of. But there are also some truly terrible companies on the internet. Don't ever be tempted to kind of Google cheap cookers or something like that. And then find some company that you've never heard of and just say, well, they must be all right because they're on the internet. You have no idea if you are, if you are purchasing something from a company you've never heard of. You have no guarantee that they're going to be a good company. Now, I'm not saying this company is not a good company. All I can say is their various assurances of giving you your money back doesn't seem to have worked.
Me and my wife was thinking they sent the money to another bank account.
Well, they will have put it back in the bank account that the payment was made from.
Well, there's nothing come up.
And you haven't changed your bank account, or?
No, we've been the same bank for about 25 years. We don't change nothing. We just leave it.
Right, okay.
So, JVS, when I finish talking to you, I'll phone my wife.
Yeah, let's hope she's not listening this morning, Michael.
No. And if it hasn't come through, I'll ring you back, yes?
Yes, please. Well, can you let me know either way?
I will, 100%.
Thank you very much indeed. And if needs be, I shall go and chase him up again.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Robert had 6 new windows and a new front door installed in June of this year. Cost him £5,000. He was telling me he's had a whole load of issues with the door that one by one seem to have been resolved or nearly resolved. But he has one very big outstanding problem.
With all the rain, we started to notice some gaps and some leaks. Started checking all the windows and stuff, pulled the sofa out of the way, and then noticed there was a lot of water damage underneath my window, and there was a lot of gaps around the front door. To be fair, they have come to try and fix the front door a few times. All the engineers have been lovely when they've come out. But the company themselves have then said that they're not willing to repair the water damage. I'd have to go and get 2 quotes. Once I've got the quotes, I then have to pay to get it fixed. And then once I got it fixed, they then reimburse me, and I just don't think that's right. We have like PVC underneath the window, and I think what they've done is when they've taken the windows out, they've broken the seals around the old PVC fittings underneath the windows.
Yeah.
And then they haven't then resealed them, so then the water's just been coming straight through the gap.
Well, obviously, Robert wasn't terribly happy with all of this, and he certainly wasn't happy that having made a bit of a cock-up with the fitting in the first place, he's now expected to do all this racing around and getting companies round to come and fix the problems that they have caused him. Well, I went off to have a word with the company, and Robert's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Robert.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, they came back with a bit of a kind of holding position, really. First of all, they said that they did not expect you to organise for someone to come out and do the repair, to pay for it, and then to put it in their hands to reimburse you. They said that's not what they had requested. They simply asked you if it would be possible for you to obtain a quote for the cost of the repair and sent that over to them, at which point they would then liaise with that company and get things sorted out. Well, that wasn't your recollection of the conversation at all, but
No,
you
not
did
at all.
say that you were prepared to get someone round to come and have a look at it and to give you an idea as to how much it was going to cost and get that sent over. Now, I also understand, since our conversation, the company have been in touch with you and they are prepared to do a little more than they were originally suggesting. What's the latest, Robert?
Yeah, so they called me Sunday afternoon, which I thought was a bit strange. And then they said that they've got they're going to send around some top-end engineers and come and have a look, and they might be able to do the work themselves. They said they won't do the painting, but they said they'd be letting me know within 48 hours. I still haven't heard from them. But my wife did call them up with in regards to the front door yesterday, and they said that they would be coming today. So fingers crossed they do turn up.
Right.
So it's looking better.
Yeah, well, hang on a second. It's looking better. But, however, I'm a bit concerned about this painting business.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The reason the wall needs painting is because the windows the company installed leaked around the outside.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Right. Well, sorry, but whether they want to or not, if the wall needs painting, they need to repaint the wall.
Yeah.
Have they said they're prepared to cover the cost of someone else painting it, or have they just said that they're not even prepared to entertain decoration at all?
I did mention the fact of, they about them covering the costs, and then they said they'll be ringing me back to let me know within 48 hours. And that was from Sunday afternoon, and I still haven't received a call.
Right, OK. Can you leave it with me? I will go and chase them again this afternoon.
Yes, thank you very much.
Can you also let me know what happens today?
Yeah.
And fingers crossed, we can get a reasonable kind of solution. I mean, the whole thing is just so frustrating. When you wanted to have your windows and your door replaced, and you spent all this money, you'd expected a company who were going to come and fit the windows properly for you, and that was going to be the end of it. Lovely job done.
Well,
you did not.
Quick enough to come and install.
Exactly. You did not expect them to leave you with an installation that had not been done properly, that then caused a knock-on effect, and then when you have to deal with the knock-on effect that it's caused, to have a whole load of hassle in terms of trying to get everything sorted.
Exactly, yeah.
Hugely frustrating. OK, leave it with me, Robert. I'll go and chase them, and we'll speak very soon. Now, Fiona's son is a performer and is currently working in Germany. Well, he wanted to be able to get to and from work easily, so he ordered one of these electric scooters, not a mobility scooter, you know, one of the scooters that you stand on and it's got an electric motor on it. Well, he ordered this scooter and used it perfectly well for the first few weeks, and then all of a sudden it stopped working.
He used it fine for about 5 to 6 weeks, and then it stopped working. It stopped charging and basically wouldn't go anymore. Finally, in July, I started chasing them and saying, look, what's going on? And they said, right, sorry, we'll send you a return label, and can you send it back to us and we'll have a look at it. I was going out to see my son anyway, driving over there. So I brought the item back with me and we posted it back by courier to them. We had confirmation from both themselves and the courier company that they'd received it.
Well, Fiona's son still hasn't got his scooter back from this company, nor has he got a refund or anything else, which is why Fiona came to me and asked if I could go and get involved. Well, that's exactly what I've been doing. Fiona's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Fiona.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, I did indeed try to contact the company that he'd purchased this scooter from. They were a seller on eBay.
Not eBay.
Sorry. My apologies. That's one of my other cases I did with. It was Amazon. You're quite right to correct me on that. Yes, and indeed, I'm just looking at my notes here in front of me. Yes, indeed. It was a company advertising on Amazon, not to be confused with any other online platform. Now, I've tried to contact that individual company, and they have not responded. But thankfully, Amazon have. Amazon have come back and gave me just a very brief bit of information, but to be honest, it was all the information I really needed to have, as long as it comes true. They just say, we have spoken to the customer, and we are now in the process of issuing him a refund. So I'm very much hoping that since we spoke, something has happened.
Absolutely. Yes, it has, Jonathan. We received an email a couple of days ago saying they were going to refund the full cost, including postage, to his credit card. And they have done so. We checked the credit card this morning and the money's all back on there.
Great. Lovely. So he's now in a position where he can go and buy another one.
Absolutely. If he decides to do that, which he may or may not do. But we just wanted either the repaired scooter back, but preferably the money back at this stage because it had dragged on so long. And you've managed to work your magic and get us that. So that's amazing. And they've actually even given him a £40 gift voucher for his trouble as well. So he can buy me a nice Christmas present with that now.
Well, that sounds very nice too. Now, your son... What is rather entertaining to me about this whole case, Am I allowed to reveal which show your son is in Germany?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
So your son is in, I gather, Starlight Express, which is...
Yes, that's right.
touring Germany. Why can your son not roller skate to work? Why does he need an electric scooter?
Well, they're not meant to wear their performance roller skates outside of work. Obviously for reasons that they don't want to damage them, because they need to be equipped for use on the stage.
But can't he get another pair of roller boots? He can roller boot to work on.
He's working on that now.
I just thought, when I looked at the details afterwards, I thought, how funny. He's using an electric scooter to scoot to work and then spends his entire working evening on roller skates or roller boots. It's very funny. Maybe as a joke, I presume he won't be listening to this in Germany. Maybe as a joke, you could get him. Do they still do those Fisher-Price ones that blow bubbles?
That's a good idea. The ones that you strap onto your trainers or something like that.
That's right. Get him some of those to go to work on. He can blow bubbles on the way to work.
I'm sure all his colleagues would think he was so cool if I did that.
Quite. It's the look every young man wants. Well, look, Fiona, I'm very pleased that Amazon have got that all sorted out. We will thank them very much indeed. I will give them the horn if you have any other problems. Today, before I go, to catch up with Margaret. Now, in October of last year, Margaret bought herself an outdoor security light. Cost just under 35 quid. Well, she's had this light attached to just above her back door for just over a year, but it stopped working. She tried changing the batteries, but there's a red light on it that indicates what she should do. Well, she's tried to do what the red light has told her to do, and that hasn't helped either.
I noticed it stopped working altogether, so I thought, well, put new batteries in.
When did it stop working?
It actually stopped working 2 days after the year's warranty sort of thing. So I contacted them, and they said, like they normally do, well, first off, it's not covered for a year anyway, and despite that, you would have been 2 days over. But she said, with this particular item, it's only covered for 6 months.
Well, I mean, it's just nonsense. Whether a company has terms and conditions or not, it does not negate your rights as per the Consumer Rights Act, which gives you a reasonable amount of time from any product that you purchase. And a reasonable amount of time, I would argue, is certainly not 6 months. So I went off to have a word with the company on Margaret's behalf. She's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Margaret.
Morning, Jonathan.
The company you purchased this light from is QVC. And they said, we're sorry to hear about this experience. We are currently looking into what happened on this occasion. We are committed to making this right for Margaret, and we will keep her up to date with our investigation. Well, when I last spoke to you, they'd been in touch, and they had indeed said to you, OK, well, look, if we can still get hold of one of these lights, we'll replace the light for you. If we can't get hold of it, well, if you want, we can give you a refund instead. And they were going to let you know. Now, I understand you've heard from them. What have they said, Margaret?
Well, they called me last Friday afternoon, and they haven't got any lights in. Oh. So I've opted for a refund back on my credit card.
Right.
That was last Friday. You said it would be 2 days. Up until today, it's still not showing.
Right. Well,
I didn't get back to them because I didn't know what department the gentleman was in that I spoke to.
Fine. I'll tell you what I'll do. As soon as I come off air, I'll drop them a quick email and say, I gather you've agreed to refund. When I spoke to Margaret today, the refund wasn't showing on the account. Can you please confirm that it's been processed, just to chase them up? How about that?
Yeah, they did say initially it'd only take 2 days, so...
Well, I'll go and chase them up for you, Margaret, and hopefully we can get things sorted. Please let me know as soon as you have that money in your account. It's the JVS show. He's on the phone. Good morning to you, Natasha.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so I'm ringing on behalf of my daughter. She is a council tenant. She was offered a council property last year in October. And when we went to view the property, there was a really bad leak coming from an upstairs flat. We reported that at the time of viewing, and inside the property there was quite substantial damage to the floorboards and walls, etc. So I said, if she accepts this flat, we obviously expect that will all be resolved before she moves in. And I was told, that will be the case. So about 2 weeks later, we went and signed for the keys. But when I was there, I rung up about the leak again and said, has it all been resolved? And they assured me that it had. They, at that point, said, we know that the flat was in a really bad state, and because of that, we've given all the walls a whitewash, because, we feel a bit bad, make it a bit better for you. So we was really happy with that. We visited the flat the next day, and when I touched the wall, paint actually came off on my hand where the walls were soaking wet and the paint could not dry. Outside, the leak was still running. So bearing in mind that was 2 weeks.
So where was the leak coming from?
It was coming from, so it's a three-storey block of flats. So it was coming from the very top flat, the overflow from that flat. So straight away.
So the pipe that sticks out of the wall, it was just constantly streaming, and the water was then running down the wall of what was going to become your daughter's flat.
Yes, so the whole wall on the outside was completely soaked. I took pictures of that as well. And there was a great big puddle in the sort of soiled area outside of her windows. I contacted the council straight away and said to them, look, this leak is still going. It needs to be sorted straight away. And I asked for a repairs manager to meet me at the property as soon as possible so I could discuss the issues with what damage the leak had caused to inside of her property as well. So I understand that they were quite quick on acting. Because it's a leasehold flat, they had to obtain an injunction to get access to the flat.
This is the one above.
Yeah,
and the flat above, the flat above, was that a privately owned flat, or was that also a council flat?
Yes, it's a leasehold flat, so it is privately owned, but it's leased. The building is obviously leased by. Well,
that's fairly typical with flats. So most flats are leasehold, but the flat upstairs, there was a private owner who owned the flat. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So, but they for some reason were not remotely bothered that they obviously had probably something wrong with the toilet, one of the toilets in the flat, if they have more than one, and that's why the water was just constantly leaking out of that pipe. I mean, apart from anything else, what a waste of water. Yeah. And I bet they were on a water meter, so they were paying for all that water as well. How silly.
Yeah. Well, I believed at that stage, when the council had obtained the injunction, the leak had obviously stopped. So I believed at that stage that the problem had been resolved. We just then needed to deal with the problem inside her flat because the flat was uninhabitable. So I discussed with the repairs manager and the lettings lady the fact that it is uninhabitable. She has paid 2 weeks full rent up front, but I don't believe that she should be staying in that flat until it is completely dried out. So it was agreed that they would credit her rent on a week-by-week basis, and she would not move in until they confirmed that it was dry. They put in a dehumidifier at that stage, and we were just in and out, sort of checking on the property, getting it ready for when she could actually move in. It took until the February to confirm that it was suitable for her to move in and dry enough. Between then, being at the flat, we obviously noticed other further repairs that needed doing. So her front door was insecure in the fact that unless she physically locked the door when she was inside, people could just walk in and out as they pleased. Her back door has, should I say, a great big hole, probably about the size of a 50p piece, between the plastic of the door and the brickwork, which is allowing a really bad draft to come through. So those were reported, and I was assured that they would be done. To date, they still haven't been. Also, the front security entrance to the block of flats, I picked up when we was going to the block that the whole frame was coming out of the wall, which was a bit dangerous. So they said, all right, we'll get that screwed back in. And I said, but the security door is there for a reason. It should be working. Anybody can walk in and out of this block as they please. And they didn't bother getting that fixed either. So, yeah. Obviously, she moved in on the February. We've bought brand new carpets. It's all decorated lovely. She was really happy there until recently in August. She mentioned to me, she said, "Mum, should my bed go sort of funny that I need to sort of wash it and things?" And I said, "Well, no, it is a divan, but you maybe dust it down, give it a little bit of a hoover. That's it. You shouldn't have to wash your bed." And she said, "Oh, because I've had to wash it because it's gone kind of mouldy." And so rung alarm bells. I contacted the council straight away and said, "Look, something's not right. Her bed's gone mouldy." They arranged for a damp and mould.
It's a ground floor flat, is it?
It is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They arranged for a damp and mould inspector to come to the property, and I hadn't been to the property for a while, and as soon as I walked in, it took my breath away. The smell of mould in that property was unbelievable. He even smelled it and he said, "I can smell it in the air." His advice to me at that stage, he tested the wall and said it was 45% damp. And his advice to me at that stage was wash down any bits of mould that she sees, because there wasn't any, like in properties you get it all round the windows where people haven't ventilated properly or haven't. I was
going to say, I mean, that's the most common. That is the most common problem with ground floor flats in particular.
Yeah,
and I used to live in a ground floor flat, and there are several problems with ground floor flats. Firstly, obviously, from a security perspective, you're not inclined to leave your windows open because you're on the ground floor. So if, for example, you've done a whole load of washing and you've hung your washing up, if you imagine how soaking wet that washing is, and then imagine you put it all over your clothes dryers in the living room or whatever, the moisture that's in those clothes has to go somewhere. Mm-hmm. It doesn't just vanish. The moisture has to evaporate into the air, and it then needs to get out of the property. Well, of course, what very often happens is people hang their washing up. The windows are shut because they're in a ground floor flat, and the moisture in the air will generally go to a place, for example, behind a bed, behind a wardrobe, even inside a wardrobe or inside furniture. And the moisture then sits there, and because it's a nice area where there's no air moving about, it quickly becomes mouldy. So very often, I would even go as far as to say 9 times out of 10, when people have got a mould and damp problem in a ground floor flat, it's very often because they are not ventilating the property themselves. So are you sure your daughter has been ventilating it properly?
Definitely, because I work in housing myself, actually. So before she moved in, my advice to her was, you need to make sure you open windows, you need to make sure you're heating the property. If you wake up in the morning, you ever see any condensation on your windows, you must wipe that off every day. So she's followed those instructions. The mould that she had was not actually in the normal places you'd expect, like round the windows, on the walls round the window or anything like that. So when he measured the wall at 45% damp, I questioned him and said, well, why would it be 45% damp now when in February I was told that it was dry and she could move in? He said, clean the mould down, use a mould cleaner, go over with white vinegar after, get a dehumidifier, so all at our own cost. Get a dehumidifier, and I'll come back in the winter months once it's had a chance to dry out and retest it. So I've taken his advice. We've gone round, cleaned any bits of mould that we could see, which, as I say, on the actual walls and things was very little. And a few days later, my daughter's boyfriend messaged me to say, do you know what, the leak is going again? So I contacted council straight away and said, look, this is why the wall is 45% damp. This is why her stuff is going mouldy, because the leak is going. It then took 4 days for them to come out and fix the leak.
But hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Back in the summer, when you say there was all this damp and mould problem, was the water leaking out of the overflow then?
No. So, as I say, when they came in the November last year, they stopped the leak. I believed it had been fixed, but from what I've been told, it was a temporary fix, or the water turned off or something to stop it. At no stage in November did they either go back to the leaseholder and say, right, you've got X amount of time to make sure that that's fixed properly.
So where are we now, and what do you need me to do?
So where we are now is that Jamie Lee's stuff is completely mouldy. She's sleeping on a mouldy mattress. Actually, this weekend, I've made her come back and stay at my house because she's got a cough and a cold, and I can't risk her getting allergies or asthma from being in that environment. So I put to the council that they need to do something. So they either need to move her out into another one-bed ground floor flat, or to give me a timescale as to how long this is going to take to resolve. She can stay with me. I expect her rent to be paid, but they're just not. They're not coming back to me with anything. I got so frustrated that they're not. It seems like they're ignoring me. That I went to the MP, but I feel like they're also ignoring the MP, because again, this was over 2 weeks ago that I contacted them, and I still haven't had any response.
Well, I mean, you don't have an MP anyway at the moment, because none of us have any MPs. They are all candidates to become MPs, so nothing will be done. I would have thought at the moment. So I think we need to go and have a little word with this council on your behalf.
We do.
And just ask what's going on. It doesn't seem unreasonable to expect them to resolve the issue. And if they do not believe that this is an inherent problem with dampness in the flat, if they do believe that the moisture is coming from the way Natasha's daughter is behaving in the flat, a 45% moisture reading on the wall seems very high.
She would have to be doing a lot of washing and leaving wet washing around.
She'd have to be having some kind of, jacuzzi bath 24 hours a day in order for there to be that amount of moisture, one would have thought. Let's see what we can find out. Let's see what we can get sorted. I'm going to pass you back to Tara and Natasha. We'll get some detail, OK?
OK, brilliant, thanks.
Hang on there, please. It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three Counties Radio. I'll be talking to Ian all about this scratch card and the fact he believes he's won £1,000, but according to Camelot, he hasn't. He's only won 40. First, though, do you remember Stephen? Stephen was telling me he bought a corner sofa for £1,800, and he bought it just over 2 years ago. Well, he turned the cushions over, as you're supposed to from time to time, and noticed there was a problem with the stitching on one of the cushions. It had come apart. So he got in contact with the company and complained, but he was very dissatisfied with their response.
Part that's kind of torn, no one really sits there unless I have guests. They've just said the only way we can actually send an engineer out is if you pay us £75. Didn't say anything about if it works out that it's a manufacturing defect, then you'll get the money back. If they had said that, then I would have said, that's fine, send them out and I'll pay it.
Well, of course, Stephen was very unhappy about that, so I promised him I'd go and have a word with the company on his behalf. He's back on the JVS show now. Morning, Stephen.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Right, so the company concerned, as you are well aware, is SCS.
Yeah.
And they came back with this response. They said the goods were delivered in June of 2017 and have performed satisfactorily in the home for over 2 years. When he has raised concern regarding a seam with us, as the original 12-month warranty had expired, the call-out fee for a qualified technician to attend the home to carry out a full detailed report is £75. From experience, it is most unusual for upholstery fabric to tear as a result of a manufacturing defect, particularly after this length of time. If the report did conclude that there was indeed a manufacturing defect, then any further parts or labour would be free of charge. If the report concludes that it is accidental damage within the home environment, but if we are still able to assist, then a quote would be issued if parts and labour were required. Of course, we would always provide a remedy in accordance with the customer's rights, And in the event this was determined to be the result of a manufacturing fault, given Stephen's reluctance to have a report carried out, I can confirm that the charge will be refunded. So in effect, they would ordinarily charge to come and have a look at furniture, but in this case they decided to come and have a look at it at no cost to you. When they did come out, they did indeed confirm that the stitching needed to be repaired, and they said that they were prepared to do that for you at no additional cost. So, what's the latest since we spoke? Because it has been some time, and my team tell me you are not happy with the repair they've done for you. What's the problem with that?
Yeah, basically they didn't do a repair on site. He said we'd ordered a new part for it, which is a new cover and a new cushion. So anyway, they delivered it probably about 4 weeks later. And when I put it next to the original sofa, it's a different shade, which I said to the engineer when he turned up, that would probably be the case. He said, well, it would be, then you'd have to go back to them again. So I sent pictures to SCS of the two different colours of the cushions, and they basically said to me, it will wear in. I said to them, I can't see how.
Well, it's not, but it's not going to wear in uniformly, is it? Because no, the other furniture is 2 years old.
Well, this is what I said to them. I said, because the more I sit on one settee, it's going to wear in, and the other one is going to wear in at the same kind of time, so they're always going to be different. But they sent an email just basically saying they've spoken to an upholsterer and they said it will wear in. So I said, well, I went back to them and said, well, I'll speak to yourself first because obviously I don't know where I stand with this, but I'm not happy with the fact that I've got two different colours. I mean, I wouldn't have bought it 2.5 years ago.
What colour is the furniture?
It's black with like silver flecks in it, little silver flecks.
Right. And I would imagine, is the new cushion cover, is that a darker black than the rest?
Yeah, it is, yes. I mean, I did send some pictures in here, but it was quite...
Because the rest of the furniture, I would imagine, has been exposed to the elements and the light.
Yeah, so it has. I mean, the guy that came round originally, he said, he put in his notes, he said, in excellent condition. So it's not as if, we don't look after it. But I was just unhappy with the response from them. Cause
what I don't understand, though, is, I mean, my understanding of the original problem was that it was the seam on the cushion cover that had come apart.
Well, this is what I said to the guy. You're going to fix it now. I thought he'd fix it, and he said, no, I'm not going to fix it. So I'm just going to order a new part for it.
Have you still got the original cushion cover?
Yeah, I put the new one onto the settee just to see what it's like, and then I wrapped it straight back up again because I thought I'm not going to use it.
Well, surely the most sensible way of resolving the problem is for an upholsterer to restitch the original cover.
I don't think you can, because I think the way it's kind of split, it's split where you can't hide it.
Oh, I thought it had split on the seam.
It has split on the seam, but it's crooked. He said that the split itself is crooked because the stitching has been done crooked. Because I was under the impression, because obviously I've took 3 mornings off work for appointments, so I was under the impression he was going to come, stitch it up, and that had been the end of it. But no, he said it's a new part, and that's pretty much that. And obviously now the part's darker than what we've got, and I'm just not happy with that.
But you said to me that you hadn't noticed that the seam was split until you turned the cushion over.
That's correct, yeah.
So... please, tell me, because it's obviously difficult unless you can see something to imagine what the problem is, but surely the most sensible thing to do then is to stitch up where it has split and then for you to put the cushion back in the position that it was in before, at which point you then have a cushion that doesn't have a split cover, but it matches the rest of the furniture.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things I thought was going to happen, but obviously the guy that come to look at it didn't think it could be stitched back, and said what we'll do is we'll just order a new part. And I said they delivered a new... I thought it'd just be the cover, to be honest with you, but they delivered the cover and the cushion seat itself.
I'll tell you what I'd like to do. I mean, I think if I were in your position, I would rather they stitched up the old cushion and I had a cushion that matched the rest of the furniture, because to be honest with you, I don't see what else you can do with the brand new cushion cover that is going to suddenly mean it's going to match the rest of the furniture, because the rest of the furniture has been exposed to the light and has been sat on for 2 years. So, of course, a brand new cushion cover is going to stand out like a sore thumb, isn't it?
Well, this is it, because the girl on the phone originally, when I first phoned them up, said that when the guy comes out to have a look at it, she said if it's just a bit of stitching, he'll do it while he's there. And I said, well, that's great. And that's what I was quite shocked, really, because obviously I've taken 3.5 days off work already. I'd rather him got it done so I don't have to take him all time out, because obviously it's costing me now every time I take time off for him. But no, he just looked at it, he said, no, I don't know why they didn't just replace it in the first place. I'll get a new part ordered. He didn't make no attempt to try and stitch it.
So if they were to then work on the basis of, okay, well, we've got this one cushion cover now that doesn't match the rest. We're going to now have to replace every single cushion cover. Even that is not really going to solve the problem, is it? Because then the cushions won't match the rest of the suite, because the rest of the suite will be in a fabric that isn't an exact match for the cushion cover.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the guy on the phone said to me, if you don't like that when it comes, because he even said that it's going to be a different shade, he said, if you don't like it, just reject it. That's what he told me.
Yes, but reject it and then what? I mean, there needs to... Of course you can just reject it, but then what?
But no, I wasn't... I mean, it was kind of talk, so I just thought I'd wait and see what happens when it turns up.
Right. Well, I think I need to go back and have a word with SES and just say, look, the situation, the resolution doesn't seem to have worked.
No.
Why can you not get this cushion stitched? I mean, there must be... An upholsterer surely must be able to do a good repair that would be much more difficult to notice than
I don't know if it was an upholsterer or just somebody who comes out to have a look at what needs to be done. And I don't know whether if it's cheaper for them just to say, just send a new one out than it is to actually send an upholsterer to come out to repair it. Because I was told when he comes out, if he can fix it on site, he will. And
yeah,
it's
but
massive stitch.
No, and I would have thought that a repair, even if on close inspection you can see the repair, surely that is still going to be much less noticeable than the replacement cover. So,
well, I wouldn't have noticed it obviously because it's at the back.
Right. Well, I would say let's try and get it repaired then. That's the most sensible way. Let me go and have another word with them. Leave it with me. That I know many of you have been following with great interest. Ian came to me. He was telling me that he went to his local newsagent, bought a couple of scratch cards that looked like crosswords. Well, he and his wife had to scratch off 2 rows of letters at the top of the scratch cards, and then you scratch off the corresponding letters on the rest of the crossword. And when you've scratched all of it off, you work out how many words you can make from the letters that you've been given in your top 2 rows. Obviously, the more words you reveal, the bigger the prize you win. Well, you can imagine Ian was absolutely delighted when his wife scratched off all of the letters to reveal a very big win.
She couldn't believe it. She got 10 words, which is worked out as to be £1,000. So I was really surprised with that, thought this is great, and took it back to the newsagent where we got it from. And they checked it on their machine, and it came up as only £40. They paid us the £40, otherwise their machine would have been out. And I phoned them straight away, and I spoke to a really nice gentleman at the company. And he said, could you send me a picture of the card, the front and the back of it? I sent it in an email, and he phoned back straight away. He said, well done. He said, yeah, you got a winning card here. He said, send the card to us, and you receive a cheque within 7 to 10 days. They sent a letter to say they received the card and they'd be looking into it. We waited the 10 days and didn't hear anything from them, so we phoned them up and asked, what is happening. And they phoned back 2 days later, and a woman said, I've got your card. She said, we've reconstructed the card. That letter P that you scratched off should have been a letter F, and that would have made a £40 win and not the 1,000. And we said to her, have you got the card we sent in front of you? And she said, no, I've told you that I've got a reconstructed card and the letter is an F and not a P, and she put the phone down.
But as far as Ian is concerned, the card that he and his wife had purchased from the newsagent in good faith shows that there is a P, not an F, in the top row of letters, which means they should have won £1,000 because it makes 10 words. He sent me a photo of the scratch card, and indeed it looks like a P on the top 2 rows, and yet the company concerned, Camelot, were refusing to accept that this is indeed such a valuable card. Well, what's the latest? Ian's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Ian.
Good morning.
Right, so as you're aware, I went off to have a word with Camelot, who investigated, and I ended up having a rather frustrating conversation with their representative, who kept telling me that, as far as they are concerned, the card that they have received from you has an F on it, not a P, and therefore the card that you had purchased from them is only a £40 card, not a £1,000 card. And I said, well, why am I looking then at a photo of that card before Ian and his wife sent it back to you, clearly showing a P? And he said, well, I can't tell you that because that's a photo that the customer has sent you. That's not the card that I've got in front of me. And I said, right, OK, well, can I please see the card then? And he said, no. I said, well, I don't understand. If you've got the evidence, if what you're suggesting really in a roundabout way is that Ian and his wife are pulling a fast one and have in some way doctored that original scratch card, which, to be honest, Ian, is quite an allegation for them to suggest, isn't it?
Terrible allegation, yeah.
If you're suggesting that Ian and his wife have doctored the scratch card for me in a photo, and yet the card they have sent you is clearly an F, then surely you would share that evidence with me.
That's right.
In order to prove what you're saying is true. And Camelot said they would not be prepared to share with me the evidence that they say they have. Now, the other slightly confusing thing is they keep talking about this reconstructed card. You know, we've reconstructed it. And I said, yes, but never mind the reconstruction. The exact card that Ian and his wife purchased, have you got that? He said, yes. I said, right, OK, so why can't I see a photo of it? If you're telling me that the exact card Ian and his wife sent you is different to the photo that Ian sent me, show me the evidence. But Camelot seemed to be suggesting that they weren't prepared to do that, and it was almost, Ian, it felt as if they don't have to share the evidence.
Yeah.
I should just believe what Camelot have to say. Well, I'm sorry, but I try and treat everyone fairly on this programme, and I don't care whether you're an individual or whether you're a, multi-million-pound company. If you're making a statement of fact, and there is a question mark over whether it is a statement of fact, and you've got evidence to prove it, it's not unreasonable to request that you share the evidence, but they just will not do it. So I went off, after our conversation last time, Ian, I went off to have a word with the newsagent, your local newsagent, where you originally purchased the scratch card.
Yeah.
And this is the newsagent that you took the scratch card back to collect your winnings.
Yeah. After 5 minutes after buying it, yeah.
That's right. And I went and I managed to have a word with the lady that had served you and the lady that you took the card back to.
Yeah.
She said the card was, and I quote her, 100 billion% a P.
Yeah.
She said to me, it was 100% legit. This was not the mistake of the customer, she said. She said everyone in the shop at the time had a look at it. She said other members of staff had a look at the card. And she said even a couple of other customers who'd come into the shop while you were all having this conversation, they had a look at the card as well.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
Everyone confirmed, she said, that the card had a P on it, not an F.
Yeah.
And everybody's understanding, looking at that card on that day, was that you should have won £1,000.
That's right, yeah.
So armed with that information, armed with that view from the member of staff who sold you the scratch card in the first place and then checked the scratch card after you'd scratched it off, I went back to Camelot to put to them the increasing evidence in favour of you.
Right.
They've come back with a statement. This is a statement from Camelot. They say, the scratch card in question that was submitted to us has a letter F as the sixth letter along the bottom row and not a P, and there is no misprint. We also reconstructed the scratch card in our back-end system, and this has confirmed the letter to be an F, not a P, meaning the card was eligible for a £40 prize.
That's unbelievable. It's definitely a P. It's...
The photo that you've sent me shows it's a P.
Yeah.
The shop that you bought it from, who checked it, who looked at it, confirmed it was a P. And I did say to the lady there, I said, did you have a close look at it? I mean, is there any way that Ian or his wife with a pen could have changed an F into a P? Or was there any chance that a little bit of the kind of silver stuff you have to scratch off had not been scratched off on that particular letter?
Yeah.
Which would have made it look like a P rather than an F. She said, no. She said, we checked it and it was definitely a P.
Yeah, that's right. And also, when I actually phoned the lottery first time, and he asked me to send a photo of the card, the front and the back, which I did so, and he phoned us straight back and said, yes, you've got a winner. That's a definite winning card.
Well, they are now absolutely insistent that it is not a £1,000 winning card, it's only a £40 winning card, and they are absolutely insistent that as far as they are concerned, the scratch card you submitted to them has a letter F rather than a P on it.
I think what they're looking at is just that the reconstructed card and not the actual card, because when we phoned the security people and the woman told us that it's a letter F, we said, have you got the card in front of you? And she says, no, I've told you, we've reconstructed the card. So where is that original card that I sent in?
I am incredibly concerned by all of this.
It's kind of our name, and we signed on the back of it as well.
As I mentioned to you last time, ultimately, complaints regarding Camelot and the National Lottery must be directed to the Gambling Commission. Now, I know that you went off to have a word with them, and they have suggested that there is a step that you should take before they can investigate. What did they say to you?
The Gambling Commission told me to contact CEDA, which is a group that deals with Camelot disputes.
Right.
So I phoned them.
It's like an alternative dispute resolution.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And the forms for that have just arrived this morning.
Right.
I've got to fill out those forms and put everything on there.
Well, I would like you to do that. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, Camelot are going to have to share this evidence that they say they have with someone. If they don't want to share it with me, which would clear all of this up, you know, they could have cleared all of this up in the very first instance. If they said, look, we've got the card that Ian sent to us in front of us, and it definitely is an F, not a P. If they showed me that card, I'd be saying to you, Ian, I've checked it.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely an F, it's not a P.
Yeah.
But they're not prepared to share with me the photo. Now, I don't understand why. You just would, wouldn't you?
Well, that's right. I feel
if you've got the evidence, you would.
Yeah, I feel like bringing the police in on it because, you know, being told that you've rubbed it off wrong or altered the card, they're implying that we've fiddled it, and there's no way we've done that. So,
do you know what is interesting? And I mean, this is another interesting angle to all of this. Why haven't Camelot involved the police?
Yes,
because if Camelot ultimately believe that you are making up this story in order to try and get an additional £960 more than you're entitled to from that scratch card, then surely what they are of the opinion of is that you are committing fraud.
That's right.
So why are they not involving the police?
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't understand the position that they're taking on this. And I really hope that either through this alternative dispute resolution or the Gambling Commission, someone will force them to show the evidence that they say they have.
Yeah.
Because I'd be fascinated to see it.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that they've actually lost the card that you sent them? And they've recreated the card with using the barcode on the card, and the card they've recreated indeed shows the lettering as it should have been printed.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that the first card you purchased in good faith didn't have a misprint on it.
That's right. And also we have to sign the back of the cards when you send them to them with your address on it. So if it's a reconstructed card, it won't have that on it.
Well, this is very interesting. I am fairly confident that somewhere through the process of you making now a formal complaint, someone is going to say to them, where is the evidence that was sent to you? Where is this crucial card? We want to see the crucial card. And at that point, a determination will be made. I'll tell you what I'm going to do as well, Ian. Do you mind if I share the photo with my Twitter followers and my Facebook followers? Do you mind if I share the photo of the original card?
Not at all. You're welcome to do that.
I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to share that after the programme today, and I'm going to let people make their own judgment as to whether that letter in the top 2 rows is an F or a P.
Yeah.
I will let people make that judgment call. We will obviously continue to follow this. Can you please get those forms filled in for the alternative dispute resolution?
Yeah.
I will follow this right through until the conclusion. And I don't understand, I reiterate again, I don't understand, Camelot, why, if you've got the evidence that shows Ian and his wife are making this up, why will you not share that evidence?
The only thing I also thought of, those scratch cards, like the crossword ones, they had to be pulled from the shelves before because it revealed a naughty word, and they had to instantly pull all the cards from sale. That was this year. That was in all the main press and everything, or last year. But all that was... And I'm thinking, well, are they don't want to pull them from sale because they lose a lot of money.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if they, for example, sometimes with things, mistakes can happen.
Yeah.
We all understand that. I mean, in every workplace, mistakes can occur from time to time. And if, in fact, when they looked at the scratch card, they scanned the barcode in on it and it said that it should have been a £40 win, but they recognised that somewhere in the process the printer had made a mistake and it had turned an F into a P.
Yeah.
And if they then look at that and say, well, OK, this customer's not actually entitled to the £1,000 because they haven't actually won the £1,000, but we can see from the card why they believe they've won £1,000, so we are going to honour the £1,000 for this customer.
Yeah.
That would be a perfectly reasonable thing for them to say.
It would be, yeah.
And at that point, they're not opening themselves up to other people saying, oh, well, hang on a minute, I think I'm owed this and I'm owed that as well. They would just be making a perfectly reasonable recognition of a genuine misprint. But they're saying it's not a misprint. They are saying the card that you have sent them does not resemble the photo of the card you've sent me.
Well, it's exactly the same photo I sent them.
Well, can you please get the form in? I'm going to share the photo later on this afternoon and we'll take things from there, OK?
Okay, I will get onto that this afternoon.
All right.
Get those forms posted.
Thank you. Consumer problem. Now, before we go for today, let me have a quick catch-up with Sandeep. Sandeep booked 2 rooms for his family and his in-laws for a 2-night stay in London. It was back in May of 2018. When they arrived at the hotel, they were told there was no room, and they were shown a hotel over the road instead, which was absolutely horrible. Well, by this point, they said, we don't want to stay in that hotel, but they were running out of options.
At the end, he said what he can do is, he's got 1 room, he can put all of us together in that room. So my wife, myself, my father-in-law, my mother-in-law, and my 2-month-old. So he said, you can all stay in this room. Because it was a late night, we couldn't find any other hotel, so we decided to stay in that room. And then I said to this guy, I said, look, we ain't going to be staying next day in the same room, so we will check out tomorrow morning. What we want you to do is we just give us a refund for next day. And then this guy says, okay, that's fine. So we obviously spent night in that room. Next day, I went to the reception and I said to them, look, I'm not happy. Obviously, we booked everything in advance and then all this happened. Originally booked 2 rooms, and then the next day I went to the reception. I said to them, can you please give us a refund for next day? So we book another hotel and we go and live there, stay in the other hotel. And then this guy at the reception, he said, no, he cannot do that. The night staff is gone home, so he's not aware about anything. And I said to him, like, this is unfair, obviously. But he said, no, there's nothing he can do about it.
Well, Sandeep is very frustrated. He wants the money back from the first hotel for this disastrous experience they had, and I'm not surprised. That's exactly what we've been asking the hotel for. Let's find out how we've got on. Sandeep's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Sandeep.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning.
Just wanted to say thank you very much for all your help.
Well, hang on a second, because let's find out what's gone on, because I know Tara has been off speaking to the hotel in question to ask them why, first of all, on that night, why did they give away Sandeep's 2 rooms? Well, at least one of the 2 rooms that he'd booked, leaving this family in a very difficult position of turning up at 11 o'clock at night and there not being very much room at the inn. What have they had to say for themselves, Tara?
Yeah, I would not want to be in that position.
No.
It's late, you've got a very young child and some in-laws who you might, although you love them deeply, you might not want to share a room with them. This is a bit chaotic.
Well, I don't know very many people that would want to share a bedroom with their in-laws.
So, OK, I got in touch with the company, and this is Booking.com, and a spokesperson said to me, because our highest priority is to facilitate smooth and enjoyable travel experiences for our customers, in the very rare instance that something unexpected occurs or a property overbooks themselves, our customer service team is available 24/7 to support our customers and help relocate them to a property of equal or better quality as smoothly and quickly as possible.
That sounds like a minor dig that you didn't call them on the night, Sandeep.
Yeah. What happened is when I spoke to you, JVS, the other day, they called me on the same day. And this guy said that they investigated the whole matter and they really apologised. It was a completely nightmare. And then...
Hold on. Are you about to do the big
on.
reveal?
Let's hear the rest of their response first.
Whoa there. On this occasion, we apologise that it has taken longer than usual to investigate and resolve this matter for the customer. As this is not the experience we want for our customers, we have offered a full refund along with an additional amount as a gesture of goodwill for a total of £320.
Oh, great. Lovely. So
endeth the statement.
How much extra have they given you on top of the amount that you'd paid for the 2 nights in that room, in that hotel?
They paid me £120 extra. They gave me the refund for the first hotel.
Yeah.
Plus they gave me the refund for the hotel I stayed next day. So they give me all the money back.
Good. OK. Well, that's good. And I would just hope that lessons have been learnt here, because it's totally and utterly unacceptable that someone books a hotel room and they're banking on having somewhere to stay for the night, to then turn up and for the hotel to say, oh, sorry, we've given away your rooms to someone else.
Yeah.
It's just outrageous. What are people supposed to do? I'm very pleased they've sorted it for you. Are you a happy bunny?
I'm very happy, JVS. I just wanted to say thank you very much for all your tape, because this has been going on for over a year and I gave up at the end. I said, no. I was very angry because this is very unfair. This is all hard work money. And then I gave up at the end, but I'm glad I spoke to you guys and you helped me. Really,
good.
Really.
Well, we will thank Book this hour by talking to Anna. Do you remember Anna? She was telling me that in October 2015, she spent £150 on a new A3 printer. Well, after about 3 months, she had some problems with it and contacted the manufacturer. They fixed it for her. However, the printer then went on to develop another fault. The ink cartridges were running out really quickly. Anna tried replacement ones, but they were exactly the same. They just kept running out. She's continued to have problems with this printer ever since. So she contacted the manufacturer again asking for help and eventually involved the retailer as well.
I contacted the manufacturer, but by this time the warranty had expired and they said that they couldn't do anything about it. I'd done about 20 prints and it's supposed to be a lot more than that. And they said the only thing they can do is they can service it for me, but it would cost me another £115. So I didn't really want to do that. So then I contacted the department store that I bought it from. They said, it was actually after your show, I got some information about my consumer rights. So I thought, well, maybe the department store can help me. So I contacted them and they said that there were certain instances that they could help me. But again, because of the warranty and because their guarantee had expired, they couldn't help me. They said they couldn't help me. The only way they could help me is if I got a report from the manufacturer saying that there was an inherent problem with the machine from the time that I bought it.
Now, this is where the fun and games has begun, because this department store, and interestingly, we have since encountered another department store using the exact same phrasing. They have adopted this position of saying, if a product, unless you can prove that the product had an inherent problem that was present on the day of purchase, you have no rights to go back to them under the Consumer Rights Act. Now, this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is not what the law states, certainly not in its entirety anyway. A product must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. And as far as I'm concerned, you've always been able to argue in consumer law that if a product develops a fault in what you can argue is an unreasonable amount of time, then a manufacturing component within that product was not made to a reasonable standard and therefore hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time. So under, for example, the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, the retailer still has some responsibility to you. But the retailer in this case, John Lewis, have said no. That is not the case unless you can prove that on the day you bought that printer, it already had a problem with it. We don't have to do anything to sort things out. Well, this is a very odd response as far as I'm concerned, and they have now made the same response on several occasions regarding several different complaints. Now, first of all, let me just say good morning to you, Anna. Good morning.
Hi.
Thanks for coming back on the programme. Now, I do understand, since our last conversation, John Lewis have increased their offer to you, and I gather they're now prepared to give you, I think, £80?
Yeah, they'd originally said £50 when I contacted them the first time, and now they're saying £80, but then that would be their final offer. They'd take away the printer, and then that would be the end of it.
Right. Yeah. And this printer you've had since October 2015?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, it may well be that offer actually is worth accepting, because if the printer cost £150 in 2015, you would obviously have to factor in the use that you have had from the product anyway, when factoring in any kind of reimbursement for the years of use, reasonable use, you have not had from the product. But what is interesting is that John Lewis keep talking about how this is a goodwill gesture, and they are not obliged to do so under the law because you have been unable to prove that the product had an inherent problem on the day of purchase. So I want to know, for everybody else listening to the programme, whether or not John Lewis are right and reasonable to continue using this line when faced with customers who go back with products saying, this product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. Under the Consumer Rights Act, I want you to take responsibility for that. Sean Kirk is a specialist in retail law from Bawtry Solicitors. Good morning to you, Sean.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now, you and I have spoken before on this issue regarding John Lewis, and you actually came up with a very good example as to why their response is not correct and reasonable. And the example that I recall you making was regarding a T-shirt. Yes. So let's say, for example, you go to a shop and you buy a T-shirt. On the day of buying the T-shirt, it's absolutely fine. It looks great. But you wear it twice and put it through the washing machine and the whole thing falls apart. Just because on the day that you bought it, it looked like a T-shirt and behaved like a T-shirt, but after a couple of washes it had fallen apart, it does not mean that you don't have any rights to take it back to the shop.
No, that's exactly right. And the law as it stands, if there's a fault within the first 6 months of purchasing the product, it's not for the consumer to prove that there was an inherent problem, and I'm not entirely sure where John Lewis have even got this phrase from, because it's certainly not in the statute. It's for John Lewis to prove that the product was satisfactory and it's the consumer that was at fault. And you're right in listing the requirements. The goods had to be a satisfactory quality, they had to be fit for purpose, and they had to be as described. So there does have to be some common sense applied. And again, as I said, I don't know where John Lewis are getting this requirement for consumers to prove that there is an inherent problem.
What is interesting, though, they are not alone. We have since dealt with a couple of other companies who have come back with exactly the same line. They have used the word inherent in their response to us and have said, because the customer has not been able to prove that the product had an inherent problem at the point of purchase, we are under no obligation to take the item back.
But as you're aware, the various emails we've had on this topic, that I've quoted the statutes verbatim in the emails. There is nothing in the statute which says there needs to be an inherent problem. And I'd love for John Lewis to either contact you or contact me and quote me where they're getting this phrase from.
Well, let's just go through the response that they have given for the programme that we are doing today, because I put all of this to them. They have said, we agree that when you purchase any product in the UK, you have implicit rights under the Consumer Rights Act. When dealing with customer complaints around the Consumer Rights Act, we manage them on a case-by-case basis and use our judgment. The legislation states that goods must be fit for purpose, of satisfactory quality and as described, but these are not defined terms. So we use our judgment, whilst always adhering to the law, to assess what is reasonable in the circumstances. This will include considering the description of the item, the price, their durability and so on. We'd say the reasonable customer would expect a top-of-the-range smart TV to last longer than a basic level kettle. So judgment is needed in each case. We always seek to work with the customer to resolve the issue. They then go on to say, let's assume that a customer has purchased a shirt from John Lewis. After the first wear and wash, it fell apart. A week after purchase, they return this to John Lewis to complain. Our view is that on the evidence presented by the customer and the limited passage of time, it was not of suitable quality or fit for purpose at the time of purchase, and so a refund, repair or replacement would be offered. Clearly, the reasonable customer would expect a shirt to be more durable than this. Let's assume that a different customer purchased the same shirt from John Lewis. After 13 months of normal wear and tear and wash, it started to fall apart. So the customer returns it to John Lewis to complain. At this point, the customer is out of the returns period, and it is unlikely there would be an applicable warranty. As such, they may seek to rely on their rights under the Consumer Rights Act. Our view on the customer's rights and John Lewis's legal responsibilities in this situation are: as the item has failed more than 6 months after purchase, the burden is on the customer to prove that the product was faulty at the time the goods were purchased. Now, Sean, I have an issue with how they instantly start defining this. Okay, it may well be that the customer has a responsibility to prove that the product was not manufactured to a reasonable standard, which is why it didn't last for a reasonable amount of time. But they keep coming back to this point that you have to prove the product was faulty at the time you purchased it.
No, but before the first 6 months, so during the course of the first 6 months, it is the burden of proof is for the seller to prove, the retailer to prove that there was a fault. After 6 months, that flips onto the consumer.
Yes.
Now, it's not necessary to prove that there was a fault at the time. It is the proof is to demonstrate that it wasn't a satisfactory quality. It's not just to prove that there was a fault at the time. Obviously, something can, for example, a computer, hypothetically, that can work during the first 6 months. But if the components are of poor quality, then they could obviously deteriorate over a course of time. That doesn't mean that the good isn't the laptop wasn't fit for purpose. If it fails after 6 months, it's clearly not of satisfactory quality. That doesn't mean, but it may work at the point of purchase.
Exactly, and this is the point that this is my understanding of the Consumer Rights Act and the law. This is obviously your understanding as a lawyer of the law. But a big company like John Lewis, I presume, are seeking legal advice on this matter, and they seem to have a different interpretation.
You would hope they'd have a legal team, but if you refer back to the statute, Section 9 of the Consumer Rights Act says that goods must be of satisfactory quality. But that statute lists the elements which define satisfactory quality, and one of them is durability. So durability, obviously, something can be fit for purpose at the point you purchase it, but it needs to be durable. It needs to run for a reasonable period of time. So I turn back to the example of the laptop. The laptop may work at the point you purchased it, but you would still expect it to work within 6 months.
Yes. I think and it will be very interesting to see what happens, but with several of these retailers, and John Lewis, as I say, is one of a number now that we have heard from who have used this word inherent. So I don't know whether there is a firm of solicitors that is advising big department stores, for example, on the law, and he's giving them this line of, oh, well, a customer must provide evidence that the problem had an inherent fault on the date of purchase. I don't know whether they are getting this information. It seems very strange that they're all using this word inherent, when, as you've rightly said, the legislation does not use the word inherent at all in it.
No.
So
the problem with consumer law at the present moment in time is, because there's this flip of the burden of proof after the period of 6 months, if you were to consider, and I don't recommend this for any small claim, if you were to consider court action to recover the cost of a product, you would need to prove to the court that there was a fault, and that it breached the provisions of the Consumer Rights Act. The problem is, and certainly with small claims, is that getting these types of reports cost money, and that money isn't recoverable. And that's where the problem lies with a lot of consumers, is that it wastes time and money and effort to try and recover recover the cost for faulty products.
Now that's interesting that you say that the cost of having that report is non-recoverable, because that's news to me. I have many times spoken to companies who have agreed to cover the cost of those reports as a result of a case going to court.
That's good. That is very good that is very good for those companies. It's any claim below £10,000 is classed as a small claim, and the norm is legal costs aren't recoverable. And particularly with expert reports, it is at the discretion of the court, and 9 times out of 10 they're not recoverable.
Absolutely, the legal costs are not recoverable. But I was under the impression that if you had to obtain a report to prove that the item was,
if the court specifically orders it, then that cost could be recoverable. But with small claims, the court normally doesn't expect you to get a report because it's on the small claims track, and expert reports are normally for more expensive claims, which are assigned to the fast track and multi-track.
Right. The problem with all of this is, I guess, what needs to happen is there needs to be some precedent set by customers taking companies like this to court, and for companies like John Lewis to be told that they cannot use this word inherent in responding to individual customer complaints. But as you have rightly said, when you take a company to court, you know, it may well cost you money in order to do so. And of course, with a court case, and we've all known court cases where it looked to be a dead cert, and then on the day things haven't gone according to plan, very often customers are reluctant to do that.
And the problem with these types of cases is that, as I said, they're normally at the lower end, so in the small claims track, and therefore they'll be assigned to a county court. And you're not going to get a precedent, as you would say, going through the county court. They tend to go to the High Court and the Court of Appeal. So you would have to have something very expensive in dispute.
So what can we do then to change the position and the policy of John Lewis and other retailers who are using the word inherent?
I'd welcome a discussion with John Lewis. I'd absolutely welcome a discussion with John Lewis to work out where they're getting this notion of inherent from.
Well, I have suggested to them that they are perfectly within their rights to have a conversation with you. They haven't, so far, accepted that invitation.
Right. I feel insulted.
Yeah, well, quite. I mean, yes, I would presume, based on the response they have continued to give me, they do not want you telling them that their position is wrong because they don't believe their position is wrong.
Can I ask a question about...
Yeah, yes, you can, Anna, yeah.
Where does the manufacturer fall in this? Because John Lewis has sold the product, but it's obvious that the product was faulty in the first place.
Yeah, but you don't have a contract with the manufacturer, so...
But surely John Lewis have. So if they were to kind of honour my contract, surely there's some kind of compensation for them in terms of the manufacturer.
Well, my understanding, and I'm sure you will correct me if I'm saying anything that's incorrect here, Sean, but my understanding is in the case of, for example, you would take the retailer to court and then the retailer countersues their supplier who has given them the product, and they make the counterclaim that the product they have bought in good faith has failed.
Yes,
so,
it's exactly that.
You know, so that's the way it works. But in terms of you as a customer, you don't have the ability to pursue the manufacturer directly. You are reliant on the retailer, in this case John Lewis, doing the right thing by you as per the law. But it would appear they are continuing to use this word inherent, even though it doesn't appear in the legislation at all.
And they don't accept that if something's gone wrong in such a short period of time that would mean that there was an inherent problem in the first place. Because if there wasn't, it would last for at least a year, at least.
Well, that's the argument.
Inherent problem.
Exactly. That's the logical argument, isn't it? If I go and buy a TV, really expensive TV, if I spend £3,000 on a top-of-the-range TV, and 2 years later, the TV just won't turn on anymore, and I haven't damaged it, and I haven't, poured a cup of tea down the back of it or anything like that, it just has stopped working, then the argument that I would be making to the retailer is that the product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. It has not been made to a good enough standard. The quality of it is not reasonable because obviously a component in it has failed after only 2 years, and you would expect a very expensive television like that to last for considerably more. But it would appear that John Lewis at that point will then wheel out this word inherent and say, unless you can get a report that states on the date you purchased that TV it already had a problem with it, then we're not going to do anything about it.
No, it's exactly that. Section 9, paragraph 3, and it quite clearly lists as part of it durability.
Well, I mean, my advice to you, Anna, and I don't know, Sean, if you agree with this, the printer cost £150 new in 2015, and here they are now offering you £80 that you can put towards replacing the printer. I think that's probably an offer that is worth accepting. Do you agree with that, Sean?
Yes, I do. If you're my client, I'll be recommending you accept that offer.
Yeah. But regarding John Lewis and indeed one or two other retailers who have used the word inherent, I think this is a case of watch this space. And I will, after this conversation today, Sean, I will again, I don't wish to put you in a position where they're going to hurt your feelings and make you feel cast aside, but I will again explain that you are very happy to have a conversation with them should they wish, and provide them with some legal advice as to whether they are entitled to use that word inherent or not, which of course we all now know the answer to. They're not.
No, I'd welcome that discussion.
Yeah, we all would, because maybe John Lewis would then stop responding to customers by using that word. Sean, I want to thank you very much indeed. Sean Kirk is a specialist in retail law from Balltree Solicitors. Anna, if I were you, accept the £80, draw a line under it and move on, but it is frustrating that it's being referred to as a goodwill gesture rather than the obligation that they have under the law.
Yeah, it is. But thank you very much for your help, though, in all of this.
It's a pleasure. Anna, thank you very much indeed. And hello, Marie.
Hello.
Morning. I gather you have a consumer problem for me. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, basically, I received a letter on Friday saying I had an outstanding parking fine from the 22nd of September. And because I hadn't responded to the penalty notice, I can no longer appeal. Well, I never actually received the penalty notice and had no idea that I'd been fined in the first place. I had actually paid for parking, but unfortunately on the phone and pay system, the registration hadn't registered properly and the last 2 digits were wrong. But I have got it on my phone and pay account that I paid that day, and that same phone and pay account is registered to the registration number that they're trying to find me on.
Right. Hang on a second. Who made the mistake with the registration number?
It was my phone and pay account, so I made the mistake.
So as far as the system shows, you did pay, but you got the last 2 letters wrong on your number plate, and therefore it didn't show as you having paid for your exact car.
Exactly, yes, which I would have been able to show them at appeal, that both registration numbers were on phone and pay, and there's no way I could have been in one car and paid for the other. But obviously now they're saying I can't appeal because I didn't respond within 14 days of the penalty notice.
Right, and why didn't you respond within 14 days?
Because I didn't receive a penalty notice.
Okay, so the first thing you then hear is this letter saying you haven't responded.
That's right, yeah.
And therefore you've got to pay the money.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is a private parking company, is it?
Yes, it is. It's run at a sports centre.
Okay. Right. Well, I mean, I think what we can certainly do to try and help you, and I always kind of begin this by warning you that with private parking companies, we often have a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah.
But what we can certainly do is try and get hold of this private parking company and say, look, as far as Marie is concerned, she did not receive the initial penalty notice from you in writing, and it is for that reason that she didn't appeal. Had she received the original penalty notice, she would have appealed within the 14 days. How can they prove that you did indeed receive it? I wonder as well whether it might be a good idea. You said this is the car park for some kind of sports centre.
That's right, yes.
Have you spoken to the owners of that?
When the parking charges were introduced, because we're all regular users of the sporting centre, there was quite a few conversations happened just over the introduction, and the sports centre are not interested in helping anyone with parking issues.
Right, well that's rather disappointing, because of course it is their chosen company, it's their client that manages the car park, so in a case like this you would hope that the owners of the sports centre would show an interest in terms of trying to look after their customers.
Yeah, I mean, basically every time we've all tried to approach them about the issues of car parking and how it's set up, they just refer us back to their private company and say that it's not their issue, it's the private company that are running it.
Right, okay. I'm going to pass you back to Tara, we'll get some detail. Let's get a call into the private parking company and also the owners of that sports centre, and let's take it from there and see what we can do. Marie, we will do our very best. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now.
Okay, thanks.
Now to Jessica. Jessica told me she's moving house and she wanted to have her 3-bedroom property redecorated before putting it on the market. And when I say redecorated, I'm talking complete makeover from top to bottom. She wanted to have it all painted. Well, she went through a website that recommends traders and she chose a decorator from there. Seemed to have very good reviews, etc. This decorator wasn't the cheapest in terms of the quote that he provided her, but she thought, well, I think he's going to do a good job. However, she's been left far from happy.
There are lots of paint spatters all over the floor, oil-based paint in lots of places on my carpets. They didn't put dust sheets down a lot of the time. They haven't used masking tape in a lot of places. Got lots of paint on door handles and door hooks and things. The lines aren't straight, paint all over light fittings. It's astonishingly poor quality work. They said, don't worry, it will all be sorted out at the end. It's just going to be snagging issues. So I paid them £1,250 and withheld £600. And when the guy was asking for the 600, I told him that I wasn't happy with the quality of work and I was going to hold that money back, and he told me that he'd finished the job. And then he threatened me over the phone. He said something like, "You're making a big mistake, you're going to come off worse than me, watch what happens." And so then I subsequently reported him to the police.
Well, Jessica came to my programme and asked if I could get involved and try and assist, and I have indeed been off to have a word with this decorator as well. Jessica's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Jessica.
Morning, how are you?
Good morning, I'm well, thank you. He's an interesting man, isn't he?
That's one word.
When I called him up, he wasn't best pleased to hear from me, and in fact, during the series of conversation I had with him, I had to keep phoning him back because he kept putting the phone down on me.
Oh dear, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's all part of the day's work for me, really. But, he kept working himself up into such a frenzy that he then put the phone down. And, in fact, at the very end, he said to me, "I'm in bed ill. Don't call me again. If you call me again, I'm going to report you to the police for harassment." So that gives you just a flavour of how things went.
Oh, dear.
He didn't seem very keen on you.
Surprise.
I was going to say, maybe that's not such a surprise. He, when I obviously talked to him about the fact that you were very unhappy, he started saying something along the lines of, "Oh, yes, but this woman, she just wants to knock me for what she owes me, and she's done this to other traders. I've spoken to other people, and she often doesn't pay what she's supposed to pay." I mean, do you want to just respond to that allegation that he made?
I don't know what he's talking about. I paid him £1,250, so that's still a really large amount of money. I've got no idea who he's referring to, these other conversations. I'd never met the guy before. I'm not aware of us having any contacts in common.
No. Okay. Well, I just wanted to put that to you because that was kind of the first thing he resorted to in terms of trying to defend himself, and seemed to want to frame you as being just a difficult customer who was trying to get away without paying what you owe him. But of course, what I was able to confront him with was the evidence that you'd sent over to me in the form of photos. Mm-hmm. And I said, "Well, are you happy with the decoration work?" He said, "Yeah, it's fine." I said, "Well, I'm looking at photos now, and this doesn't look fine to me. This looks like a complete and utter amateur job." He said, "Have you been round there to see the work?" I said, "Well, no, I'm looking at the photos. I've just explained to you, Jessica sent me photos. I'm looking at those photos now." I started to describe some of them. This was when he began to become quite angry with me. What he did say regarding the woodwork, he said, "We did sand down the woodwork. We sanded down the woodwork, but Jessica, I think, expected, because there was old paint on there, if she wanted us to remove all of the old paint first, that would involve a big job. That would involve having to burn off the old paint first. It's a much bigger job than Jessica wanted to pay us for. So we did rub it down and we did paint it accordingly. But she seems to want perfect paintwork, which would only have been possible by removing all of the old paint first." Did he ever have any conversation with you in terms of advising you of that?
No.
Right. He then went on to keep saying that the work was absolutely fine and there was no problem with it, and that I should go and have a look at it because I'd see that you were just a difficult customer and that he'd done a lovely job for you. That was the essence of it. And as I say, he then, having this conversation, I mean, I make it sound as if it all happened in one go. It didn't. I had to keep phoning him back, at which point I'd get the next bit before he'd get himself so angry he'd put the phone down again. What I then did at that point was I went to have a word with the website that he advertises through, a website called checkertrade.com. And indeed, when you look on their website, this man has very good reviews. The photos of his previous work look very nice, etc. So I went to have a word with them and explain the situation and said, "Look, this is the position Jessica finds herself in." They've come back to say, "We pride ourselves on our robust vetting checks. Our dedicated vetting teams ensure that Checkertrade only allows the very best trades to join us and stay with us. All tradespeople must pass up to 14 rigorous checks to become a member of Checkertrade, and their membership is continually monitored throughout the time they are with us. Not all applicants will pass our required criteria, and we regularly decline or cancel applications which do not meet our high standards. No one checks like Checkatrade. With our quality vetting process and over 4 million reviews, Checkatrade has inspired customer confidence in finding a reliable and recommended tradesperson for over 20 years, and we stand by our mission. Well, that's all a lovely bit of PR puff from them. But what they did also confirm in a conversation that I've had, and I believe they've been in touch with you as well, Jessica.
Yes, I've spoken to a really, really lovely lady there a couple of times who seemed brilliant and really helpful.
What they did say is that they have, at the moment, suspended his account with them while they investigate this. And what they are prepared to do is to kind of liaise between you and him to find out whether the work that he has done is what they would consider to be of a reasonable standard. Now, the interesting thing was, you suggested when we first had the conversation that he'd kind of subcontracted this job out to someone else.
Yes, that's right.
Now, surely that kind of defeats the whole purpose of going through a website like Checkatrade.com, because the whole point is that you are using the person that you found who's been recommended by that website.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, I'm not sure quite what they are going to make, if indeed that is the case. I'm not sure what they are going to make of the fact that someone they are recommending has then got other people to do the job rather than himself, which therefore...
If he's employing these people, he wanted payment in cash, but I wasn't prepared to do that, and then I hurt my back and couldn't get any cash out anyway, so the money that I paid him was mostly bank transfer, but he wanted me to pay the money to, I think, 3 different bank accounts. And he's based in Hertfordshire, and the people who came in, he was there some of the time, but the other people, I think there were maybe 5 or 6 different people there during the 5 days or whatever they were working here, and I know some of them came from London. So I'm not really clear about what the setup is there.
So what is the latest with Checkatrade? They are, you say you've had a couple of conversations with them. Do you now feel confident that they are going to be able to investigate this between the two of you and to bring this to a conclusion?
I'm not really sure what the conclusion is. I'm trying to get quotes in from other people to rectify the guy's mistakes, but I can't find anybody who's available until next year, and I'm desperate to put the house on the market, and I'm just stuck. It's a really horrible situation.
And have they not been able to put you in touch with any other decorators that they... I guess the problem is, Jessica, and this is... It doesn't surprise me what you say. In my experience, good people, good tradesmen, are very busy. And, any tradesman who's able to say, yeah, that's fine, I can start tomorrow, you have to kind of scratch your head a bit and think, well, how come you can start tomorrow? Why have you not got any work on?
Of course.
So it's a kind of catch-22 situation, really, isn't it? That you don't want to get someone round to do another bad job.
Of course.
There's no point in that whatsoever. But at the same time, time is of the essence, so it's quite difficult. I mean, there's no real easy answer to that.
No.
I guess.
So much for your help, Dan.
I guess hang on a second, because I'm not done with this yet on the programme. Obviously, I'm going to follow this through until Checkatrade have concluded their investigation and have determined, I guess from their perspective, it will be to determine whether or not this man owes you your money back or not, based on the work that you have done. Hopefully, from your perspective, they will determine that the job is not good enough, and they will ensure that you do get a full refund, which at least, even if it means you've got a delay in terms of being able to get someone else out to do the job, at least that does mean that you'll have the money then to pay someone else.
Yeah, that would really help.
But I think if I were in your position, what I would be doing, speak to your friends, speak to your neighbours, speak to your family in the area, and ask for, a personal recommendation of a good decorator, and then I guess just hope that someone can do you a bit of a favour and they can squeeze you in quickly in terms of having to redecorate the property before Christmas. But, I think it's going to be a bit of a tall order, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not holding out a ton of hope, but we will see. Fingers crossed.
Can you please keep me posted and let me know what Checkatrade come back with? I will obviously stay across this as well, and I will have a conversation with them after they've done it.
Thank you.
And let's see what they determine, and whether they in fact decide to remove this man permanently from their site. It'll be interesting to see how they conclude it. Jessica, keep me in the loop, please, and I'll do the same, and we'll talk very soon. Now, before we go for today, do you remember Sophia? She spent £20,000 on a new kitchen. It was delivered in January 2018 and installed along with a quartz worktop in March. But very quickly, she realised there was a big problem with the worktop.
Fairly soon after that, we were left with a very expensive quartz worktop worth £4,828 that we'd paid, with an appallingly dirty underside that had a white chalky substance that was coming off on clothing when you sat at the island breakfast bar, because there was an overhang of around 30 centimetres. So when you sit on the stools and your legs press on the underside of this worktop, clothing would become soiled with this white, sticky, horrible, chalky thing that doesn't come out. And also, where there's drawers, it's a 3-metre island that's got 1-metre drawers across it. So where the drawers are sitting, just below, that worktop. So if you put tablecloths or cram things in that drawer, it will rub. It will have contact with the underside. So when you close the drawer and it's full of things, it will rub on the underside, and then tablecloths and things like that will get this marking on it.
Well, Sophia was obviously very unhappy about all of this. The company did indeed send someone out to have a look at it and see if they could correct the problem. They confirmed when they had a look at it that it should have been cleaned. The underside of this worktop should have been cleaned before it was installed, and the fact that it had now been installed caused a bit of a problem. They've cleaned it as much as they possibly can. Under the breakfast bar, that seems to have made a big difference. But there are still other parts of the worktop where they can't get to the underside of it to properly clean it. And as a result, if you do brush up against that particular bit of the worktop, you end up with this gunky stuff still on your clothes and on tablecloths and things like that. So Sophia wasn't best pleased, really, particularly having spent all this money. Well, I went off to have a word with the kitchen company. Sophia's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Sophia.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. The company concerned is Wren Kitchens, and they didn't really give me very much of a response, but what they did give me gave me a lot of hope. They said, Wren is in direct contact with the customer. We hope that this issue is now being resolved to her satisfaction. Indeed, when I last spoke to you, you were in communication with them, and I understand things have happened since that last conversation that sound pretty good to me. What have they offered you?
Yeah, they've offered me now a total of £3,364. So when we last spoke, you suggested that I got a couple of quotes or spoke to tradesmen to find out what the cost would be to get some plastic coating on the underside so that when there was contact with anything pressed on there, that the coating would act as a barrier.
Yeah.
I went off and got a couple of quotes for them and then sent them off with another email, and they came back and said yes, they would be willing to pay that amount in a full and final settlement. So they added a further £320. So initially the offer was £3,344, and with the £320, it's now £3,664, and I've had the check now as well.
Brilliant.
So, they've listened to you, and you've been amazing. I think without yourself, Jonathan, and your team on the JVS show, I would not have had an outcome like this, given that it dragged on for a year and a half, and it was a very drawn-out, very upsetting journey. And I can't thank you enough for helping me. I can finally take a sigh of relief and start enjoying the kitchen now.
Brilliant. OK, well, listen, I'm absolutely delighted. I will thank Wren Kitchens very much indeed for ensuring that this is all resolved to your satisfaction. I will give them the horn. Sophia, any other problems, you know where I am. Let me know.
Oh, thank you so much, Jonathan. All the best to you, and from the bottom of my heart, I can't thank you guys enough.